Amen. L'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be opened. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. No, excuse me. I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House
that a message be sent to the House of Commons to acquaint that House that the Senate has concurred in the amendment made by the House of Commons to its Amendment 1B to Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, and to make related amendments to other acts without amendment.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order, I table a motion of Ways and Means to impact the Income Tax Act. I ask that the study of this motion be included in the order paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Production of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the bilateral mission to the Republic of Tunisia and the Arab Republic of Egypt, Tunisia, and Cairo, Egypt, from January 16th to the 25th in 2017. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning its study of the main estimates 2017-2018. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, North Thames River, Middle Thames River, and Thames River. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to reintroduce this bill to amend the Navigational Protection Act in order to ensure the integrity of the Thames River. In 2000, the Thames was designated a heritage river. It stretches 273 kilometres, extending from southwestern Ontario to Lake St. Clair. It flows past communities large and small, including the cities of London and Chatham. The Thames is lined by rich Carolinian forests, tulip trees, pawpaw, Kentucky coffee trees, and sassafras. It's home to many species of wildlife and fish that are rarely found elsewhere in Canada, including the eastern spiny soft-shell turtle, the queen snake, and the black red horse, and Virginia possum. In addition to a diverse species population, the Thames has a rich cultural history. It has provided a home for people for over 11,000 years. Wars have been fought along its shores, and its fertile land helped bring commercial farming to Canada. For the past 200 years, Mr. Speaker, the Thames River has remained largely unchanged, many early buildings still standing. This environmental and cultural diversity must be preserved for future generations. In 2000, the Canadian Heritage River Systems named Thames a designated heritage river. Its existence is a crucial part of our heritage, and it must be protected. This amendment was first introduced in 2013, but was ignored by the government of the day. During the 2015 election, the Liberals promised the Canadian people that it would prioritize the amendment to the Navigational Protection Act. Today, I am calling on the Liberals to keep their word and protect the Thames River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you'll find consent for the following motion. That at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, that all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May the 30th, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Chippewa Cottage Resort in Barry's Bay, Ontario, a great family place for camping in the wonderful riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke. The petitioners call on government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees be treated and taxed as small businesses.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table petitions from individuals in my riding of Webwood, Massey, Espanola, Ironbridge, Thessalon, Spanish, Manitoulin, Elliott Lake, and many others from communities within the greater city of Sudbury and others across northern Ontario. The petitioners are raised concern regarding the United Nations Protocol against the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, their parts and components and ammunition. They indicate that the RCMP Firearms Tracing Unit successfully traces firearms through the use of the firearms make, model, and serial number. There's a couple of other whereas, Mr. Speaker, including that the implementation of the firearms marking regulations will impose costly, onerous, and unnecessary requirements on manufacturers and importers of firearms. The petitioners are asking the Government of Canada to revise the firearms marking regulations to recognize that a simple requirement for a serial number on all new firearms imported into Canada will satisfy the United Nations request and adequately address the tracing requirements of police services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present petition E761, which has been signed by over 2,000 Canadians across Canada. Many of them are my constituents from the riding of Scarborough Centre. The citizens and the residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to do all that is in its power to help the Rohingya Muslim community, including to put pressure on the Government of Myanmar to fulfill its moral and legal obligation to ensure the safety of its Rohingya Muslim minority, to pressure the Government of Myanmar to allow humanitarian assistance and international NGOs to reach Rakhine State and those Rohingyas in camp for internally displaced persons, to arrange for a visit to Rakhine from the Canadian ambassador to Myanmar to view the situation firsthand and report back to the government, to provide increased assistance and support for those countries which are housing Rohingya refugees, as well as for Rohingyas in internally displaced camps, and to support the Commission led by former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan studying the situation in the Rakhine State. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise here again to present a petition from citizens of British Columbia regarding the woodland caribou. The woodland caribou is designated as endangered in Canada, and one of the core areas of its population is in the Wells Grey Park, Clearwater Valley area of British Columbia. The Clearwater Valley area has been designated as critical habitat for the species, yet the British Columbia government has allowed continued logging within this critical habitat. And so these petitioners ask that the government bring in a protection order to stop industrial logging in these critical habitat for woodland caribou in the Wells Grey Park, Clearwater Valley area of British Columbia. Thank you.
Honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Another petition concerning water quality in Lake Champlain. Lake Champlain, which is about 10% in Canada. It contains bacteria, And it's when it gets hot in the summer, the lake turns into pea soup with blue-green algae. I'd like to thank the mayors of Clarenceville, of Saint-Armand, Bedford, and Venise en Quebec for their involvement in this file to ensure that people's voices are heard concerning lake quality in Lake Champlain. This petition is for the Minister of Global Affairs Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition with over 500 signatures from Canadians calling on the government to stop the Trans-Pacific Partnership and to not ratify this dangerous trade agreement. The petitioners cite that it could cost tens of thousands of good Canadian jobs, leading to growing income inequality, raise the cost of medications, pose a barrier to a national pharmacare program, ease the path for foreign takeovers, and many other issues that they cite as being dangerous in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Currently, Mr. Speaker, we do not know where the government is going with the Trans-Pacific Partnership. These petitioners would like the government to not ratify. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 3 petitions. The first is a very specific one relating to the Chippewa Lakes area. It's a unique ecological, cultural, and historical area that is seen as being threatened by petitioners by the Metamec Explorations, Inc., which proposes to mine rare earths. Rare earths are known to have a number of contaminants associated with their mining and inappropriate for the Chippewa Lakes area. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is again from hundreds of Canadians calling for the government to speak clearly to the People's Republic of China to express our disapproval and indeed outrage at the treatment of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong, including forced organ harvesting from these practitioners. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, relates to an issue we debated just recently in this place, but it doesn't go away. Petitioners are calling for action to label genetically modified organisms as they appear and are contained in consumer products, and particularly in foods. Labeling is a matter of consumer choice, and products should be labeled with information consumers want to have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the initiative of Jeff Ward from Victoria, British Columbia, he asked me to table petition E607, National Holidays. And it states, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to designate June 21st of each year as a legal holiday to be kept and observed throughout Canada. This day should serve to create and strengthen opportunities for reconciliation and cultural exchange among Canadians. This day should facilitate connections between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians in positive and meaningful ways. This day should solidify the original intent of National Aboriginal Day as a day for Canadians to recognize and celebrate the unique heritage, diverse cultures, and outstanding contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Tapwe Akikitwa, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, commemorative medals have been issued on significant milestones in Canadian history to recognize the contributions of ordinary citizens that have done remarkable things for their local communities that might otherwise go unacknowledged. A medal was issued in our Confederation year, 1867, the Diamond Jubilee year, 1927, in the Centennial year, of course, 1967, and in 1992, which was the 125th anniversary of Confederation. But as part of the Liberal War on History, the government has cancelled plans to have a medal to honour the contributions of ordinary Canadians in this, the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Tradition is being ignored and community-leading Canadians are being forgotten. I have several petitions on this subject that come, the petitioners come from Gatineau, Quebec, Forestville, Quebec, the very famous Baie-Comeau, Quebec, Southie, Saskatchewan, Melville, Saskatchewan, Regina, Saskatchewan, Manotick, Ontario, Osgood, Ontario, Nepean, Ontario, and Ottawa, Ontario, and the petitioners all call upon the Government of Canada to respect tradition and history, recognize deserving Canadians, and reverse the very unfortunate decision to cancel the commemorative medal that was planned to honour Canadians in the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today, question 949 and question 954. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if question number 950 could be made an order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
The pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made an order for return and that it be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I am now ready to render my decision on the question of privilege raised on April 4th, 2017 by the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman concerning allegedly misleading statements made by the Minister of National Defence. I would like to thank the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for having raised this matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his contribution.
Case, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman explained that the answer to written question Q600, tabled in the House on January 30, 2017, and signed by the Minister of Defence, stated that all members of the Canadian Armed Forces deployed in Operation Impact in Kuwait and Iraq were granted tax relief benefits by the previous government. In later submissions on May 3rd and 16th, 2017, the member added that a press release issued by the Minister on April 19, 2017, a briefing note prepared for the Minister and obtained through an access to information request, and a ministerial order issued by the President of the Treasury Board on April 17, 2017 further supported this assertion. The member argued that the Minister misled the House when, in answers to oral questions on March 8 and 21, 2017, he stated that the members of the Canadian Armed Forces were sent by the previous government to Iraq and Kuwait without the tax-free allowance at the time of their deployment. The député de Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
The member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman alleged that these two seemingly contradictory versions of events were misleading the House and therefore constituted a prima facie case of privilege since, as he stated, only one of these statements can be true. In one of his submissions, the member presented evidence to support his contention that, and I quote, the Minister of National Defence has misled, fabricated, and embellished other issues on numerous occasions in addition to my original question of privilege. End quote. For his part, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader explained that, as the tax relief in question was applied retroactively, the Minister had, in fact, provided the very same information when responding to Order Paper Question number 600 and to oral questions asked in the House. Thus, he characterized the matter as a dispute as to the facts and not a question of privilege.
Obtain trustworthy information in order to carry out their parliamentary duties. This reliance on access to accurate information is the cornerstone of their ability to hold the government to account. As a result, the Chair has often been called upon to rule on the quality, completeness, and internal coherence of information provided in response to questions, whether oral or written. As members will know, the exchange of information in this place is constantly subject to varying and, yes, contradictory views and perceptions. This, of course, heightens the risk that inadvertently a member making a statement may be mistaken, or in turn that a member listening may misunderstand what another has stated. This, in large part, is why strong, even indisputable evidence is needed for the Chair to reach the very serious conclusion that the House has been deliberately misled and that therefore a prima facie question of privilege exists. Pour s'aider dans cette tâche difficile,
to aid in this arduous task, the Chair is guided by three clear and well-established conditions, which were outlined by my predecessor in his ruling on April 29, 2015, when he stated at page 13,197 of debates, and I quote, "First, the statement needs to be misleading. Second, The member making the statement has to know that the statement was incorrect when it was made. Finally, it needs to be proven that the member intended to mislead the House by making the statement. End quote.
Protect members as they freely express views that can be at odds with the views of other members. Without evidence meeting these conditions, when faced with this type of allegation, the Chair has consistently concluded that the House has not, in fact, been deliberately misled, but rather that the matter can only be viewed as a disagreement on the interpretation of facts. Thus, while the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman may be in disagreement with the statements made by the Minister of National Defence, there was no evidence presented that would suggest that the three necessary conditions existed in this case, or that the Chair has cause exceptionally to overlook the long-standing practice of taking members at their word when the accuracy of their statements are called into question. Il est écrit à la page 145.
As stated, at page 145 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, and I quote, "If the question of privilege involves a disagreement between two or more members as to the facts, the Speaker typically rules that such a dispute does not prevent members from fulfilling their parliamentary functions, nor does such a disagreement breach the collective privileges of the House." End quote.
As such, the Chair concludes that no prima facie case of a privilege exists in this case. I thank honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, just on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I am rising to address the point of order raised by the House leaders of the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party respecting the appointment process for the position of Commissioner of the Official Languages. Both these members allege that one of the two conditions set out in Section 49 of the Official Languages Act has not been met. Section 49 provides, and I quote, "The Governor and Council shall, by commission under the Great Seal, appoint a Commissioner of Official Languages for Canada after consultation with the leader of every recognized party in the Senate and the House of Commons, and approval of the appointment by resolution of the Senate and the House of Commons." End of quote. On May 8, 2017, the Prime Minister wrote to the leaders of the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party, pursuant to the requirements in the statute to consult on the proposed appointments of the Commissioner of Official Languages for Canada. The Prime Minister requested the views of the two leaders on the proposed appointments. On May 10, the leader of the Conservative Party responded to the Prime Minister on the proposed appointment, and on May 12, the leader of the New Democratic Party also provided his views. The requirement is to consult, not to abide by the recommendations of the leaders of the two recognized parties. This statutory condition has in fact been met. I would draw to the attention of the members the situation in the previous Parliament respecting the appointment of the Auditor General. The previous Prime Minister consulted then leader of the Liberal Party, Bob Rae, and the leader of the NDP on the proposed appointment of Mr. Ferguson to the position of Auditor General. While I cannot comment on the response of the NDP leader, Mr. Rae raised concerns about the proficiency of Mr. Ferguson to speak French, and therefore asked Mr. Harper to restart the selection process to find a bilingual candidate. Additionally, the NDP House leader raised an argument that there are legal precedents respecting what constitutes consultation. There are clear precedents that the Speaker is not authorized to adjudicate on legal matters. On November 28, 2002, the Speaker ruled, and I quote, "This principle is clearly outlined as well as in the 4th edition of Bournout at page 180, which states, the Speaker will not give a decision upon a constitutional question nor decide a question of law, though the same be raised on a point of order or privilege. It is not up to the Speaker to rule on the constitutionality or the legality of measures before the House." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, while the opposition parties may not agree with the nominee for the position of Commissioner of Official Languages, that opposition does not constitute a veto over the proposed appointment. We will let the House decide upon the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
thank the honourable member for, I thank the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House leader for his intervention on the question, point of order raised yesterday by the honourable member for Victoria, and on which also I have heard from the honourable opposition House leader. And I will come back to the House in due course with a ruling. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders under business of supply. Debate on the opposition motion concerning autism spectrum disorder, standing in the name of Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that given that A, autism spectrum disorder, autism, is widely considered the fastest growing neurological disorder in Canada, impacting an estimated 1 in 68 children. B, it is a lifelong diagnosis that manifests itself in a wide range of symptoms, including difficulty communicating, social impairments, and restricted and repetitive behavior. C, individuals with autism and their families face unique challenges over their lifespan, often leading to families in crisis situations. And D, autism spectrum disorder is not just a health issue, it has overarching implications for Canadian society as a whole. Accordingly, the House call on the government to grant the $19 million over 5 years requested by the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group, Self Advocates Advisory Group, and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance in order to establish a Canadian Autism Partnership that would support families and address key issues such as information sharing and research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today is a very, very important day. I believe today is the first time that the House has spent a full day talking about the challenges faced by Canadians living with autism and their families. And I'm going to start, if I could, with a few thank yous. Obviously, I'm going to start by thanking my son, Jaden, who to me is an absolute superhero. This is a 21-year-old who is nonverbal, and yet the way that he communicates with people on a one-to-one basis is unlike anybody I've ever seen. He has a way to connect with people without speaking that we have trouble with in our regular lives. I want to thank Janae, my daughter, my amazing daughter, who turns 18 this week. She's graduating from high school this week, this month as well, and it's hard to believe. Now, one of the things that's pretty cool about Janae is I speak for a living, we do interviews for a living, but Janae probably gave the best answer I've ever heard to an interview question when she was 13 years old, and she was asked by Steve Paikin in an interview about her brother, do you ever wish your brother was quote-unquote normal like every other kid? And Janae's response was, well, since Jaden was diagnosed with autism before I was born, I don't exactly know what a normal brother is like, so Jaden kind of is my normal having autism. And Steve said, you like him just the way he is? And she said, yeah, if Jaden didn't have autism or was cured or something, he wouldn't be the same as Jaden is now. Very, very wise. That was Janae at 13 years old talking about how Jaden's impacted her life. And I also want to thank Jaden's mother, Debbie. We've been apart for several years now, but Debbie is an absolute champion for Jaden and has been a champion for Jaden throughout his life. When it came to advocating for him at a young age for early intervention, when it came to working through the school system and the battle to try and get an aid for him, she was a pit bull for him in terms of that advocacy, and we were able to get the help that he needed every step of the way because of her advocacy and her championing his interests. A few more thank yous. I want to thank my staff team who just put in tireless hours month after month after month. And, you know, we work on a lot of big things, the Global Autism Partnership, this Canadian Autism Partnership, global maternal health and the rights of women and girls around the world, and also managing the largest constituency in the country out of 338 constituencies and working with constituents. And so thank you to them. I'm going to go back a little bit in time and thank Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister in 2015, who initiated the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group along with Finance Minister Joe Oliver and our Health Minister at the time, who is now our current leader of the official opposition. And in Budget 2015, there was $2 million put in place to establish the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group. And there were some staff members at that time who were critical to helping me understand the road to get there. And I'll thank Rachel Curran, Sean Spear, and David Van Hemmen in particular for their help in getting there. In my global work, I get to work with some really key individuals, and some of those global organizations have come to support the Canadian Autism Partnership. And so, huge thank you to Save the Children, Plan Canada, World Vision Canada, and UNICEF Canada, who have really stepped up on social media to support this initiative as well. And Global Citizen. Global Citizen is an organization that works to alleviate poverty and fight inequality around the world on behalf of the world's most vulnerable. And Global Citizen Canada has chosen as their first domestic initiative to champion the Canadian Autism Partnership, recognizing the challenges faced by Canadian families living with autism. So a huge thanks to the folks at Global Citizen Canada for the great work that they've done. We've also had some support from friends in the hockey world. I formerly worked for the Edmonton Oilers for 10 years before I got elected, and we've had support on social media from Haley Wickenheiser, from Elliot Friedman, from Steve Warren right here in Ottawa, and Codette LaBarbera. So again, they have huge platforms, very, very busy at this time, and have taken the time to make their point on social media in support of the Canadian Autism Partnership. So thank you to them. But most importantly, probably beyond my family, is to thank the stakeholders, the working group, the self-advocates, this incredible group of self-advocates, adults living with autism who can articulate what it's like to have autism in a unique way. I had a really great conversation with one of them, Patricia, this weekend, and talked through the importance of the Canadian Autism Partnership. And every single time I talked to a self-advocate, I learned something new. And in Patricia's case, it was the word autistic versus having autism. I've always talked about Jaden having autism because I've always thought it was something he has, not something he is. But Patricia reinforced with me that for some in the autism community, they like to be defined as autistic. It is who they are, not something they have. And an important differentiation, and really got an understanding that I didn't have before we had that conversation over the weekend, this weekend. And of course, I want to thank people who come up to me in random places and appreciate the work we're doing and work to understand. People like, I remember one time Jaden and I a few years back were in New York at the Radio City Music Hall, and Jaden and Janae and I were watching a concert, Kelly Clarkson concert, and Jaden dropped a pin on the floor and was obsessed with this pin the entire concert. So the entire concert was spent for me and Jaden, with Jaden rummaging around for the pin, bumping the people in front, bumping the chair in front of him, until we never did find the pin, but the entire concert that was the case, and me trying to kind of grab him and play with him and get his attention away from it. The person in front of us, who he'd been bumping the seat the whole time, turned around afterwards, and I thought she was going to be upset, and she said, "You are the best dad in the world." She had noticed what was going on, this complete stranger, and rather than being upset about it, rather than, ignoring it and just walking away, she took time to let me know that she noticed and to let me know that she understood that it was difficult. And I had tears in my eyes, as you can imagine, leaving that concert. Someone I will never meet again. I never got the person's name. She never got my name. But in that moment, it's that level of understanding that as parents of kids with autism or family members of people with autism, we need that understanding more and more in our society when different things are happening. Like when Jaden was 3 and would, as we're walking out of a restaurant, grab a drink of someone's beer off their table because he just was thirsty. There was a glass there and he didn't understand that he wasn't supposed to have it. Or the time we were at an Oilers hockey game and Jaden was 9 and he suddenly, out of nowhere, reached over the shoulder of the 5-year-old girl in front of him and grabbed the ice cream off the top of her cone like you grab a snowball and started eating it out of his hand. And ice cream dripping down his fingers. And of course I say to the dad, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Jaden has autism." And he understood. Of course, the 5-year-old girl did not understand at all. But we explained it. We got her a new ice cream after the intermission and everything was good. But that's life with Jaden. And it can be challenging sometimes. When I talk about the Canadian Autism Partnership and the work that we do here in this House on autism, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that I'm championing my son's interest. It's actually interesting because Jaden has lived in the best place, one of the best places in the world to live in Alberta if you have a child with autism. What I'm really championing is for every person living with autism in Canada to have the same opportunities Jayden had. You know, Jayden, when he was 2, realized he had autism. Took a little bit to get a diagnosis, a couple of months to get in, and then maybe a couple of months to get treatment. But Jayden started his early intervention at about 2.5. And at that time, I mean, Jayden he didn't even recognize me. My most meaningful interaction with Jayden at that stage, and you guys have, in this house, Madam Speaker, folks in this house have seen Jayden interact now, and he's interacted with many of you. But back then, his main interaction with me was he would come to a room where I was, he would grab me, he would drag me through the house to the pantry, he would grab my arm and push it up to the pantry door, push my arm into the pantry to the shelf that he wanted to like grab the crackers that he couldn't reach. Then he'd pull me out like his own personal robot and pull my arm down. He'd grab the crackers he wanted. He'd put them back in my hand, push my arm back up, back into the pantry, and then push me away as a 2.5-year-old or a 3-year-old. I had served the purpose as his personal robot. He had his crackers, and he would go back to playing with his pots and pans, lining them up, stacking them up, obsessed with them for hours sometimes. He would take breaks to watch Barney videos or The Sound of Music, which he watched about 300 times. I liked The Sound of Music the first 100 times, but I still like it now. But anyways, that was life with Jayden then, and the early intervention completely changed his mind. It started with putting a spoon on the table and getting him to give you the spoon, to recognize what a thing was, and hand over hand have him hand you the spoon and then celebrate it by clapping and give him a Smartie as a reward. And then over and over again, you would do this one thing, and then eventually it was a spoon and a fork or something else. Some of Janae's earliest memories, because this continued and got better and better, we started to help him build social interactions and recognize other things over the course of that time. But some of Janae's earliest memories as someone 3.5 years younger were when she was 2, learning English by watching Jayden do his early intervention and sometimes doing it with him. So there's video of Janae with a car and a big stuffed Zoe. Janae loved Zoe. And she would say, "Jayden, give me Zoe." And Jayden would give her Zoe. And that was her, the way that she learned language, was interacting with Jayden over the course of time. So really, really important. Now, of course, as Jayden's got older, he went to school, and we had to deal with trying to get him a full-time aide because Jayden has photographic memory. Jayden knows where the swimming pool is, and he loves swimming. But he doesn't understand traffic at all. Even at 21, he doesn't understand traffic. So you kind of have to work with him to navigate that. He could leave the school and know where the swimming pool was, but that would be very, very dangerous for him. And so you had to have someone with him at all times, and that took a little bit of education with the school system in terms of that. Jayden now, at 21, is in a program at the Centre for Autism Services of Alberta. It's called Quest for Independence. And he went to school till last year, but now he's sort of transitioning. The goal, of course, is to get him into a vocation of some sort. But that's a challenge. That's a challenge across the country, is getting people who have gone through the school system into a vocation of some sort, and the training that they need, but also the mitigation of some of the challenges they might have to, depending on where they are on the spectrum, navigate a job interview, that kind of process, which is very abstract for people with autism. And then, of course, the question that we have is, what happens as Jayden gets older? Right now, we kind of have an agreement that Jayden will live with one or the other of us, and we're good with that. But I mean, there's going to come a time, and this is the hardest question for every parent of a child with autism or any developmental disability in this country, is what happens when we're not there anymore? And my hope is that we have built a society in this country that is so supportive of people who are different, people who need some level of support, that we need not fear that. That we've built an environment that goes just beyond family. Jayden only has one sibling, and Janae can't be expected to take care of Jayden for the rest of his life. Certainly she knows that she is his only sibling and is prepared for whatever responsibility she has as a sister, and she loves him very much, but we need to build a support system around that for families. Which brings us to the Canadian Autism Partnership. And there's been a history to get here. Working with the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance and stakeholders from across the country, there was a call for a national autism strategy for many years, but we got to a point where we started asking as stakeholders, what is it that we actually want? What is it that we're looking for? And many of the things that the autism community is looking for are provincial in nature, provincially delivered, and provinces are responsible, like education, like healthcare, like social services. And so in taking a look at where we were going, first of all, in 2014, we saw that there's a role to play on vocation. And so in budget 2014, Jim Flaherty at the time put in place funding for Community Works program and Ready, Willing, and Able, 2 programs to help people with autism in the vocational world. In budget 2015, we worked with CASDA and other stakeholders to ask for the Canadian Autism Partnership. And as mentioned earlier, a working group of $2.0 million, $2 million over 2 years was given to a working group to establish that partnership with a clear indication at the time that the partnership would be funded once this expert working group had done its work along with the other stakeholders and the self-advocates. So they did incredible work. They worked for 2 years on this. And then they submitted their business plan and an ask to the government of the day this past fall for $19 million. $19 million over 5 years, so $3.8 million a year. And as I mentioned in this House yesterday, $3.8 million a year is 1 dime per Canadian. A dime per Canadian for a Canadian Autism Partnership. And I have to say, there was an expectation that this was a no-brainer, that would get funded absolutely for sure. How could you not support an evidence-based business plan put together by stakeholders from across the country that would help Canadians as vulnerable as those living with autism, and hundreds of thousands of them. But inexplicably, it wasn't in budget 2017. It was rejected. And so now we've moved forward and we're asking that it be funded anyway, that the government find a way to find that dime per Canadian to help Canadians living with autism. And we've come to this point where we have an opposition day, a full day in this House dedicated to a single question. It's not like a budget where there are a whole bunch of other things thrown into the mix. We're just going to debate this one idea of a Canadian Autism Partnership. And in the end, probably a couple of weeks from now, we'll vote on it. And every single member in this House will vote on this. So it's an important opportunity. Now, John Wooden has one of my favorite quotes. John Wooden, famous NCAA basketball coach, who said, "You can't live a perfect day without doing something for someone who will never be able to repay you." Now, it's a fantastic quote and applicable in some way today. But I want members to also understand, and Canadians who might be watching this to also understand, that in this case, if we do something for people with autism in Canada, they will be able to repay us. That's the point. People with autism and other developmental disabilities are capable of way more than we give them credit for. But we have to invest in them, just like we invest in everybody else in our society, and we have to believe in them. And sometimes it means that we have to work a little bit harder to understand some of the challenges, the difficulty dealing with the abstract. Why is it that 85% of people on the spectrum are not employed? Let's work hard to understand that and to figure out how we get the opportunity to benefit from those skills and abilities. Jaden, when you see him work, if you just met him and he's giving you a high five, it's really easy to underestimate him. But if you see him working in the library, putting books away, it's astonishing how much he's capable of. He'll be putting books away, he'll have them all in order, and he'll be running around the library, putting the books where they belong and never making a mistake. But as Jaden's running around the library, he'll see a book that's put in the wrong spot as he's walking by it, and he'll grab it without skipping a beat and put it in the right spot on his way. He sees the world differently, but he won't be able to use those skills if we don't pay attention for them, if we don't hardwire our society to look for that. And that's what the Canadian Autism Partnership is all about. The Canadian Autism Partnership, what it does is it basically recognizes jurisdiction, and it brings experts together from across the country to deal with whatever it is that families with autism are dealing with across the country. And then it advises governments in the jurisdiction. So we might take a look at something like early intervention or diagnosis in a place like Quebec right now, where families are facing a 2-year wait for diagnosis and then a 2-year wait for treatment. So your kid's 2, you know they have autism, you can't get them diagnosed till they're 4, and you can't get them the treatment, the evidence-based treatment they need till they're 6. They're mortgaging their houses to get this evidence-based treatment. What the Canadian Autism Partnership will do is it will work with the government of Quebec to say, here's what the evidence shows works. There'll be a trusted advisor with the government of Quebec or any other government, because There are multiple governments across this country that are having difficulty in various areas. Education, or housing, or transition to employment. All of those things are challenging. And the Canadian Autism Partnership will bring the best information from across the country and around the world and make sure that it's distributed in a way that policy can be executed right now, that we don't have to wait for this. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to wrap up right now. But as I wrap up, I'm going to use one more quote. JFK, things do not happen. Things are made to happen. And I think that's where we are right now. So for folks in the autism community who might be watching this right now, or for anybody else that hears what I'm saying and understands its importance, we need to act. I think they all believed, the stakeholders believed, that Budget 2017 would contain the funding for the Canadian Autism Partnership. It seemed like a no-brainer at the time, but it didn't. I think we believed that, quite honestly, when I stood up and asked my question in the House of Commons yesterday, I believed that maybe at this point, knowing that this motion was coming, that the minister might stand up and say, you know what, we thought about it and we've decided we're going to do it. You know, we made the wrong mistake and we made a mistake and we decided we're going to do it. But it didn't happen. I really firmly believe that if Canadians speak up and make their voices heard through the Global Citizen Action directly to their members of Parliament, I believe that when the vote comes on this in a couple of weeks, members of this House will vote the right way. People get elected from all parties because they want to make a difference in people's lives. This is a clear motion, a clear opportunity to make a difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of Canadians. And I want to thank members of Parliament for hearing me out on this. I'm looking forward to the debate today. If people watching have any questions or want to take part, my Facebook and Twitter handles are Mike Lake MP, fairly straightforward on both Twitter and Facebook, and pinned to the top is the Global Citizen Action. Take action, help our elected officials make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, if I may, just compliment the member across the way. It takes courage to be that strong advocate that I have witnessed the member, not only today but on other occasions, talk about his wonderful son, Jaden. And I think that all members of this House would join me in expressing our best wishes to Jaden and to compliment his father in the outstanding work that he has done, not just in the last year or so, but virtually since the birth of Jaden. And no doubt Jaden is an outstanding individual that contributes to our society in many different ways. Autism is a disorder that ultimately affects so many Canadians in every region of the country. I, too, have firsthand experience with autism. It is an issue that I've had to deal with in my own family. I understand and I appreciate just how important this issue is. And, the member across the way made reference to the Minister of Health. And I can assure the member, in fact, all members of this House, that the Minister of Health takes this issue in a very serious way. We know that. And that's all a part of the negotiations that take place with the different partners across Canada, the many different stakeholders. My question to the member is more so related, and he made reference to it in his speech. I used to be a health critic for the province of Manitoba. It goes beyond just one department. That the best thing that the national government can do is demonstrate leadership in working with the many different provincial and territorial jurisdictions in trying to build that consensus on how to best deal with this. Would the member not agree?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
That's a fantastic question, and the member should know that the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group traveled from coast to coast and did work with every single government. In fact, the CAP is endorsed by governments across the country. And so this is the very mechanism that the member is speaking about when he asks his question. The CAP is designed to work with governments in their jurisdiction on issues facing families with autism, and will make a very real difference for those families, I can assure him.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Wetaskiwin. Very frequently have met his handsome son over the 8 years that I've been here, and it's a tribute to the member and his former wife for their good job in raising their children. I wonder if the member could expand a bit more. It's pretty clear we already have 2 members of this House who are saying that they have had experience with autism in their own family. But I think it'd be fair to say, Madam Speaker, that probably every member in this place, if they haven't experienced it in their family, they've experienced it with their friends, with their extended family, or in their community. My understanding is, Madam Speaker, that the purpose of this organization is to ensure that everyone in Canada has access to the kind of services and supports that the member's son had. I wonder if the member could speak to a bit more about what this partnership is supposed to enable so that all children can access those services similarly.
The honourable member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you for a great question. A couple of thoughts. First of all, the number is 1 in 68 living with autism. If you think about an average family of 4, that means 1 in 17 Canadians lives directly in a family with someone with autism. What this does is, and it took a long time to get there, a lot of conversation with public servants, incredible public servants here in Canada at Health, and of course our own government at the time, to make sure that we had something that was going to respect jurisdiction and have a meaningful impact. And the Canadian Autism Partnership will do that. It's not just another autism organization. It's a partnership of the autism community. It's the Canadian autism community speaking together with one voice as much as you can. It's never unanimous, of course, but finding that 80% that we can agree on and speaking with an authoritative voice to give evidence-based advice to government so that elected people from all political parties in all parts of the country can make the best decisions possible.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I want to congratulate my colleague for his speech and all his hard work in this area. I missed a good part of his speech. Perhaps he did talk about what I'm about to ask, but I'd like to know, beyond the financial investment that the Liberal government should make in this area, what other proactive things could this government undertake to help all these people struggling with autism spectrum disorder? There's probably structural action, government action that goes beyond monetary investment, and I'd like to hear his views on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Well, one of the great things about the way this is designed, first of all, while it's a Canadian Autism Partnership, one of the things that everybody's had on their minds as we discuss this among the stakeholders is that we need to have impact beyond just the world of autism. So, for example, the government is undertaking, and it's been brought up a couple of times, an accessibility legislation, a piece of accessibility legislation. Well, the Canadian Autism Partnership would work to help inform accessibility legislation on behalf of Canadians living with autism. It would work with other organizations, for example, the Canadian Association of Community Living. It might work with them on housing and share ideas about not only how to help Canadians living with autism, but a lot of what will help Canadians living with autism will help other Canadians living with other developmental disabilities that the Canadian that CACL serves. And so there is huge potential when we talk about the CAP informing and advising governments in their jurisdiction. That includes the federal government. A big focus, for example, for the the working group and the others that were working on this is Aboriginal communities, and how the Canadian Autism Partnership might work with Aboriginal communities to better serve their families living with autism.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Sport and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, above all, I want to congratulate my colleague opposite for his speech and his involvement. I had an opportunity to meet his son here on Parliament Hill, and I share all his efforts on this file. As Parliamentary Secretary for Persons with Disabilities, I have been made aware of through all the organizations we've met from coast to coast, And I can tell you that this is an issue that's really touched me. My wife, who devotes her life to autism, works as a specialized educator for small children in schools. I hear stories from her every day. I'm very well aware of these things. We work hard to establish some kind of legislation. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite, should this legislation that we're developing throughout Canada include the notions included in the motion you have here today?
Tascoin.
I'm not 100% clear on what the question was there, but even in translation. I'll say this, first of all. I appreciate the sentiment, the best wishes, and I have no question that members on all sides of the party, all sides of the House, like the work I'm doing and like Jayden. But we're not going to get anywhere if we never get beyond best wishes. You know, families across the country need action now. Families who are today receiving, or not even receiving a diagnosis, today learning that their child has autism because there's more and more information out there, and some informal relationship, a friend or something like that, has helped them to understand that their child has autism. They're waiting a year or two for a diagnosis that will help them to get treatment they need. And then they're waiting a year or two for that treatment. They desperately need that now. To lose that 2 to 6 window is devastating for those families. And in many, many cases, if they can afford it, they'll mortgage their house to do it because they know their child needs that help today. So I would just say, you know, we're sitting here, we're having a debate. It seems like it continues to drag on, and it seems like there's never a commitment to kind of move forward. We need to move beyond the conversation in the House of Commons. And we need to pass this motion now, and then it's just a motion. It's not binding in and of itself. The government then needs to act on what we pass because these families need this now.
Resuming debate,
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, for his eloquent speech.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be here in the House today to speak to an important issue that affects people from all walks of life, autism spectrum disorder. This disorder has a significant and lifelong impact on those diagnosed with it, as well as on their families. It was in 2007 that the Senate Standing Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology released a report, Pay Now or Pay Later, Autism Families in Crisis. This important study brought the challenges facing families clearly into view. It stimulated dialogue and continues to be an important source of motivation and inspiration for those working to better support children, youth, and adults with autism. On sait tous.
We all know that ASD is a complex disorder that manifests differently from one person to another, and unfortunately, we don't fully understand what causes it. Canada has a world-class ASD research community, as well as dedicated healthcare and social service providers who are working with ASD organizations and families to make a difference in the lives of those with this condition.
Whether working to improve diagnosis and treatment, support in schools, or transition into employment, Canada's ASD stakeholders are passionate and committed to creating inclusive communities for people with ASD. I thank them for their ongoing efforts. We must recognize that we must support not only the people with ASD, but also their families. The complex challenges facing those living with ASD have seen these families call on the government to help. Raising a child is not easy, and we know that raising a child with autism poses even more challenges. While these are areas of provincial and territorial jurisdiction, the work we are doing federally complements and supports provincial and territorial efforts. Today, I'd like to talk about the Government of Canada's response in helping individuals with ASD and their families. We know that ASD often means health, social, and financial challenges. It is estimated that the lifetime cost for an ASD-diagnosed individual ranges from $1.12 million to $4.7 million. Data on ASD in Canada is limited, but estimates indicate that approximately 1 in 94 children under the age of 14 has been diagnosed with ASD. It is also estimated that boys are 5 times more likely to be diagnosed with ASD than girls. It's critical
to bring knowledge, awareness, analysis and action to this issue so that we can provide the right level of support to those in need.
Last November, the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance, CASDA, presented me with their Canadian Autism Partnership Business Plan. This plan outlined key areas that need to be developed and addressed. These include research, early detection, and treatment family support. By me, I meant presented the government, the minister. The government is investing in these key areas as outlined in the Canadian Autism Partnership Business Plan. The federal government's investments in research, data, and vocational training are supporting those affected by this disorder. For example, through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the Government of Canada has invested more than $39 million over the last 5 years to support autism research. Les scientifiques canadiens jouent un rôle de...
Canadian scientists are at the forefront of this research, and these funds are helping our researchers develop new tools and treatments for those living with ASD.
For example, in the area of genomics, Canadian researchers are building our knowledge and deepening our understanding of ASD, which could eventually lead to earlier diagnosis. We know that early diagnosis for ASD is very important. It helps ensure children and families get the help they need as soon as possible.
These researchers are also studying the connection between mental health and ASD, evaluating novel treatment strategies, and looking for ways to improve access to health care for those with ASD.
Furthermore, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research is providing funding for a research chair in autism spectrum disorders, currently held by Dr. Jonathan Weiss at York University, which focuses on the prevention and treatment of mental health problems in people with ASD. Since the launch of this initiative in January 2013, Dr. Weiss and his team have published a number of articles to disseminate information to physicians and parents to help address mental health problems in youth suffering from ASD. We believe that this is valuable work that will lead to improved treatment, care, and policies for children and youth with ASD. The Canadian Institutes of Health Research, in collaboration with the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council and the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, also committed an investment of $39 million over 10 years, from 2009 to 2019. This funding will support the Kids Brain Health Trans-Canadian Network.
The network focuses on improving diagnosis, treatment, and support for families raising children with brain-based disabilities such as autism.
Beyond the research, it's imperative that we gather accurate data about ASD in Canada. To achieve this objective, the Public Health Agency of Canada is working with the provinces and with the territories to establish the National ASD Surveillance System.
Once established, Madam Speaker, this system will enable us to gather reliable information on the number of Canadians living with ASD and the number of new cases every year. This information will help organizations, healthcare professionals, and families to address the health, social, and various other impacts of ASD.
But beyond the numbers, the National ASD Surveillance System will provide us with qualitative data on the ASD population in Canada and will enable us to compare trends within Canada and internationally so that we can work on identifying potential risk factors. Public reporting on ASD prevalence in Canada from the surveillance system is planned to begin in 2018.
The Government of Canada is also supporting a number of initiatives to improve the quality of life of individuals living with autism.
For example, we've made improvements to the Child Disability Benefit and the Canada Child Benefit to support the families of children with disabilities, including ASD. Under the leadership of the Minister of Sports and Persons with Disabilities, we are developing federal accessibility legislation. This legislation will aim to eliminate systemic barriers in our society. We will provide equal opportunities to all Canadians. We want our nation to be supportive, fair, and inclusive. The government is proud to demonstrate real leadership in supporting a fair and inclusive nation accessible to all Canadians. Employment and Social Development Canada held public consultations to seek the public's input on various aspects of the legislation, including the overall goal and approach and whom it should cover. These consultations ended in February of this year, and all input received will be considered during the development of this legislation. In partnership with the Canadian Association for Community Living and the Canadian ASD Alliance, the government is also supporting the Ready, Willing and Able initiative, which the member mentioned in his speech earlier. This program, we will see greater numbers of people with ASD joining the workforce. Our workforce will become more diverse and inclusive, and we will see job vacancies filled across the country. Once fully implemented, this initiative will support up to 1,200 new jobs for persons with developmental disabilities, including ASD. De plus, on soutient la...
Additionally, we are supporting the Siniev Family Foundation and Autism Speaks Canada. Both of these organizations are helping to create employment opportunities for individuals with ASD by expanding vocational training programs across Canada.
The Public Health Agency of Canada will also be connecting with the ASD community to further explore ways we can work together on key issues. As you can see, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to helping to expand our evidence base on ASD, supporting Canadian researchers in studying the many facets of this disorder, and most importantly, working to improve the quality of life of those living with ASD and their families. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your attention.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the speech. He mentioned a few things. Interestingly, the research chair, the surveillance program, Ready, Willing and Able and Community Works were all initiatives that we put in place when we were in government, and really would commend Jim Flaherty as finance minister for having that heart for Canadians with disabilities and ensuring that there was something for Canadians with developmental disabilities in every single budget during the time that he was the finance minister. My question actually, again, relates, it's going to be a very straightforward question about the Canadian Autism Partnership. Of course, Jonathan Weiss was one of the people on the working group. Siniev, Autism Speaks, CASDA, all represented on the working group that put their report forward. I'll ask the honourable member straight out, will the government be supporting this motion?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and when he speaks about the Honourable Jim Flaherty and the initiatives that were taken, Madam Speaker, under the former government, if we think, for example, about the Ready, Willing and Able program, it's a program that we continue to support. We also maintain funding for research on ASD. I mentioned that in my speech. And the Canadian Institute for Health Research, $39 million over 5 years for ASD research. So these are initiatives that, yes, certain these initiatives were initiated by the previous government, and I salute them for that. I think we need to continue with those initiatives. And it's a federal jurisdiction to support the provinces which are responsible for delivering services, and we support them, among other things, through research and with data to allow them to offer better treatment to Canadians. I'd like to remind the honourable member that in the recent budget we included a new benefit for disabled children as well, and that's on top of the Canada Child Benefit. We are moving forward with an initiative that's being put forward by the Minister for Persons with Disabilities, which will ensure that we have a country that is more open, where we break down barriers for those who are dealing with ASD, so that we have a more inclusive society. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Wetaskiwin for his motion. And I have to say that I didn't hear an answer from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Health with respect to his question, and I do think this is critical. I come from the provincial legislature, as members know, and formerly I was the critic for Community Living BC. I've had the pleasure of coming across a lot of people with different abilities in our province. And there are many, many families who are struggling, particularly in Vancouver East, who don't have the access to the necessary resource to get the early diagnosis, to get the treatment, and to get the support that they need for these children to thrive and to have the opportunities that they deserve. And so with respect to the motion, the key point here is this, is to bring forward an initiative that will
provide that kind of support to families to do the necessary research, and hopefully have a national standard in going forward to support families with children with different abilities, and in this particular instance, those who's been diagnosed with autism. It is a worthy motion to support. It's a drop in the bucket when we're talking about $19 million within the context of everything. So again, I ask the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health if, in fact, his government will support this motion. I hope that they will, because it will.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Member opposite, and I think we all on each side of the House agree that the autism spectrum disorder is a real disorder that affects thousands of families across the country, and that we need to do as much as we can to help in terms of research, in terms of care. That said, we are assessing the proposition by CASDA, and we're looking at ways in which to support partners and researchers across the country to make sure that autism spectrum disorder gets the funding needed for research and for accessibility legislation, as we've mentioned, and to cover and to help for the families that are affected with ASD.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the speech. But first of all, I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, for bringing forward this motion. I've had the honour and pleasure of knowing the member, his son Jaden, for many, many years before he joined the House, and and Debbie as well. And I'm very impressed, and we're very grateful for the work that he has done on this issue. My question for the member Cressway: I have the pleasure of sitting in the Operations and Estimates Committee, and we could spend a great time looking at the estimates. The supplementary C estimates in February that came out, the government wrote off to the despotic Castro regime an $18 million loan from the Canadian taxpayers. The Castros are worth about $1.2 billion, and yet this government gave $18 million of taxpayers' money. My question is, will this government commit to providing that same funding as is requested in the motion today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're committed to supporting people with ASD and their families. We're doing it already through research avec l'Institut de recherche en santé du Canada.
With the Canada Health Institute for Health Research, $39 million over 5 years to ensure that we have better data and make advances in scientific research to improve treatment. There's also a $15 million investment to ensure that those with a disability have better access to services and to the labour market. We are supporting the CNIV Family Initiative, so there are a number of initiatives that are underway. The Ready, Willing and Able, which we mentioned earlier, that's another initiative that we continue to support. I think, Madam Speaker, that we are investing, and we're trying to do that with the Canada Institute for Health Research to ensure that we help children dealing with ASD and to help their families, and to ensure that they have better access to the labour market and a better access to services. And as I mentioned earlier, we are looking at how we can work, as we are already working with other interest groups, we're looking at how we can improve things for all Canadians affected by ASD.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my first opportunity to join this debate today on a Supply Day motion under the name of the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Wisconsin. I'd like to confirm that I will be voting for his motion, and I would hope that the Honourable Member here for the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health, who I have to say I've enjoyed working with since he's taken his position. He's enormously accessible and helpful on a number of issues. But I am baffled. I simply don't understand why a national autism strategy was not in this year's budget. I know that's not in his wheelhouse. That's the Minister of Finance. But I have to say, as someone who approaches this issue and wants to see our new Liberal government do as well as possible, this was something that is widely supported. Canadians from coast to coast to coast, families dealing with family members with autism spectrum disorder need the help. And although he's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is right, there's money in there for home care, there's a bit more money for disabled children, but it doesn't respond to the specific needs of the autism community. And I have to say, it's more of a comment than a question. I'm baffled. Perhaps the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can cast some light on when the government will provide a national autism strategy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned a couple of times, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her comments. I enjoy working with her as well, and on this issue, we're ready to work with all members in this House to see how we can better serve the community of those affected by ASD. And that's exactly what we're doing when we support projects like that of the Cine Foundation, like Autism Speaks Canada, as we do with the CIHR. To invest in research. I think that we have money, resources that have been deployed to support families and to invest in research to find a cure. And right now we need to look at all the opportunities that are before us to ensure that we're working as effectively as possible within our jurisdiction with various stakeholders in the ASD community.
A very brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that the research funding that the member is talking about is critically important, but that's not what we're discussing today. And so he's been asked the question multiple times. I ask it again. It's a dime per Canadian per year. Will the government be supporting this motion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
How to best work with the different stakeholders and health research professionals.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton-Strathcona.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. And if I could just add before I speak, I would like to do a call out to all of those in Canada of Ukrainian-Canadian descent. Today is the day they celebrate and wear the Vyshyvanka. One of my dear friends has lent me theirs, and I'm looking forward to celebrating with my colleagues in the House. And I know that the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin probably has many from the Ukrainian-Canadian community in his riding. He won't mind me mentioning that along with his motion. I'm rising, Madam Speaker, in full support for the motion brought by the member. As I mentioned previously, I've had the pleasure many times in my 8 years here of meeting his son, Jaden, and he's a delight, as are many of the children in my own community who supposedly suffer from autism, and I find, frankly, a delight. In fact, one dear friend who lives half a block over, I get to chat with her son daily on my street as he walks his three-legged dog. And he's an absolute delight, and even though he has autism, he has graduated from high school this year. The motion, Madam Speaker, tabled by the member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, simply asks that autism spectrum disorder, or autism, be recognized as widely considered the fastest growing neurological disorder in Canada, impacting 1 in 68 children. And it has increased over 100% in the last decade. So we're talking about a significant situation in this country that deserves intensified support. It is a lifelong diagnosis, including difficulty in communicating, as the member has shared with his own son, some social impairments, and restricted and repetitive behavior. Individuals with autism and their families, as the member has shared, face unique challenges in the community as they take their children, their family members out into the community, and there can be awkward moments. And it's really important that we not only fund support for these families, that as a community we be patient and supportive of the struggles that they face. Madam Speaker, the member also points out in his motion that it is not just a health issue, although the plea is to the health minister to free up some monies. It has overarching implications for the Canadian society as a whole, and the member is calling on the government to grant the $19 million over 5 years to establish the Canadian Autism Partnership that would support families and address key issues such as information sharing and research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment for every family in this country. So, Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to rise to support this motion. Certainly, there's not a single member in this place who doesn't have someone or know someone who is affected by this disorder. Madam Speaker, just on the basis of the number of organizations in my own city of Edmonton, it's clear the need is great for support for those diagnosed with ASD, so that they can live a quality life and their families can provide the care and support and receive the support that they need. They can learn from the experience of others across this country through this partnership that is proposed for funding. If I could just list only a couple of the entities in my own city: the Centre for Autism Services for Alberta, the Children's Autism Services of Edmonton, the Mayor's Centre for Preschool, and Autism Edmonton. and I could go on and on. How many associations have formed to try to serve the needs of these families? Our nation's current approach to autism spectrum disorder is failing to support thousands of Canadians in the autism spectrum and their families. And in my research, it has become clear that, in particular, as is the case always, particularly those in isolated communities or in northern communities who struggle to get access to any kind of health supports, let alone the specialized supports needed to address autism. I and my NDP colleagues share their disappointment and stand in support of the call for action to support the Canadian Autism Partnerships. The number of Canadians being diagnosed with autism continues to rise, yet across our country, vital services, supports, and resources cannot meet the need. The partnership does not create just another bureaucracy, and that's something to keep in mind. The partnership was created as a solution to the current challenges being faced across the country. According to the chair of the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance, who is also the Executive Director of Autism Nova Scotia, and in quotes, Madam Speaker, the CAP business plan not only outlines the complex lifespan issues related to autism, it prioritizes 5 key complex issues, identifies the best starting points for action, and details a collective impact model to address them. For far too long, our community has been disjointed, a result of the isolation, fear, anger, and hopelessness that often fills the void left in the absence of necessary life-changing supports and resources. Jessica Pigeot, an autistic member of our Self-Advocate Advisory Committee, framed the need for this partnership more passionately and more eloquently than I could ever attempt. And as Madame Pigeot has said, it is taking all of our hopes, all of our wishes, all of our pain, all of our efforts and all of our skills, and we are putting it towards a single purpose. We are moving as one to form this partnership. The partnership, Madam Speaker, is a reasonable request for this government to sit down with the provinces and territories to negotiate an accord backed by real funding to address 3 critical needs. First, the lack of applied behaviour analysis, intensive behavioural intervention in Canada's school systems. Second, the lack of public health care coverage for behavioural treatments. And, Madam Speaker, those treatments, I'm told, can cost between $50,000 to $100,000 a year. Third, the lack of appropriate housing accommodation for adults in the autism spectrum, as the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin pointed out. An investment by the previous government in July 2015 supported the launch of the partnership, which included the development of a national autism spectrum disorder working group and self-advocate advisory group, a comprehensive stakeholder engagement strategy, and the development of a business plan for the implementation of this partnership. An intensive stakeholder engagement process was delivered with over 100 government representatives in all the provinces and territories, with relevant stakeholder groups and over 4,000 responses to an online survey. The special focus has been placed on the needs of Indigenous people and northern communities, as I mentioned, to identify their particular priorities and appropriate methods to examine meaningful responses to their service needs, both on and off reserve. In November 2016, the partnership the CAP presented their final report to the current health minister, including the proposed business plan for the partnership, a request for $19 million over 5 years, and it included a framework for agencies in provincial territory and Indigenous communities to work together. However, the minister has refused the request. The refusal, Madam Speaker, seems indefensible given the need and the goal. The partnership isn't intended as a substitute for the needed funding for essential services or supports for those in autism spectrum or even for ongoing research. It could play a critical role in coordinating across the country, across jurisdictions, across agencies, and across communities. We hope the Liberals' refusal to invest in this worthwhile initiative is not premised on the fact it was initiated under the Conservative government. Certainly it would have been helpful if the Conservatives, while in power, had backstopped this work with the funding or political commitment necessary to improve service delivery and supports, but the request and the need has not gone away. It could support opportunities for many autistic individuals, their families, caregivers, in receiving more timely, effective support, reducing the frustration and isolation that can accompany their search for appropriate and effective intervention and care. It could also provide a national platform for multi-sectoral collaboration, authoritative access point for reliable data and information, improved collaboration towards research, and as previously mentioned, a unique Indigenous engagement strategy, increased capacity for northern remote communities to access the needed services. It could help promote partnerships to enable the pooling of resources, ensure greater equity across the provinces and territories. Madam Speaker, in closing, I would remind this place of the cuts this government has imposed across the board on health care. And so that has caused shortages in the delivery of these specialized, very important programs. Madam Speaker, I support this motion. The need is clear. The proposal is sound. It deserves federal funding.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I would emphasize how much we appreciate the efforts of the many different stakeholders that are out there that play a critical role in dealing with such a sensitive issue and trying to advance it forward in a positive way. I disagree on a couple of points with the member. You know, the member across the way makes the statement, well, there was health care cuts. And we know that that's just not the case, Madam Speaker. So being factual in this debate would be very much appreciated, I must say. I want to make it very clear, through the Canadian Institute of Health Research, and the Government of Canada has invested more than $39 million in autism research over the past 5 years. This investment contributes to providing the research evidence needed for the development of new tools and treatments for those suffering of autism. We invested $8 million in the 2015-2016 in ASD research and invested $5.3 million in 2016-2017 for the research at the Hospital for Sick Kids. Madam Speaker, I think that it's important that we not try to give the impression that nothing is happening, that there is significant things that are taking place from the government in dealing with this issue. Would the member not acknowledge that?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Madam Speaker, what I will acknowledge is we seem to be suffering alternative facts. This government has, in fact, chosen to reduce the health transfers. They did put additional money in if the individual promises signed off. We're still awaiting a national health accord. No, Madam Speaker, I do not agree with what the member puts forward. This partnership is suggesting something far beyond research. And in fact, they're actually encouraging that there be some kind of a forum where the families who have autistic members can access this research and those who serve them. I think that what we need to recognize is this is a grassroots up work together for Canadians to work collaboratively. That's exactly the kind of initiative that we should support, and particularly being mindful of the fact that it is also going to support Northern and Indigenous communities.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, I want to thank the Honourable Member. We don't agree on everything, certainly. But I appreciate that we agree on this, and I appreciate that the Honourable Member has done her homework on this. And I especially appreciate the shout out to Jessica Pijot. She is an amazing self-advocate, one of 7 self-advocates in the advisory group that really helped to, when we heard them speak at the CASDA Summit about a month ago, a little bit more than a month ago, it was the most impactful part of the entire Canadian ASD Summit here in Ottawa, when the self-advocates took the stage and made the case for the Canadian Autism Partnership. And I also appreciate that in her response to the Parliamentary Secretary's continued pointing out research dollars, that what we're talking about here is a hundreds of millions of dollars treatment gap across the country, most of which is delivered at the provincial level. And the cap for a $3.8 million investment will help provincial governments to make the best decisions they can, help the federal government in its jurisdiction to make the best decisions that it can for people living with autism. Research is important, critically important, but that's not what this day is about today.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I fully comprehend that. And yes, I would encourage every member in this place, before they decide to vote for this motion, to decide to understand exactly what it is that's being proposed. And it's absolutely imperative that everybody understand that this ask is not coming just from the member. It's coming from the communities across this country. And they are begging for assistance so that they can equitably access the kind of supports that they so deserve.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her remarks and underscore the importance of research and access for families. Just very briefly, my brother was diagnosed with autism at the age of 57. And so for all of those years, he struggled, we struggled, and we didn't know. We simply didn't know. There was nothing available. Now, at age 59, he has his own apartment, and he has bloomed. He has blossomed into the most remarkable person. My question is, in this light, how important is family access to research?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, an answer in 12 seconds.
12 seconds. I want to thank my colleague for sharing her story. And I want to emphasize instead on the research, the third part of this ask, which is support for housing for adults with autism. I know this with my own sister, who suffered from MS and had to live her last years in a senior's home. We need to be providing more housing services to those who have special needs.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For me, this is a real opportunity to be able to speak to the motion that was presented by my colleague who represents the Edmonton region. This is a colleague with whom I had many opportunities to exchange. And during the 41st Parliament, we had close quarters, so we often had the chance to discuss. And I got to meet his son several times. There were even funny situations where his son found that I resembled Barney, and he wanted to hug me a lot for that. Those are funny situations that can happen sometimes with a person who has autism, because there's a reality that they live in that we don't always understand. And sometimes it can be a little disconcerting, but one learns how to react to that calmly. That's why I'm especially pleased that people around me who have children who are living with the issue of autism. It's a neurological disorder that has grown the most quickly. 1 out of 68 children. There might have been a problem with not effectively diagnosing the condition previously, which is what would explain the increased diagnoses now. This is a neurological disorder that is growing quickly, and there are many questions being raised. We still don't understand why one child is affected more than another by autism. That's something that is not understood. But I just wanted to take a few seconds, at least, to say clearly that it's not vaccines that cause autism. This is something that is propagated on the internet on a regular basis, and I wish to remind everyone that vaccines are not responsible for autism. Sorry to have taken that time, but I think it's so important. When we see this information being circulated on the internet, the partnership that was started under the Conservative government does not intend to provide health care. It's more complex than that, but overall what it intends to do is to bring people together and make sure that they can communicate, that they can help each other, and feel less alone. Because as a parent, when we try to work with a child affected by autism, it's not an easy thing. There's no solution that's guaranteed to work for one's child. Often people have to do research. They try to find solutions to problems. Parents try to find something that would work for their child, and often that process is a lonely one. I remember I worked with one colleague at a hospital who was explaining to me that for his daughter who couldn't communicate, he went to find a method based on pictograms. The young girl has binders full of pictograms, and she communicates by pointing at these different pictograms to express her emotions, to express what she wants.
But he developed this method himself by reading things on the internet, by going to find some information. He found a pictogram game, if you will, that had been created but was not necessarily in French. Even access to information in French is not always possible. It was relatively complex as a process, and it demonstrates just how parents can end up alone with managing the necessity of having to find solutions. Parents who live in remote regions such as mine, well, there's not necessarily as many resources available. When we talk about specialized schools, well, for us it doesn't exist, a specialized school. We understand as well that in a small community with 500 people, there cannot be a specialized school for 1 or 2 children who may be affected. When we talk about 1 child out of 68, well, often in small communities, 500, 1,000 people, we're talking about maybe 100 children. So perhaps there might be 2 children at most who are affected. Of course, we don't have that kind of resource. On the other hand, we need some resources, and a partnership like the one that is being put forward allows an exchange between different stakeholders, between parents, between people who are affected. I think that when we talk about autistic children, one must also keep in mind that these children are going to grow up, and they will still be autistic. This is a chronic issue. But the parents themselves get older, and one day they will no longer be able to care for their children. And one day, eventually, those parents will be gone. And for thousands of parents, it's really a race against time. To think that one day, that they may not know what is going to happen to their child when they are no longer there to take care of them. That is extremely worrisome. We're trying to do our best to make sure that those children have a normal life, but sometimes we know that if our child is not normal according to societal standards, it's really not an easy thing.
These autistic people may not be able to get a job. Not only does the employer have to show immense tolerance to find something for them to do, but a lot of tolerance from the community as well. It takes a community that knows people. I have the example of a grocery store in the city closest to where I live. There's a young autistic man who works there. There was an article in our newspaper explaining the kind of work he does, talking to the employer, who said he was a well-motivated employee, but it wasn't easy for him to adapt. But they did not regret their choice as employers. But there was adaptation by the community, too. It's not always easy to understand what's going on and why a person is reacting the way they do, but the community understood, and now he continues to work there regularly. I see this young man there when I do my groceries, and I think that that's a good example of acceptance. But many autistic people will not get that kind of job. They will not be able to join the labor force, so they will remain dependent, especially in small communities. There won't necessarily be the resources necessary for them to develop. So I can understand to what extent it might be stressful to think that someday I may not be there anymore to take care of my child. We don't really know what's going to happen to them. That's really tough as a parent. We want the best for our children, but we get to a point where we really don't know what to do anymore. One other example would be, because I think it's important to understand people's daily lives. A single solution might work at one point, but may not work again anymore later. If you have a child who has a tantrum, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, you manage to calm the crisis, but when that child becomes an adult who's big and strong, it's not always easy to stop these tantrums. You can no longer avoid being hit as easily. I'm thinking of the son of my colleague from Edmonton, Jaden, who's now quite a strong young man. He's the size of a young man. This is not the same thing at all as when he was 4 or 5 years old. And the same kind of tantrum happened. So there's a lot of impact from these things. That's why we need greater support for the parents. Information has to be shared. And when we have a program that doesn't even cost that much, 19 million over 5 years, when we're talking about a government budget, that is a very small investment to allow for information to be disseminated and allow us to take action together. It won't solve all problems, but perhaps we'll be more effective in solving problems. I think it's really mean of the government not to fund a program like that. When you think of all the financial impact that autism may have on the services in general and the government operations. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be pleased to answer question.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Yeah, I'd again like to thank the honourable member for her comments. And as she mentioned, Jaden's a friend of hers, and we were on the same floor for a little while in the Valor building. And Jaden always loved to find her. I don't know if it's because she looked like Barney, as she said, but he really did have an affection for her, because I think that she was nice to him and loved to get his high five and his hug, and really looked forward to running down the hall when he knew that she was there. She talks about Jaden and being an adult, and it makes me think about Jaden's a smaller adult. He's about 5'6" and 115 pounds. But I think about a friend, Amanda Telford, whose son Philippe is, as she describes, like about the size of an NHL defenseman. And things got so overwhelming for her family here in Ottawa that a few years back she had to drop Philippe off at a social services office because the family couldn't handle him anymore in the home, and they had nowhere else to go. So it's easy to get caught up in talking about children's issues and early intervention and those kind of things, and forget adults with autism and the challenges faced by families. So I just want to thank the honourable member for taking the time to recognize those challenges.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Indeed, sometimes it's really hard. Things happen very quickly. I have a colleague who had a young autistic patient, and he attacked her. He threw her on the floor. We never understood why he did this to her rather than anyone else, and we probably never know. But that is a reality, too, that parents have to live with. Sometimes they can no longer ensure their own safety. So it's really, really tough. We want to be there for our children, but sometimes you have to make a decision to place that child or have some kind of respite care or use social services of some kind. It must be very hard, but sometimes that's the solution. And that's why when there are partnerships, when people connect with one another, we can better support people who experience those situations. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Sport and Persons with Disabilities. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for her speech. We felt how she is very aware of autism and sensitive to it, as well as all people with disabilities. What I take from her speech is she's very aware of the fact that the future of these young people mortgages their parents, their families. It's very difficult to live with that situation. We crossed Canada on consultations in order to have legislation for persons with disabilities, including autism. Do you think that we should consider all aspects of this in order to provide families with support for all persons with disabilities, including those with autism? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. For my part, what I believe is that the people affected have to be involved in the strategies we develop. That's why when we have partnerships, these are strategies that generally work well, because we get people who have the disease, we have people who are parents, there are resources, there will really be a genuine dialogue. I think that sometimes there are partnerships where there are communications that are more effective than legislation. And that's why we have measures that do work, and they have to be supported. It's so complicated sometimes just to do one small thing. I have a parent who wanted to get a therapy dog for the child, but there was no program. He started looking into this by himself, have some kind of GoFundMe page on the internet. If he could have gotten support through his peers, perhaps that would have been effective and would have helped him, instead of having the whole burden of this on his own shoulders.
Piece of the bar, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just wish to advise that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Brantford-Brant. And let me first also start off by saying thank you to the member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin for his work and advocacy with respect to autism. I believe this is the first time that the Parliament of Canada has dedicated a full day to a discussion regarding autism in this country, and it truly is, Madam Speaker, an historic day. Autism affects more than 500,000 Canadians, and I want to spend my time today talking about the principles of the Canadian Autism Project, about helping families who are dealing with autism, not just in Ontario, but right across the country. And it's important that we look at the principles of the Canadian Autism Project, because there are 5 listed in the report that state all Canadians living with autism have the right to, number 1, inclusion, understanding and acceptance, respect and dignity, full citizenship, equitable opportunities and access, and personal autonomy and decision-making. We're very lucky to be here in Canada, where acceptance of differences in Canadians is a trait that we celebrate and practice every day. It's important that government do its part to foster this acceptance, and the Canadian Autism Project, or CAP for short, has brought major stakeholders together to share ideas and practices that will benefit the education and life learning skills that take longer to learn for those children that have autistic spectrum disorder, simply known as ASD. The origins of CAP go back to the budget of 2015 under Prime Minister Harper that brought the CAP working group together to deliver a report to action on ASD, and the initial budget was offering $2 million. Following the delivery of this report last fall, there was an ask to fund the project further. And in 2017 Liberal budget, Finance Minister and the government ignored that request. CAP was asking for $19 million. Madam Speaker, let's look at the 5 principles and try to make some sense of it all for the government to persuade some members on the Liberal backbenches to support this motion and help Canadian families that live with ASD in their homes. The first principle states inclusion, understanding and acceptance. Madam Speaker, as I said, 500,000 Canadians are living with ASD. Each one of those Canadians are individuals, and they each have their own personalities, interests, talents, and most importantly, they all have tremendous potential. I can't overstate the importance that each Canadian with ASD is given every opportunity for that potential. And sadly, though, Madam Speaker, this is not the case across the country, as depending on which province you live in, the diagnosis and treatment and potential for others and each child differs. In Ontario, intensive behavioral intervention, IBI therapy for children over 5, was eliminated, leaving thousands of families struggling to get the treatment that they need. There needs to be an understanding at every level of government about the needs of the children and families when it comes to the diagnosis and treatment of ASD. The second principle of CAP is one of respect and dignity. Living with ASD is not easy on the family, and especially on the child that's been diagnosed. Life is different for those that have ASD. Between 50% and 70% of those with ASD will have a mental health condition, and to have ASD also means that the child may not understand what is happening to them or know how to compensate or handle it. Making sure that there is proper treatment across Canada will help ensure that the children will have the sense of dignity that almost every Canadian feels. Number 3 of the principles is full citizenship, and for Canadians, full citizenship means that every person should have access to all services available to them for a correct diagnosis, treatment, and the best possible life. The cost of caregiving a child with ASD is up to $5.5 million. All levels of government need to work together to provide education, health care, and potential, 3 things that every parent expects to be able to have their child have access to. The 4th principle, as noted in the CAP report, is equitable opportunities and access. The principle is demonstrated with the Canadian Autism Partnership Vision Statement, and it states, all Canadians living with autism have the opportunity to lead fulfilling and rewarding lives and are able to access the necessary supports and services in a welcoming and understanding society. Autism is the fastest growing diagnosed neurological disorder in Canada, and there's been a 100% increase in positive diagnosis in 10 years. 1 in 68 children are now living with ASD, up from 1 in 190. Boys are now 5 times more likely than girls to be diagnosed, and in Ontario in 2016, for example, there was a wait list of 2,192 intensive behavioral intervention and almost 14,000 for applied behavioral analysis. What the CAP is going to do is create a national platform for multi-sectoral collaboration and innovation to drive systemic change. The CAP approach creates opportunities for many autistic individuals, along with their families and caregivers, to benefit from the efforts of decision makers to have a better coordinated and timely support. Children with ASD can have reduced isolation and less frustration in their search for the best intervention and care. The last principle is personal autonomy and decision-making. Every child is different in their approach to how they will learn, react, and be the child that their parents knew they could be. Parents do not lose faith in their ASD child. Sadly, it's governments that act like they do. Decisions made by governments have created an excessive wait list for individuals seeking a housing placement. Parents are forced to drop their children off at social services offices given their lack of alternative options. Decisions by the government created the lack of support of dual diagnosis centres across Ontario, and these centres provide needed support to families of children with ASD dealing with multiple diagnoses, for example, ASD with epilepsy, ASD with Tourette's syndrome, etc. And funding decisions in Ontario have increased the need for vocational support training to create more inclusive workforces. Madam Speaker, let me wrap up with the few minutes that I have to emphasize just why this motion should pass, and this government should grant the $19 million over 5 years requested by the Canadian Autism Partnership. And, as the motion states, passing the motion would support families and address key issues such as information sharing and research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. I know that $19 million is not going to resolve the crisis that is autism and treatment for our children, but this money will do, what this money will do is going to allow the Canadian Autism Partnership to go forward over a 5-year time frame. The funding and 5-year period will go to the startup, operation, costs to address the complex initiatives. As I stated earlier, some provinces assist families with autism better than others. It's time that nationally we have a framework and group of amazing organizations, community groups, and centers of higher education working together. If we can do this, then we can, in an exceptional manner, affect Canadian families facing ASD. With a comprehensive and united national effort, governments can ensure early identification, early intervention, employment, interventions and service to the best quality of life at all ages, specialized medical care, access to dental and mental health care, education leading to a transition to work, post-secondary school, and most importantly, a successful independent lifestyle. This House and its members can make the mission of CAP a step closer to reality, and that would be to accelerate systemic change at the national level by mobilizing multiple sectors to address complex issues related to autism using a shared leadership approach to achieve collective impact. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of this House undo the wrong of the 2017 budget and support the work of the working group and grant the Canadian Autism Partnership the $19 million it needs. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of Barrie Innisfil families, and I've met with many of them whose families are dealing with issues of autism, the 5 of us in the Broussard family would be more than happy to put our 10 cents each in. 50 cents from our family. As the member said, from Edmonton Wascott, it's only 10 cents per family. That's what this funding represents. I have 50 cents on my table here, Madam Speaker, and I would be more than glad to put it towards this project. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil as well as my colleague from Edmonton, Westcoin, for great work that you are doing in support of the autism. My question to my colleague is, what, aside from donating 10 cents, can we as members of Parliament do through our reach within our communities and through ongoing consultation within the autism groups in our riding to be able to help the federal government develop a roadmap that would be able to help us allocate the appropriate funds and collect the right information to ensure that the right funding gets to the right resources on the ground in the front line so we can address this issue. Thank you.
Yes, and I just want to remind the member that he's to address the questions to the chair. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question sincerely, because I think the answer is right in front of him. This Opposition Day motion speaks to the fact that this partnership was developed, the framework and the principles were established. What it needs is a requirement for this funding, and that's precisely what this motion calls for. So to answer, I think in fact the honourable member answered his own question by asking what he did, and that is to pass this motion and to make sure that the resources are available broadly across this country to help families cope and deal with the issue of autism. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Okay, so everybody hears it, Wetaskiwin, not Wisconsin, but it is interesting. I've been smiling all day as I've heard people trying to say it. The folks of Wetaskiwin will appreciate me getting up and correcting that. You know, the Parliamentary Secretary of the House Ministers got up a couple of times, and I think we sense a theme on the Liberal side talking about research. And actually, interestingly, they talk about 5 years of research. Most of the research that they're talking about is research that we funded when we were in government. That research is critically important, and the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group had 4 of the top researchers in the world as 4 of its 12 members. And but they recognize, Madam Speaker, they recognize that for their research to be effective, it actually has to be put into practice. And the Canadian Autism Partnership does that. It takes that research and it works with governments, takes the information that the top experts in the country have and brings it together in one place. It allows the community to speak with one voice on all of the things that are important to it through these experts to provide evidence-based advice to governments to make decisions that matter in the daily lives of families. So maybe I'd ask the honourable member to speak to what he sees as the importance of good quality research to impacting the lives of Canadians.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And listen, I'm not sure how much I can add more than what the honourable member knows about this subject. I will say that, I deal with this on a weekly basis in my office. My staff does as well. Families coming in, frustrated by, quite frankly, the lack of government resources towards dealing with autism. And I want to refer to the member as the member for the Edmonton Oilers. I think that would be easier than saying your name, and please don't admonish me, Madam Speaker, on that. But I think it speaks to priorities. And, I hope that this isn't political, Madam Speaker. I hope that that the Liberals are not going to support this because it was a conservative idea. It doesn't matter whether it's a conservative idea. It doesn't matter whether it's a Liberal idea or an NDP idea. If it's a good idea and it's a good thing that affects Canadians in a positive way, then we need to take the politics out of this. This was a former Conservative government initiative. I would hope that the Liberals are not playing politics with the lives of the 500,000 people that are affected by this. I think this is the right thing to do. And when you look at the priorities of the government and some of the spending that's gone on and overseas, $100 million here, $4.3 billion here, you know what, this is $19 million. This is 10 cents for every Canadian to invest in something that's going to make a marked difference in people's lives. I've got my 50 cents here that represents 10 cents for every one of the 5 Broussards that live in my house, and I'm glad to support this initiative, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And frankly, as I stand today and speak to this issue and have listened to the debate in this House, I can't think of a more important subject matter that we could be addressing in this House. And in fact, just anecdotally standing outside, seeing some school children who were watching from the gallery today comment about how meaningful it was, the few moments they were here listening to the debate on this issue. I really want to pick this subject matter up from a couple of points of view. Obviously, when we hear the actual statistics, the number that Canadians are impacted, about 1 in every 68 by autism, or if you add it in, I'm sure, other developmental disabilities, it would be a much larger number. So it would be very unusual for a member in this House, not to have been affected somewhere along the line with family or close friends, with someone dealing with the issue of an autistic individual within their family tree. And I am no exception to that rule. In fact, I have a son, 30 years old, who has developmental disabilities, and I wish to speak a little bit about his situation, and a granddaughter, 8 years old. Jordan is my son's name, and Maggie is my granddaughter's name, who is diagnosed on the spectrum. And what life means for people and how meaningful this debate is for Canadians of all nature, including those who have connections in this House. And how important, and how I implore the government to reconsider this, deleting this from the budget, not going forward with it from the budget. I think there could be nothing more important than supporting families in some of the most difficult situations with dealing with individuals in their homes and in their lives with developmental disabilities. Not only difficult, but often the most rewarding as well, as people like the member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin can, I butchered that, sorry, can attest to, that it's both some of the best times that you could ever experience as a family member, but it's also some of the most difficult times. And navigating your life through this labyrinth of what we've built as supports in society is a very difficult task. And so when we talk about this working group, it is essential that we have the experts guiding families who are not only dealing with it now, both in youth and in adult phases of their children's lives and their family members and their friends' lives, but through the whole course for the long term. And so this initiative is one that can be picked up by this government, taken to the next, moved down the field, so to speak, taken to the next level until we come to a day when the integration of these individuals into society is achieved. Why the government would not prioritize this as being one of the most important issues is puzzling to me. And as my previous colleague spoke to, this would be a shame if it's somehow connected to political, because this is nonpartisan stuff. If there ever is topics that we should be addressing in this House, it should be topics like this that can be truly nonpartisan. Let me tell you just a little bit about Jordan, a 30-year-old guy who is developmentally disabled and is recently, because of an initiative that people within our community took, is recently working in a social enterprise of a shredding business. And of course, you say, what does a parent want for their child? What any parent wants for any child, and I have 4 children, just for the record. What any one of us want for our children is for them to maximize their abilities and be the best person that they can be in this world. And often that involves excelling at their vocation, doing what their life's work, taking that forward and excelling at it. And so what does that mean to a young guy who could probably never ever have the vision to be able to work? What it means for him is taking paper and putting it into a shredder as being one of the most meaningful things to give him a sense of goodwill, a sense of being and contributing something and giving him a healthy self-image. And isn't that what we want for all our children? Isn't that what we want for all the children in this country, whether they're on a spectrum or off a spectrum or out there in the world? And so today we're talking about extending a very small amount of money. That's what this motion is calling for, a very tiny amount of money. Others have tried to put it in perspective as what this is in terms of supporting this group who are in true need. And we all have the examples. My granddaughter, Maggie, 8 years old, in Sarnia, has actually had the experience, and this will be of interest to other ridings, of living in Calgary with her family and experiencing what that province had to offer in her early years. She had the opportunity, their family, to move to the United States, to Ann Arbor, Michigan, and experience the supports that were available there, and then currently are residing in Sarnia, Ontario, and all due to the occupation of the vocation of my son-in-law, who is in the works for Imperial Oil. So what my daughter and her family have seen in that transition between those places is a varying degree of support from across those 3 locations. And I was so happy when my colleague brought up the fact that his son Jaden had experienced wonderful supports in Alberta, because that's exactly what my daughter and my Maggie had experienced in Alberta. And then moving to the United States, she also found great support in the state of Michigan. And then coming to Ontario, well, another little different ball game there. And in fact, recently, not that long ago, a few weeks ago, my daughter calling me as I was driving one day and saying, "Dad, where should I go for Maggie as she gets older? What are the kind of things, give me some ideas, some advice as to how we get a school going, something that's relevant to help her become the best person she can be." And Madam Speaker, I tell these stories because I think it's important for all members today to feel free to get up and tell the stories they know of individual Canadians who are dealing with the issue of autism within their families. And as I said, it's both great, rewarding, and good, but it's also very difficult. And we can do something about it in this House. And yet, today, we have not received an indication from the government that they will be supporting this motion. And I hope many of them will take our words to heart and will say, you know what, in relative terms, this is another way to move the yardsticks down. Now, they're taking cover on the fact that they have funded all of these other programs and other organizations and such that deal with developmental disabilities. And we take our hat off to that. I worked with Jim Flaherty, in fact, on the Ready, Willing, and Able to Work campaign in helping put together what was an effort to try to bring meaning into the adult lives, people who are dealing with adults who have disabilities. Some 800,000 Canadians right now who are ready, willing, and able to work in this country who have a disability of some sort. Some are more severe than others, but 800,000 of them. Of that, 350,000 of them have university degrees. Yet we have a society that they feel like they're the square peg trying to fit into the round hole. Why? Because organizations such as this one, the Canadian autistic community, have not been able to get their feet on the ground and be able to help people navigate the situation. I have many employers, when we were putting that program together as a government, many employers come to me when we went out and talked about what we were doing, and they said, you know, I'm more than ready to consider a person with disabilities in my business. How do I do it? And it was not so much not their willingness as Canadians, but how do they navigate? Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? I'm out of time. My goodness. Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap up. Thank you for giving me just a little bit of extra time here to wrap up and say what I said right from the outset. This is one of the more important issues I implore the government to fund, to put the funding back for this group.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I indicated earlier, I too am very passionate about this issue as it affects my family directly. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the member across the way said, you know, this is the most important at the beginning of his speech. And I can tell you from a Manitoba perspective, as a former health critic for the province, that I understand and appreciate the sensitivity of this issue and how important this issue. But to say that it is the most important issue is not fair in terms of the province of Manitoba. I would, for example, cite fetal alcohol syndrome disorder, which is destroying the lives of many children today in the province of Manitoba. So my suggestion to the member is that, look, if we want to be able to deal with so many of these issues that are facing our children, we need to recognize that the provincial governments and territorial governments need to be engaged in a very real and tangible way. Does the member not agree that if you don't have the coordination as a national government working with those provincial entities and territorial entities, that we will not be able to give justice to bringing this issue to the degree in which it needs to be dealt with, and it will involve a great deal of money, and the provinces and territories must be involved. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try to be respectful to the member for what he just said. If I said it was the most important, I will look at the transcripts, but I believe I used the word it was one of the most important issues. I might have used the word most important, but I believe I contexted it as one of the most important. So that saying, we'll check the record on what I said. But to react so strongly on this issue and to try to give a spin on this, that it has something to do with the responsibilities of the province. We're talking about emotion, provinces and territories. We're talking about emotion on the floor here today that we can do something about. We can do something about it as legislators here today. We don't have to be third-partying it off to someone else. And frankly, the tone and the way that he shaped his words around that question, frankly, do not do service to the fact that we should be treating this as one of the most important issues facing Canadians today.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I was a little bit taken aback, actually, from the question from the member from Winnipeg North, because it sounded to me like as though he's suggesting that somehow we need to be picking and choosing who is more deserving in terms of help in a national strategy. I hope he's not saying that, especially in the context where this government, the Liberal government, has deliberately chosen to give tax breakaways and not shut down tax havens for the big and wealthy corporations. We can afford to do this. $19 million to affect the change of lives of families who are dealing with a challenge with their children who have special needs. And in this instance, we're talking about autism. We can afford to do this. We've heard from members to say that this is a 10-cent investment, 10 cents investment from Canadians across this country. And what we need is a collective action from all Canadians to do that, and only the government, in passing this motion, will that happen. So my question to the member is this: would he not agree that we as Canadians can indeed afford to do this? In fact, what I would say is that we cannot afford to not do this. Is that correct?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant in 45 seconds or less.
I thank the member both for her passion and the emphasis she has put on this as being so unbelievably simple to do and so small in relative terms to what the government prioritizes as spending. But let me talk just quickly with the few seconds I have left about the fact that this is a whole-of-life issue for individuals. And someone on the government side said this earlier. The biggest situation that people have to deal with is what will happen when I'm not here any longer. Who's going to take care of these individuals? This group will help define that, will help give direction to that, and will help families dealing with that very question across this country. And if we do not fund this group, this is incredibly shameful.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today about autism spectrum disorders. The Government of Canada recognized that the autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, has serious health, social, and financial consequences for individuals and families. Indeed, we must all be prepared for the challenges presented by the increasing number of the children being diagnosed with ASD if we are to help them live healthier and more productive lives. I acknowledge the effort across the country to support those who are living with ASD. Often, much of the support comes from the healthcare, education, and social services sectors. While these domains are under the responsibility of the provincial and territorial governments, federal investments in data collection, in research and innovations, and in skills training all contribute to the improved services and programs. An essential aspect in supporting these frontline efforts is obtaining a clear understanding of the magnitude and characteristic of ASD, both across regions and over time. Many of us know that there are public concerns about increases in the number of Canadian children and youth with ASD. While research supports the conclusion that ASD diagnoses are rising, we don't currently have comprehensive data for Canada. Thus, we lack the building blocks nationally that will allow us to accurately report on how many people are living with the autism and how many new cases are emerging. This is a gap that the governments are working together to address, and the work is well underway. Complete, valid, timely, and representative prevalence information on the number of Canadians with ASD are needed to take an informed and calculated action. This is why we are building the National Autism Spectrum Disorder Surveillance System, or NASS. The NASS is led and coordinated by the Public Health Agency of Canada in partnership with provinces and territories. The system collects, analyzes annual information on children aged 5 to 18 who have ASD. The information is from a range of sources, including administrative records from health, education, or social service sectors. The complexity of this undertaking means that we must work in cooperation with different levels of the government and across sectors. At its core, the NSS is a collaboration of federal, provincial, and territorial governments working together with other stakeholders to build a comprehensive picture of ASD in Canada. For example, Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Richmond Hill, we'll soon be opening a center in support of autism that will be opened by RENA, a non-for-profit organization which promotes dignity, individuality, independence, and personal growth, and community inclusion for people with development disabilities, including autism. Mr. Speaker, the key objective of NASS surveillance system are two. Number one, estimate how many Canadians have ASD and how many new cases are emerging over time. Two, describe the population of Canadians with ASD and compare pattern within Canada and internationally. Three, better understand the impact on Canadians with ASD. Four, increase public awareness and understanding. And five, inform policy and program decision-making. As noted earlier, the development of NASS is a substantial undertaking that continues to depend on the engagement and collaboration within the wide range of partners. Consultation with provinces and territories and with ASD stakeholder communities, as well as extensive study of the provincial and territorial data sources, have been essential to progress in developing and implementing ASD surveillance. The Public Health Agency of Canada put in place an external advisory committee to guide the work on ASS, made up from experts from across Canada. Members include provincial representatives, clinicians, policy experts, and stakeholder groups representing the interests of those living with ASD and their families. Based on guidance from this advisory committee, the initial focus is on tracking ASD among children and youth, as I said. The work is critical and complete, and timely information on autism trends remains key to informing program delivery to support families. In developing the NASS, we are also cognizant of the unique needs and circumstances of individual provinces and territories. As part of the program design, the Public Health Agency used a collaborative and phased approach to support provinces and territories in joining the NASS. This ensured that the national ASD surveillance objectives are met and the information needs for jurisdictions are addressed. The process also accommodates varying states of jurisdiction readiness. The reality is that there is significant diversity in capabilities to participate. Mr. Speaker, because of this, the Public Health Agency of Canada has engaged provinces and territories based on their current data system. In many cases, this has involved supporting them with preliminary feasibility and validation projects. Mr. Speaker, in terms of data collection, participating provincial and territorial partners will collect and share this information with the Public Health Agency at periodic intervals for inclusion in the NASS. While ownership of collected data resides with the provinces and territories, the Federal Public Health Agency plays an important stewardship role. Experts review data quality, generate analysis, and provide interpretation in order to support public reporting on the state of ASD in Canada. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, the NASS will provide the evidence to inform critical planning of programs, services, and research. That will make a difference for Canadians living with ASD, their families, and their caregivers. The National ASD Surveillance System illustrates the solid partnership among federal, provincial, and territorial government to improve data and to use data to drive decisions and actions. Presently, 7 provinces and territories are on board, and work is underway to recruit additional jurisdictions. Complex surveillance systems like this one takes time and resources. Their impact, however, is substantial. Mr. Speaker, a major milestone will be reached in 2018. The first public report for ASD prevalence in Canada is planned for release. Shortly thereafter, we look forward 2, comprehensive implementation of NASS as we get closer to the full provincial and territorial participation, surveillance capacity and infrastructure development, and expansion of surveillance to adult population. Mr. Speaker, we must constantly remember that all collaborative efforts are targeted to ultimately help children and families affected by ASD. This clear federal leadership role is filling a gap that is foundational for all ASD stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member shows a good working knowledge of the autism surveillance system. It was something that our government put in place, and it is very important, critically important. But again, I ask that, this is not what we're discussing today. The autism surveillance program is important, but what is the point of surveillance? What is the point of identifying who in the country has autism if you're not going to use the information? Once we know someone has autism, is it okay that their families are mortgaging their houses to get evidence-based treatment? Is it okay that 85% of people with autism in this country are not employed? Is that okay? So I'm going to ask a very clear question. Is the honourable member going to support this motion, yes or no?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member across, and I'm going to try this time to make sure that I pronounce the writing correctly. The member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. Thank you. Let me bring the conversation back. I thank you for, I thank the member for the great question. Let me go back to say, what is it that the government is trying to do? So through the previous government, we had a program that it continues. As it was discussed, that was the foundation for us to be able to start the journey and be successful. Now, this government is providing a number of fundings, and I can go through those fundings, and my other honourable member went through Canadian Institute of Health Research. The Government of Canada has invested more than $39 million in autism research over the 5 years. And I commend the previous government, and I acknowledge the fact that our current government is continuing to do that. The investment contributes to providing the research evidence needed for the development of new tools and treatment. We also invested $8 million in 2015-2016 in ASD research, and invested another $5.3 million in 2016 for research in hospital for sick children. So we now are entering the second phase, which is providing new funding to ensure that the issue is addressed. Now, the third piece of the puzzle is really, and I'll wrap it up quickly, the third piece of the puzzle is getting and collecting the information so we can ensure that go forward the funds are properly allocated and the programs are well defined, working with the provinces and territories.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague saying that the government was in its second phase of investment when it comes to the autism spectrum disorder. Today, a member is asking that, based on studies that have been done, and the Canadian Autism Partnership is requesting an investment of $19 million over 5 years in order to continue to look at the lack of analysis and looking into managing the issue in Canada's school systems and the public health care system, among other things. I know that in schools it's difficult for teachers to intervene in the cases of children affected by different degrees of autism because there was not enough training, and it's necessary to intervene as early as possible when children are affected by the disorder in order to give them the tools that they need, to give them all the help that is available, but research is required in order to be able to put resources into schools. If the government believes in this and wants to invest in this and meet the needs of this partnership, and when we know that 1 out of 68 children is affected by the disorder, this is increased in over 100% over the last 10 years, and resources have not increased at the same rate to meet those needs. I don't understand where the government and the member is coming from. I get the impression that they're not going to support this motion, which is essential. This is an issue that affects many young people, and they are eventually going to grow up, and they need resources in order to be able to get by as adults later on. We need the involvement of the federal government, and I hope that the member will be able to say that he's going to support this motion.
In 45 seconds or less, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member across. I agree with the fact that we need to look at this from many dimensions. Let me draw a parallel between the way we are dealing with the autism in our government and the way we dealt with mental health. As you know, as the honourable member knows, we did a lot of studies and analysis, and as a result, $5 billion over 10 years has been allocated to deal with mental health, which 1 out of every 5 Canadians is dealing with. So collecting the data and making sure that we have the right data to analyze where the services needed and forming a partnership across Canada with all the provinces and territories is really the focus of what. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak about autism spectrum disorder, and in particular its impact on individuals and families in our communities. I would like to begin by commending the great work of the member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, when it comes to raising awareness about the needs of individuals affected by autism spectrum disorder. While today is specific to autism spectrum disorder, I do want to raise the fact that many people in our communities face challenges in seeking treatments and proper support for caregivers and loved ones with serious disabilities. I hear from many people at the door, in my office, and in various situations about their challenges. My daughter has had the opportunity to volunteer as part of a reverse integration project at the Beverly School in Toronto. Some of the students at Beverly School have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Beverly School teaches students from JK to grade 8, and the philosophy of the school is a team approach to support the educational needs of students who have developmental and/or physical disabilities. I mention this because spaces like the Beverly School are so important to younger students with autism spectrum disorder. And one student, my daughter, wrote on their blog about the school the following: Beverly isn't a place of work, nor a place where you have to go to take tests or to have to be forced to learn something you don't want to learn. You are surrounded by supportive and helpful friends. In gym class, H and E would walk in a circle holding hands, and then we would try to throw the rainbow ball into the hoop, and it turns out that S is quite good at basketball. We had fun, and that is, in my opinion, what Beverly does best: making work that could be tiresome and changing it and making it more fun and comprehensible. Something a lot of schools are missing and that Beverly excels at. I've highlighted the Beverly School because it is one example of the bright lights for children with disabilities and their families. And today, I would like to focus on that aspect of today's motion. How can we support people with autism spectrum disorder and their families or caregivers? I talked with a family in my community, which includes 2 children with a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. The boys have been students at Beverly School. And the challenges highlighted by their story is similar to what I have heard from many similarly situated families, not just with autism spectrum disorder, but also with severe disabilities. The challenges are financial and the need for caregiving assistance. I would like to describe the concerns raised in the parents' own words. Since both boys are physically able, and indeed physically precocious boys, we are stretched to the absolute limit of our endurance to look after them. While we are fortunate enough to be able to afford in-home private support, this, in combination with our expenditures on camps and special programs, costs us about $50,000 to $60,000 each year. As we grow older, we are worn by our sons' disabilities. We worry about their future and our future. The boys cannot be looked after in a home setting as they grow older without professional and motivated caregivers present for 16 hours each day, assuming they're not in school. There are no publicly provided solutions for a problem like this. We are faced with group home care, which is largely unavailable or a quite startling financial burden. The publicly supported responses to this sort of disability long ago turned away from institutionalization. We cannot say that we disagree with this. The resulting vacuum, however, has left us in a completely untenable situation. And the reason I wanted to read that part of that family's testimony is because we need to give voice to some of the people who are directly impacted by the issues we're debating today. It is important for us to take into account their perspectives as to the needs we must meet. Today is about autism spectrum disorder, but the general question of supporting individuals with disabilities and their families or caregivers should also be part of this discussion. The issues raised by the person who I quoted earlier are similar to many other disabilities as well. Last week, I saw the play The Boy in the Moon at the Crow's Theatre in my community. The play is based on Ian Brown's book about raising his son, Walker, who has a rare genetic disorder. It pointed to some of the same challenges: parent or caregiver fatigue, financial concerns, wanting proper opportunities for your child, and concerns about your child's future as the parents or caregivers age. I would like us to consider this universality, because when we consider such issues as family or caregiver supports, where a child has been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, I would like us to also consider how we can create a framework that includes all individuals with more severe disabilities and their families. Today, I'm advocating for such an inclusive framework, a way to ensure that individuals with severe disabilities who will not be able to live independently and their families have proper supports. I had the opportunity to hear from Sister Sue Mosteller of the Sisters of St. Joseph recently as part of a consultation on our national poverty reduction strategy. And she provided a moving presentation on supporting people with disabilities and their families. She told the story of a family she was working with where two sons had chromosome disorders, and the sons required constant supervision. The parents were exhausted. And she flagged the need for parent respite, the same issue of how do we support these families. A common theme that also arises is a concern about long-term care for individuals who will never be able to live independently. What will happen as parents age and cannot look after their adult children? On this point, I would like to tell you about what I heard from someone else in my community who wrote to me. He wrote, "Unlike children who grow up and become active members of the workforce, a severely disabled person like our son will never be able to do this. This results in increasing costs for our care for him, not decreasing costs like most families. Combine this with the fact that as he turns 18 to 21, much of the infrastructure we have relied on disappears or changes. Years ago, the system chose to migrate children of this ilk to the home from institutions. I have no doubt that this change has resulted in a better quality of life for the children and families. Frankly, I can't imagine having it another way. But the system has not provided enough support to those of us at home. My wife can't work as she has to care for our son, and I'm still taxed heavily, even though our mandatory expenses can become debilitating. The system," he says, to finalize his quote, is, "The system is awash with good intentions, but poor outcomes." So the question for today is, how do we move beyond good intentions to get to good outcomes? I have heard from many people today about the funding that has gone on to science to find means of early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. We have heard about how the government is supporting initiatives to better understand multiple factors that can influence autism spectrum disorder, as well as the projects that are being undertaken to understand autism's development over the course of a person's life. All of this is important, and I am happy to see these steps that are being taken to support this research. However, today I would like us to also consider the issue of how we deal with that vacuum that has been pointed out by people in my community. What is the support that we are providing to individuals with severe disabilities? And so when I'm talking about that, specifically those people who will not be able to live independently. And what supports are we providing for their families? As we have moved away from institutionalization, which I applaud, how will we make sure that across our country, the future for these individuals is secure and that the families are supported? I look forward to working with my colleagues in this place on both sides of the aisle to move beyond good intentions to good outcomes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really enjoyed the honourable member's speech. A little bit different than some of the things we've heard from the Liberal members that have spoken so far, coming from a personal background, and to be honest, agree with almost everything that the honourable member had to say. We have before us right now a motion on a Canadian Autism Partnership, worked on by experts, by self-advocates, by researchers from across the country. Autism is by far the most common neurological disorder facing North Americans today. 1 in 68, as mentioned. If you think of a family of 4, 1 in 17 people directly in a family living with someone with autism. This is a major step forward beyond just good intentions to real action, something that will make a tangible difference in those people's lives. And if you talk to the people that have been involved in this process all along, they are very much engaged in the idea that what happens with the Canadian Autism Partnership will have meaningful impact beyond just people with autism. And there's a real intention behind moving forward in that way. So I asked the honourable member the same question that I've asked each member that I've spoken to. Can the people in Canada's autism community count on this member's support when it comes time to vote on this motion?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
And I thank you for that question. A lot of what I flagged was that I'm listening to this debate. I'm listening to what people are saying to try and get a sense of how we should be moving forward. But when I look to what I raised as the issues, I do have a concern of making sure that we are not leaving people behind. When we're talking about a broader framework that would look after people and their caregivers in the long term, providing a future, I worry sometimes when we're doing just a targeted approach, and I appreciate that you just mentioned that you think it would have an impact beyond autism spectrum disorder. But I also want to make sure for the other people who I mentioned in this, that when we're looking at what can we provide for long-term supports and we're looking to the future, what happens for aging parents, that we consider that as well. It might be that we have to keep discussing exactly how that looks, but what I will commit to and say is that I don't want it to be just a discussion, and I really do want to try and find some solutions.
Before we go to the next question, I just want to remind the honourable members that they do speak through the speaker, not directly across. I know it's not, it's an emotional topic, and sometimes it's difficult to well, we get carried away. It's only, we're all human. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I truly appreciate the context in which my colleague has talked about the bigger picture. And if I can just pick up on that, the Minister of Health has literally hundreds if not even close to thousands of requests that come into the department on a wide variety of issues. And would she not agree that it's fair to say that when the government makes these decisions, it takes all sorts of factors into consideration, such as other ways in which they're trying to deal with issues, including autism. So is it not fair to say that this government is, in fact, acting on the issue of autism in the best way in which it feels that it can? And at the end of the day, that when we take a look at issues, that we need to also take into consideration the different stakeholders. In particular, I'm talking about the other government agencies and the role that they would also be playing when we come to dealing with issues like the autism spectrum.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
And through Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank him for that question. The jurisdictional issues are very complex in this case. There's no doubt about that. And that shouldn't be something that stops us from taking further action, but it is something that we have to make sure that we have properly considered when we go forward. And what I would put forward is that we must absolutely take action on this issue. It is something I hear about all the time from people in my community on the issue that I have raised about how do we support individuals and families with children who are not going to be able to support themselves and live independently. but there are jurisdictional issues that our government will have to have discussions with the provinces on that to find the proper solutions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Speaker, I'm so honoured to speak to this motion today on behalf of my friend and colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. I remember so clearly, Mr. Speaker, when I was elected as a trustee to the Waterloo County Board of Education in 1978. I remember when the superintendent mentioned the word autism, and I have to be honest, I didn't even know what the word autism meant. I remember, though, how our officials grappled to address the needs of the children and their families who were suffering with autism. Since that time, it's obvious that we've come a long way in addressing this issue, but we still have a very long way to go. The impacts of autism are wide-ranging for individuals and families affected by the condition. Autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, can present lifelong challenges. For researchers, ASD is particularly complex as it affects each individual differently. A great deal of valuable research has already been done to uncover the causes of ASD, as well as research into the most effective treatments and long-term implications of this disorder. However, further research is required in order to gain a more solid understanding of this very complex situation. That is why today's motion is so important. Let me read just the appeal that's in the motion, Mr. Speaker. The House calls on the government to grant $19 million over 5 years as requested by the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group, Self-Advocates Advisory Group, and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance in order to establish a Canadian Autism Partnership that would support families and address key issues such as information sharing and research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. Over the past few weeks, I've been contacted a number of times by a constituent in my riding with autism. Allow me to share a few of his words with this House. Quote, "I am autistic on an extreme of the spectrum called Asperger's syndrome. I have been incredibly blessed by the fact that I am high-functioning Asperger's and have a great support group of family and friends, so I do not face the same challenges that most with autism and Asperger's syndrome face. While I face few of the challenges that many with autism and Asperger's syndrome do, I do have some idea of the challenges, and therefore this is a big issue for me. I have been aware for a few weeks after the statements in the House of Commons by the Member of Parliament for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin that in the last budget, the Liberal government has not supplied funding to the Canadian Autism Partnership. This bothers me tremendously. I don't like to see any loss of funding to groups that work on autism planning, strategies, and awareness. I have taken a lot of time to decide whether or not to say anything about this because it is a very important issue for me, but also a very private one. This is not a question, I suppose, and I don't know what to do to bring this issue to the federal government's attention. So this is just me expressing my frustration with the situation to make you aware of my concerns." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2015, established by our former Conservative government, proposed to provide $2 million in 2015-16 to create a working group led by the Minister of Health to consult with stakeholders, including the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance, on the development of a Canadian Autism Partnership. Of the $2 million in funding, $1.5 million would be used to support stakeholder participation in the working group. The working group would be tasked with the development of a plan for the Canadian Autism Partnership that would address key issues such as information sharing and research, early detection, diagnosis and treatment, and supporting families. This is exactly what my constituent and thousands of Canadians are asking for. In fact, this young man, now a university student, states, quote, "I was diagnosed as Asperger's on the autism spectrum when I was 9 years old. One of the biggest challenges I face is that my reading comprehension is very weak. I read a level behind my year in grades 1 and 2, and because of this, now that I am in university, this presents a major challenge because of all the reading required for my classes. My short-term memory is not very strong, but my long-term memory is very strong. As a combination of all of the above, schoolwork takes me twice as long as a normal person to complete. This means during school I do not sleep much at all. Some corrections can be made by using text-to-voice software to dictate all of my work. as well as using software to read my work back to me. This is very helpful when it comes to editing essays, and the software can also be used to read my readings to me, which reduces my work time somewhat. But challenges still exist in taking notes as well as studying. There is really no way to correct the note-taking problems, but studying can be addressed by studying orally in a group. Many of the ways I can use to overcome or correct my challenges came from professionals, and I would really hate for others younger than me not to have access to such services because of budgetary reasons." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Autism Partnership is designed to rapidly drive policy improvements at all levels of government for Canadian families living with autism. Whatever the challenge related to autism, for example, early intervention, education, housing, vocation, the CAP will bring the top experts in the country together to provide solid, evidence-based advice to decision makers. As important as what the CAP is what it is not. It is not just another autism organization. Rather, it's a true partnership intended to represent the entire Canadian autism community, speaking together with one voice on the many things on which the Canadian autism community largely agrees. Taken directly from the Canadian Autism Partnership Project's report, Better Together, the Case for a Canadian Autism Partnership, quote, "With input received from 4,963 Canadians representing all 10 provinces and 3 territories, it is clear that there is a strong positive support for the CAP model as presented in this business plan. In particular, stakeholders valued the opportunities that CAP would provide for collaboration and knowledge exchange. They saw the potential for achieving efficiencies in programming and service delivery and the benefits of a knowledge repository. Families and self-advocates were enthusiastic about the potential for being able to influence the research agenda and recognized that the proposed CAP may not necessarily address their immediate issues. Its focus on addressing complex issues and systemic barriers were an essential part of moving towards improved outcomes for families and individuals and enhancing capacity in communities. The development of the Canadian Autism Partnership provides a unique opportunity to harness the collective investment, innovation, knowledge, and capacity of a nation to get behind one of the most pressing issues of our time by enabling governments, researchers, and service leaders to work together to address these barriers that prevent Canadians with autism from participating in the full experience of our Canadian society." End quote. Individuals with autism and their families want what everyone else wants: to fulfill their aspirations and flourish with the support of their family, friends, and society as a whole. All too often, however, they and their families face a strong stigma and lack of understanding in the challenges they face and the support they need in order to reach their full potential. Families can feel that they're on their own. They might not know which way to turn or where to seek the best advice. However, through their personal advocacy efforts, individuals affected by autism and their families have shown us how resilient they are. People affected by this condition can and do succeed with the right support, as evidenced by the young man from my riding whom I quoted earlier. It's important that these individuals and their families know that the federal government is working with its partners and other stakeholders to support the autism community by enhancing the evidence base and increasing awareness. Mr. Speaker, this is why the Liberal government must approve this funding. I'll finish with this. Many times over the past 11 years, I've served here in Parliament, and again today, my friend and colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, has shared his very personal journey with this House. He has demonstrated how a family deals effectively with the enormous challenges faced by those dealing with autism. It's been a real honor for me and my colleagues on this side of the House especially, but for all members to have met Jayden, to see the fantastic enjoyment that he gets from life, and to experience the joy that he gives to us as members. I'm amazed at the perseverance and tenacity that is needed by every family and community that deals with autism on a daily basis. It's clear that we need to do all that we can to raise their awareness and work toward effective support solutions. I hope that on this important, non-partisan issue, that all members will support this motion by my colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
I would like to thank the member opposite for that speech and everything that he has said. My question for him is whether, when looking at the specific needs that we're all raising and talking about today, we've been talking about autism spectrum disorder, but there are commonalities for other families as well, dealing with other severe disabilities. Whether he sees options and what he would see as those options for how we can serve all families, making sure we're not creating gaps between people who might have one named illness and maybe a very rare genetic disorder that isn't being spoken about today. What does he see as potential openings and a framework to deal with those situations?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for this question. But this question gets to the heart of the challenges that are faced by every MP every day. So to stand behind or hide behind the argument that there may be some gaps or we can't meet everyone's need on all of the range of issues that we're faced with as parliamentarians, I think is an easy way out. It's an easy way out of actually dealing with a problem that we've all recognized in this House for decades, and we know that we need to do something. And so I would urge my colleagues, please, Mr. Speaker, through you, please do not hide behind the facade of saying, well, we can't help everybody, so we're not going to help anybody. All of you have heard that story of the young guy who's on the beach and the starfish have been washed up on the shore and they're stranded there, and he walks along throwing the starfish back into the ocean, and somebody comes along and saying, what you're doing is useless. You're not making any difference. And he picked up another one and he said, well, I made a difference for that one. And I know that story's been told hundreds of times, but it illustrates to me what I think the heart of this issue is and the response that is applicable to the member opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech, and I think it's clear that on this side of the House there's wide support to support families who have persons living with autism. What's desperately needed, though, is leadership from the government, not excuses about things that may or may not be there. It is leadership that's needed, and the provinces desperately need this as well. They need some direction. They need to know that the federal government cares about persons living with autism throughout their entire life, recognizes the support that's necessary, and will put the money into the Canadian Autism Partnership. The money that we're talking about is such a small amount of money to be given that will make such a huge difference in the way we go forward in talking about persons with autism in our country. Every person in this House knows someone in their family, in their community, certainly in their constituency, who has a person living with autism and who needs the federal government to show the leadership that's necessary. So I ask the member, through you, Mr. Speaker, if he agrees that the $19 million is a small amount of money to help all of those families, and that the leadership should be shown from this government today with a vote in favour.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her comments and for her interest in this issue. Mr. Speaker, $19 million over 5 years. We're talking less than $4 million a year. And I think that's a very small amount in relationship to the needs out there, in relationship to the entire budget. And I want to point out that the Conservative government provided leadership on this back in 2015, 2016, when we committed $2 million to get this started. And now we're pulling back from a commitment that the Government of Canada had made to this entire community and their families. And Mr. Speaker, to me it's unconscionable, because as my colleague has pointed out, there isn't one member in this House, I'm convinced, there's not one member in this House that can say they don't have a relative or a former schoolmate or a neighbor, someone that has been impacted. And then not just that one person has been impacted, Mr. Speaker, but the ramifications of the challenges that are faced by the families and communities that are surrounding these individuals. It is incumbent upon us to act, and to act now, and I hope that we can convince at least enough members on the opposite side to support this motion, which is very worthy of support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it truly is a privilege to stand and join the debate today on this very important motion. But first of all, I want to acknowledge the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin in terms of, the passionate support that he has brought to this issue. He's also in a very public way, shared the joys and the challenges of being a parent of a child with autism. And so really, I think he has done so much, and we need to recognize him here in this House. You know, I'm going to talk a little bit in terms of what autism is, share a bit of personal experience, and then really talk about the importance of what this motion is and what this motion will do in terms of the Canadian Autism Partnership Program. But as many might have said, is autism spectrum disorder is widely considered one of the fastest growing neurological disorders in Canada, an estimated 1 in 68 children. So we have over 500,000 children impacted in Canada. It's a lifelong diagnosis that manifests itself in a wide range of symptoms, including difficulty communicating, social impairments, restrictive and repetitive behaviors. And of course, individuals with autism and their families face unique challenges over their lifespan and often can lead to crisis situations. So it's not just a health issue that we're dealing with, it's something that really has overarching implications. And really, it is, when they say it's a spectrum disorder, the range of the symptoms that people have and how it is in each person is so variable and so different. So I think, I want to go and really maybe put those numbers into perspective. In Canada in 2017, there's going to be close to 400,000 children that are going to be born, and about 3,800 of them will be welcomed into the world. And the initial reaction of the doctors and the people that look at this newborn infant will be, you have a healthy baby boy. And things will go along quite well for often a number of months, sometimes years, but there's sometimes small things or large things that start to create concerns with the parents. So I think, I had the privilege of working as a nurse in a small rural community for many, many years, and so you often would see these newborn babies, and part of what your role was doing developmental assessments and monitoring as they headed to looking for developmental milestones at year 1, year 2, before they entered kindergarten. And I'll just give you maybe 2 examples on the sort of spectrum. One baby that was born, I can remember them coming into the office, and we were doing an 18-month immunization check. And the mom started to express some significant concerns in terms of the verbal ability of her child, the sort of tension within her child. She knew something wasn't quite right. Things were not going on in the way that her older daughter had progressed in terms of milestones. So the parents' instincts, she knew something was wrong, and of course ended up getting further assessment and had a diagnosis of autism. That early diagnosis really made a difference in terms of the ability to intervene and sort of mitigate perhaps some of the symptoms that the child was experiencing. Another mother I can remember, she had a school-age child who was about 10 years old, and she once said to me, she said, God gave me patience and then God gave me Mark. And she didn't know that anything was wrong other than he had some challenges that she just couldn't quite put her finger on. Spoke well, obviously very bright, but there were some issues in terms of social interaction and a few other areas of his life, and had been a particularly challenging child for her as a parent. When that was further investigated, he was actually diagnosed again with an autism spectrum disorder. He just got a little bit of help in his school, and it made all the difference in the world to have that diagnosis, to have that bit of support, to learn how to accommodate some of his needs that he had, and obviously went on to in his case, a very successful future. As critic of the Indigenous affairs, it would be, I think it's important for me to also comment on that as an issue. There's a lot of research that has been done out there, and in the Indigenous community, it's believed that there's a significant underdiagnosis in terms of children experiencing these problems, and also significant issues in terms of having support and interventions. And, you know, the government talks about Jordan's principle and how it's important for having equitable services. This is an opportunity within this motion because the Canadian Association Autism Partnership Group has recognized that they need to work with Indigenous communities and really sort of provide support and work with them in terms of ensuring diagnosis and having the appropriate supports that are available. So that is within some of the goals that have been mentioned. I do want to do a special shout out to my writing, Chris Rose Center for Autism. I first visited that facility probably about 20 years ago, and it was for children who were having too much difficulty to be in the regular school system. And I was absolutely amazed by the team, the commitment, and the passion and the support that they were giving to help the many children that went to their facility. So I think, facilities like the Chris Rose Center, he has a school program, they had an extended program, they have a summer program, and they also have support for adults with autism. And those facilities are across the country, but what happens is sometimes it's hard as a facility providing care to have that support that you need in terms of what's the latest research, what's the most up-to-date in terms of intervention. And again, I think we have something that will move us forward with the Canadian Autism Partnership. So what's it designed to do? It's designed to rapidly drive policy improvements at all levels of government for Canadian families living with autism, whatever the challenge is. So whether it's early intervention, education, housing, vocation, they will bring the top experts in the country together to provide solid evidence-based advice to decision makers. And Mr. Speaker, I've been hearing from the Liberals, they talk about, I'm not really quite sure what they're talking about when they're resisting this a little bit. I think it's important to recognize this is building on a lot of work that the federal government has undertaken for a number of years now. In 2007, there was a Senate report that came out that recognized, it was called Pay Now or Pay Later. It recognized there were some issues. There's been a lot of hard work done by a lot of organizations to get us to where we are now. It's got great guiding principles in terms of it's dedicated. One of the Liberal questions was that she said it's not going to help with a particular situation. So I would encourage her to read the report because in actual fact, the example that she gave, they're specifically designed to help. So all aspects of life with autism across the spectrum and throughout the entire lifespan. Relentless in terms of its reliance on solid evidence and to dedication to converting that evidence into prompt policy that improves life for Canadians and those living with autism. So again, I would encourage the Liberals especially to read what the guiding principles are, what the plan is, and then when they look at what is a $19 million request, and that's, I know $19 million is a significant amount of money, but in terms of a federal government budget, and in terms of what can be accomplished, I can't think of a better way to spend $19 million over 5 years. This particular initiative, voting yes, is going to make a profound difference to the 7,000 babies, their families, their communities that I just talked about, to centers such as the one I mentioned in my writing, who will benefit from the ongoing sort of research and advice and support that they'll get. So again, I think when people stand up to vote into this House, it really is a modest funding request, and it will have a profound influence. I urge all members to support this motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for her speech. Nous avons, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we all have a story, whether it be linked to a specific person. We all know somebody who every day lives with or supports those who are dealing with ASD. And it's something we're speaking openly about now, something that didn't happen in recent years. My colleague mentioned barriers for those with autism, and that's something that we want to improve. We want to improve processes. We want to improve research. We want to do more to help families. And we are not against that idea, but we have the opportunity here today to have a public consultation across Canada to ensure that we identify the obstacles facing those with autism and also all those living with a disability. For example, we know that a threshold that is difficult to get through in a wheelchair is a barrier for many. I'd like to ask my colleague, should we not be looking at the ensemble of all persons with disabilities and include those with autism in the upcoming Disability Act?
So, Mr. Speaker, first of all, there is no point in reduplicating the amazing work and consultation process that has already happened. Again, I encourage all members to actually read the documents because there's been a lot of work, significant consultation, and this is a process that's building. I mean, absolutely, we need to do support people with disabilities, and we have a number of initiatives, and I'm always very proud of the work, especially done by our former colleague, Jim Flaherty, Minister of Finance, that every single budget that he ever tabled in this House recognized the challenges for parents living with disabilities, and he made a profound difference in that area, and for that, that's one of his great legacies. So it's not an either or. This is work that has been done that just needs to continue to be built upon. So I guess I grow concerned when I hear the questions from the Liberals in terms of, please make sure you read the document before you vote and see how much work has been done, and let's continue to build on that very important foundation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
I'd like to thank the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou for her remarks and her consistent support in this House for a more inclusive society, because I think that's what this motion is really about, is a more inclusive Canada, and something that I always try to stand up for. My question is, I guess I wonder if she's as frustrated as I am with the circuitous kind of answers we're getting from the government side. There's only a couple of words missing: whole of government, I haven't heard that one yet, and reprofiling. And once you hear those two, then you'll know the answer is not happening. But so far, we've had merely vagueness and bringing in all kinds of other issues than the issue we're actually talking about here, which is a strategy to get moving on autism in a national strategy. So I wonder if she's as frustrated as I am with this debate.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I think if every member of the Liberal government read the documents and had the free opportunity to vote, they could do nothing but vote for this motion. This motion is $19 million over 5 years, will impact hundreds of thousands of Canadians in a positive way. What better way to spend $19 million to really help support communities, families, and children and adults living with ASD?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may just start off by recognizing that there are many colleagues on both sides of the House that are celebrating the Vyshavanka Day, which is a day in which we will put on these beautiful clothings that actually originate in terms of Ukraine heritage, something in which we all are very, very proud of. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I've been here since the debate began, listening to comments in regards to what it is that opposition members are saying and believing, and listening to my colleagues here also as they try to express how they feel about this very important issue. I think it's important to start off by saying that all of us are very much aware of autism spectrum and the consequences of that particular spectrum on our society. And, Mr. Speaker, I often hear from members across the way in particular where they'll talk about the numbers. They'll say, and it really ranges, you know, they say 1 in 68 1 in 70-something. We've had 500,000 children has been referred to. And I think it's important to recognize that there is different levels, different areas of autism on the spectrum. I am familiar with it in two ways, the issue. One is it is very much a family issue for me personally, as it is for the sponsor of the resolution or the motion. I come from a perspective of being a healthcare critic in a province where healthcare continues to grow in terms of the overall expenditure of government, billions of dollars in the province of Manitoba, as an example. And I say that because as I continue to talk, I'm going to talk about the importance of the different stakeholders, the provinces, the territories, the nonprofit groups, and the many others that are out there. But I wanted to communicate to those that may be listening that when we talk about autism, it is something in which there are issues that many in society might be able to identify quite quickly. So when you talk about that large number of Canadians that are impacted, it's a significant percentage where one might actually be able to pick up on it in a relatively quick fashion. But that is not the only situation. There are many people that have autism today that have still not even been detected of having autism. So we really don't know the number. It's important that we recognize, and I look at Asperger as a form of autism, where we have had individuals, and I can think, Mr. Speaker, of Albert Einstein as an example, many believe and speculate that he did have Asperger disorder. We have Dan Aykroyd, an individual that is indicated that he had Asperger disorder. There's been other individuals, Mr. Speaker, and because someone has an autism, it doesn't mean that they are completely dysfunctional. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they are just as much as lovable as individuals that do not have Asperger, and they can function fully in society in many different ways. And I think that that's something in which we can also and should also be talking about. I am very proud of my family members, as the sponsor of the resolution talked about his son. I'm very proud of my family members in the way in which they've been able to overcome, in many ways, some of the disadvantages of having autism. But I also recognize that there are certain aspects to an Asperger disorder, for example, that will enable some individuals to excel. Some of the greatest musicians in the world, you'll find, have had some connection with Asperger disorder. I have heard firsthand some of that music being played, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about it, I don't think that we should try to apply one label that fits all. And I'm not going to accuse members of, in fact, that's what is taking place, Madam Speaker, but I think it's important that
we have a point of order for the honourable member for Alderman. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, relevance is a very important part of this House. During question period, the government can refuse successfully not to answer questions, but this is not question period. This is debate. And Mr. Speaker, the member needs to answer the question. Will the government provide the funding for autism, yes or no? And he's not answering the question.
I believe the honourable member can wait till questions are asked to ask that question. I'd just like to remind the honourable member that what happens sometimes, people do tend to deviate, and I've heard certain debates go into certain directions, and then the honourable member often brings it back around and makes it relevant. I'll leave that to the honourable parliamentary secretary, and I'm sure he appreciates you. I'm sure he appreciates all of you coaching him, but I'm sure I'll let him continue.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure how me talking about Asperger disorder and autism is not relevant to what we're debating today. That is the very subject in which we're talking about, and every third word I've been making reference. Well, maybe not every third word, but I can't believe how the member opposite wouldn't have recognized in terms of just how important this issue is, and before possibly answering maybe what they might be posing to me at the end of my speech, I think it's important that I share with members of the House both my personal experience and the understanding that I have of the issue. You know, how nice it is, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward a wonderful motion. And it is a wonderful motion that is ultimately causing a debate for a full day here inside the House. And I've heard a lot of wonderful things being said in support of the need for government to do something on autism. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that we have seen a Minister of Health in a government of Canada being very progressive in pushing this issue forward. And Mr. Speaker, I could cite some specific examples if that helps the members across the way. But before I do that, I think it's important that we recognize that the Minister of Health, or the Government of Canada, is still actually engaging with many other different groups to identify other potential opportunities for partnerships, and with other departments to determine where investments can best help those with autism and their families. And I think that all of us would agree the primary objective here should be is how do we help those in the families and those that are affected by autism directly. We understand in terms of the ministry is in fact engaged on this issue. The opposition has already made their decision, and it's supported by the New Democrats. And that's good for them, Mr. Speaker. We know that the fine work that the Canadian Autism Partnership has done in the past. We recognize that. I've visited their website, as I'm sure most members have. They've done a phenomenal job in terms of consultations, reaching out, and trying to come back with the government on some proposals. And in fact, the Minister of Health did have the opportunity to review the issue that was presented. And there was a decision that was made in regards to it. And the member across the way is asking us to review that decision, or to rethink that decision. But I think it's important that all of us recognize that because the Conservatives or the member opposite brings forward a motion asking for an allocation of $19 million does not mean that the government has not taken this issue seriously. We take this issue just as seriously as the former government. We have a Minister of Health that has been meeting with provincial jurisdictions across every region of our country. In fact, we've even achieved health care accords. And I would suspect that a good part of discussions that take place amongst the bureaucrats at both the provincial and national level deal with issues like autism, like fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. All of these issues, Mr. Speaker, are very important for us to deal with. And it's not just $19 million that we're talking about. I would suggest to you we are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars when you start talking about dealing with things such as autism, fetal alcohol syndrome, and other disabling, challenging issues that our children and young adults have to face. The Minister of Health has a broader responsibility to ensure that we're, as much as possible, providing the leadership that's necessary in order for us to be able to deal with these issues in a very tangible way, Mr. Speaker. That's why the parliamentary secretary earlier talked about a couple of things, and I'd like to highlight a few of those. You know, the Canadian Institute of Health Research, $39 million over the past 5 years, Mr. Speaker. That's a significant amount of money that's going towards health research. Additionally, in the budget 2017, support to parents with disabled children was expanded to up to $2,769 per child, in addition to the up to $2,300 as part of the revamped Canada Child Benefit Program. We also need to look at the $5 billion that the government plans to invest in mental health for youth, and this will, in fact, have an impact on young people diagnosed with ASD. There are additional whole-of-government efforts that have, in fact, been taking place. Think in terms of things to support autism. This would include supports to families through improvements made to the Child Disability Benefit and the Canada Child Benefit. Under the leadership of our Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, federally accessibility legislation is currently being developed. Employment and Social Development Canada is investing $15 million in the Ready, Willing and Able initiative, the WRA, currently being delivered through partnership between Canadian Association of Community Living and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance. Mr. Speaker, to try to give an impression that we're not moving forward on this issue is just not the case. We have a Minister of Health that has captured the essence of the issue and is having the bureaucracy from working from within the Department of Health to take the initiatives that are necessary that can actually make a difference. We can talk about going forward, and as I say, I can't say enough about the Canadian Autism Partnership and what it is that they've been able to accomplish to date. I applaud each and every one that was actually involved in that. The Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance, a fantastic group that bridges, I suspect, every region of our country, and the caring and the compassion that they have demonstrated, not only over the last couple of years, but for decades, dealing with this very issue, Mr. Speaker. And I know that because it has been a topic of many discussions. In my former life, while I was a member of the Manitoba Legislative Assembly and, in fact, the healthcare critic for the province. And I bring that up and I pose the member opposite the question in regards to the need for cooperation, and I do it because of my understanding in terms of how healthcare services are, in fact, delivered. And then if I factor in my personal experience, as I'm sure members across the way would be aware, that it's not just the Department of Health in the different provinces that are having to come to the table on this very important issue. You can check with the Department of Family Services, for example, in the province of Manitoba. And I suspect that you'll find other sources of money and supports that are actually accessed in several departments within the different provinces. You will even find that in some areas you will have more progressive municipal governments that might want to look at ways and they can provide support. And that's not to mention the many nonprofit organizations that are there in a very real and tangible way in terms of dealing with this particular issue. The autism spectrum is something that is well established, well understood, and yes, there is room for us to move forward. What I expect of the Government of Canada is to do what it is that they're doing today. Where they can invest real dollars that is going to make a difference with those that have autism, and in particular, in addition to the families that are being affected as a direct result of it. And where they can do that direct delivery, I encourage it, I promote it. I would love to see more research done on it, Mr. Speaker. But I really believe the single greatest thing that the Minister of Health can do on this particular issue is to ensure that she is working with the different stakeholders in trying to assist that there is some commonality between the different provinces. To take a look at what are best practices in one province and maybe see how it can be incorporated into another province. Now, some members of this House have already drawn the conclusion that there is only one way in which it's best to be able to do that, and that is through the Canadian Autism Partnership. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have confidence in the Ministry of Health and this particular Minister of Health, who has demonstrated a caring, compassionate heart when it comes to delivering on what Canadians believe is so important to them and a part of our identity, and that is health care services. We have a minister that has been more proactive than the previous 4 or 5 health ministers under the Conservative administration, and that can be very easily demonstrated, Mr. Speaker. So I have more confidence in her ability in ensuring that this aspect of healthcare, that the autism spectrum, is in fact being addressed. And when I see the type of budgetary initiatives that the government has in place or continues to support, the type of other ministerial involvement, such as the one I made reference to in terms of sports and disability, I see that as encouragement. And at the end of the day, I don't believe for a moment that there is a member inside this chamber that doesn't recognize the importance of the issue. I believe we all recognize that, Mr. Speaker. But I choose to believe that at the end of the day, that if we recognize that the Minister of Health, and I'll repeat exactly what it is that I said earlier, is still engaged with many different groups to identify other potential opportunities for partnerships and with other departments to determine where investments can best help those with autism and their families. That's something that I believe is of critical importance. If we are going to move forward, I want this government to move forward in the right direction, so at the end of the day, we will ultimately see the best results we can see with the finite amount of money that government has, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. You see, I disagree with members that say, well, you know, it's 10 cents a day for this. You know, it's only $19 million. I can assure you that the constituents in which I represent, everyone to a T would argue that $1 million is a lot of money. And if we were to take that approach and say, well, no, this is a very good cause, in which it is, Mr. Speaker. You know, the province of Manitoba, don't quote me on it, I suspect somewhere between $6.5, $7 billion on health care last year or the year before. Every dime of that, Mr. Speaker, I would argue is very important. Every dime of it. We understand the importance of health care. We understand the importance of being there for our children and our families, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that understands that. And if you take a look at the budgetary issues that we have presented to this chamber, you will find that there is numerous actions that have been taken in order to support our families. And, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that as we continue to move forward, that we will see more tangible actions that support the intent of what we are talking about today, and that is to try to deal with this disorder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the point of view from my good friend from Winnipeg North. He's all over the map. It's the communities that are suffering. The families have issues. Families have major issues with the kids. I attended a number of fundraisers. I seen a number of their member of parliament showing up for the picture ID to say, hey, we are here with you, we are here with you, we're going to help you out. This is the time. It's a question is simple and short. It's the 10 cents per Canadian per year. It's not much money. We can go the Prime Minister $250,000 to the private island. It's just you can adjust it. It's not much to ask, and I am hoping at the end of the day, if a member can tell us if they're going to support this issue or not. It's just a simple question, yes or no. $3 million is not a lot of money. It's $3 million, $3.8 million for the entire country. It's not much to ask. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, nor is it much to ask that we recognize that the Minister of Health is engaged with this issue, that in fact we are working with other stakeholders dealing with this very important issue. And until we've made the ultimate determination, and we see that in different forms, that by voting against this particular motion does not make that mean in any fashion whatsoever that I do not recognize the valuable contributions that all of those have made towards this particular autism disorder. In fact, ultimately, Mr. Speaker, what I want to see as a legislator is good decisions being made. That at the end of the day, that we will see the best results that we can, given the finite amount of money that we have, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which I believe is really important, and I look forward to the ongoing support from the Ministry of Health, in fact, this government, towards autism spectrum.
Questions and comments. Before I go on, I just can't get over how the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is always helped by the people in the opposition. They help him, they must really like him to help him along and try to give him stuff to say, but I'm sure he can answer all on his own. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I was under the impression that 150-some Liberals got elected, but unfortunately, we hear all too often from only one of them. So, what I want to talk about today is, I was hoping that in this debate we would find a way to get into yes. Yes to support for people with autism, yes to support for their families and their support workers, and yes to supporting all those people who surround them with love and want to make sure they succeed. And the Honourable Member says, you know, it's a lot of money. No, I would say it's not a lot of money. What we're not spending, we're going to spend later. What we're not spending, we spend in the wrong ways. So this is an investment in an inclusive Canada, and something that we would hope the government would support. But we've had yet another one of those speeches that talks about consulting people and thinking about it and working on it later and finally coming to a conclusion sometime over the distant horizon. So when is this government actually going to take action to support people with autism and their families and make this a more inclusive Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure if the member across the way was listening in terms of what it is that I was talking about. The government has actually taken many different actions dealing with autism spectrum. Many different actions. And
a point of order from the member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
I'm not sure there's a specific order that prevents the member from doing what he often does, but accuses people that actually endured his speech of not listening to it. And so I would appreciate that he give credit to the fact that my questions were based on what he had to say in this House, which I listened very carefully, and I found no answer to those people who live with autism.
I believe that's a point of debate, not a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, well, Mr. Speaker, if the member was listening, he would have heard that additionally, the Canadian Institute of Health Research, $39 million in the past 5 years towards autism spectrum. Additionally, in the budget, we support to parents with disabled children was expanded to up to $2,769 per child. And, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to reading all the things in which I have already indicated, I can tell the member that, you know, at the end of the day, and once everything has been said and done, I choose to believe that on the issue of autism spectrum, that I care just as much as members on all sides of this House on this issue. And what I'm hoping that the members across the way will recognize is that if we are going to continue to move forward on this issue, I choose to believe that the Minister of Health understands and has been meeting with the many different stakeholders and is developing a plan that will ultimately see the issues that we want to see being advanced and moving forward on. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that in time we will see just that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't speculate on how much the member cares. I can comment on what I've heard today. And what I've heard today is one of the most mind-numbing and condescending speeches that I've ever heard in this House.
Hear, hear.
You know, the member talks about the government being, quote, progressive in pushing this issue forward. That is demonstrably false, demonstrably untrue. The member talks about doing his research, I know about the organization, I've visited their website. You know what? Lots of people can visit their website. The member says that the single greatest thing the minister can do is working with different stakeholders. Does the honourable member have any idea how much work went into this with the stakeholders? The member talks about research. Lonnie Zwagenbaum, Stelios Georgiadis, Steve Shearer, Jonathan Weiss, some of the top researchers in the entire world were part of the Autism Spectrum Disorders Working Group. Self-advocates, 7 incredible self-advocates, part of the team that put together this ask. The Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance, they worked for 2 years on this to come up with a way that we could meaningfully help Canadian families living with autism. It's $3.8 million a year, and yes, I do believe that that number is relevant. 10 cents per Canadian per year in an investment that will change the lives of hundreds of thousands of Canadians living with autism. So I'll ask again, will the honourable member be voting yes or no for this motion?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's from my perspective, I believe that I've been fairly clear on the issue in terms of how I stand on autism, the autism spectrum. I've also made, on I believe a few occasions, recognition in terms of just how the many different stakeholders that have been involved in this, and I appreciate the fact that the member makes reference to specific names, but I would suggest that it goes far beyond those names, that we have individuals in every region of the country that truly cares about this and had input, all those thousands that were participated in the consultation. Mr. Speaker, also need to be appreciated and recognized. And that's something in which we have done. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to move forward as the government has put into budget. We've talked about the implementation of potential legislation. The government is moving forward on this issue. And that is something in which I believe is important to see and have that debate today. And individuals that are watching can rest assured that, in fact, the government is proactive on the file.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question. It's not brief. The honourable member for Vancouver East, brief, 30 seconds.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Well, my big question is this. Is the member's point of view then government knows best, in spite of the fact that the member who's gone out and done consultation, talked to parents, talked to experts in the field, self-advocates about what government should do to move forward. That's how he came forward with this motion. So is his point of view then that the member from Winnipeg North, that the government knows best? Because that's what I'm hearing from him.
The honourable member for, or the honourable parliamentary secretary, 45 seconds or less.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, what I've indicated is that the Minister of Health has done her homework on the issue. As she continues to be engaged with the many different stakeholders dealing with the autism spectrum, and that will continue to take place over the coming weeks and months and years ahead as we try to advance the issue the best way we can in cooperation with the different stakeholders, I must say, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Lethbridge. On March 24th, 2016, I was here in the House like everyone else, and I closely listened to the statements by my colleague for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. It was during statements by members. For 1 minute, we can discuss a topic of interest to us. My colleague from Edmonton made a speech that was so moving, the most moving I've ever heard in the Commons, as well as in the National Assembly, where I had the privilege of sitting for 7 years. Why was I so moved? It's because my colleague described the situation of his son, who was here in the gallery, and who told us so sincerely and so touchingly. He expressed all the emotion he has for his son and all the pride he has in his son, despite the fact that he has autism spectrum disorder. I was moved to tears by this speech. I took this speech and I put it on Twitter and Facebook. Francophones and Anglophones alike were also touched by the statement by my colleague from Edmonton. 14 months later, we have to vote on a situation which, in my opinion, is not appropriate. Why is it that this government has stopped the momentum that the previous government had started to help people with autism spectrum disorder? Mr. Speaker, I was speaking about two different aspects, the political and financial ones. Like, first of all, autism. No one in Canada doesn't know someone who knows someone who lives this reality. 20 years ago, it did exist, but we didn't name it, we didn't know what it was. But today, 1 out of 65 children in Canada has autism. 500,000 children have autism spectrum disorder. Multiply that by 2, 3, 5, or 10. The people who are directly affected by this, because all the mothers and fathers, grandparents who experience this situation are affected. It's extraordinary privilege. Those who have a chance of being parents, like I am, and many others here, I presume, who have children who are healthy. When you're dealing with this kind of situation, you have to do so in a positive and constructive manner. Because what's special about autism is that there are no two cases that are identical. There are dozens and hundreds of different measures that have to be taken for each individual case. These are people who will carry this spectrum throughout their lives. You start to detect problems around age 2, and as my colleague for Edmonton mentioned, it takes 2 years to get an appointment in Quebec and then 2 years to get treatment. Then the kid is 6. It might be a bit late, but it's never too late, I guess. But science tells us that the earlier we undertake treatment, the better the results. Now, Mr. Speaker, you have to understand that in a situation like this, there's no partisanship. There is no political hay to be made. There are some people who want to make hay out of it, but we must be united to help people who are experiencing this situation, and that is where we are in this debate. A few years ago, the previous government, compelled by the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, as together with the Right Honourable Stephen Harper and the Minister of Finance, Joe Oliver, had set up some funds to allow all organizations involved in autism in Canada to work together. Because remember, Mr. Speaker, healthcare is under provincial jurisdiction, but the federal government does have a role to play. That role is to help with research and try to discover the best practices. The role of the federal government is to allow all these groups that work together to try and solve the problems of autism spectrum disorder to work together and exchange data and information to improve the situation of all the Canadians who are affected. 500,000 children, Mr. Speaker, that's a lot of people. At another time, our government had established a working group to go forward. Now, this modest funding was sanctioned by the current government. Everyone was surprised that during the last budget, where everyone expected the government to continue the momentum of the previous government, because, of course, every government that sees good actions should continue them, even though they may not wear the same stripes. We do recognize the efforts made by other parties, but to the general surprise, and I'm the finance critic, the current government decided to say no to assistance that was quite modest. We're talking about a contribution of $19 million over 5 years that the current government withdrew. $19 million over 5 years is $3.8 million a year, or as the member for Edmonton has said, 10 cents per Canadian. That's not much. Even better, it corresponds to 0.0001% of the budget. We're talking about a budget of $340 billion, and the government withdraws that amount of money, that $3.8 million that could have helped the autistic, that could have helped people who are experiencing this situation. That's an unfortunate and sad decision, and really a most unacceptable decision, because to my mind, every expenditure is suspicious and you have to screen it carefully. You're either a conservative or you're not. But when it's useful, we feel it's not expensive.
It's not expensive because it's used. It's very important for people. And this is the real issue of today, of the debate of today. Why this government decide to cancel the good support of the former government gave to the person, to the people, to the family, to the father and mother, and to grandmother and grandfather who try to work hard to support their children who have the spectrum of autism. So, Mr. Speaker, this question today is crystal clear. Why this government decide to cancel this support so necessary? This is the main question, and we are very sad to see that since the beginning of the debate, no one in the government side can answer this typically question, this easy question. Monsieur le Président, on sait que par...
Speaker, we know that sometimes this government has trouble giving us simple answers. We saw it last week with the fact that the Prime Minister can't tell us how many times he saw the Ethics Commissioner. I saw it. I asked the Minister of Finance when we were going to see a balanced budget. No answer. 24 questions. But this is a humanitarian issue. This is a situation that is not partisan. It's a situation where we're trying to get the best out of ourselves to help the most vulnerable. This is a situation where the central government must play a role throughout Canada. Yes, it's under provincial jurisdiction, but it's also the affair of the federal government to unite the efforts of all Canadians coast to coast, to allow all Canadian parents to have access to the same services, to find the best practices to help people with autism spectrum disorder. That momentum started by the previous government has been cut off by the current government. I'm calling upon the common sense of my colleagues opposite and their hearts and their sense of responsibility. Allow your government to help Canadians who need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member. Oh. No. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a heartfelt speech. And it just seems to me that this government wants to spend money on everything in the world, and here we have children with autism across Canada, a reasonable organization that's spent the money well in the past, and they seem unwilling to make a commitment. I wonder if my colleague could comment on what he thinks about that.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
The comment and the question of my colleague from Sarnia, and especially when the colleague of Sarnia talked, there is no tendency of a political agenda when she rises up and asks questions. She is very concerned and very careful about social issues, and especially for this one, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking to Canadian children. Yes, and let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that this government is so proud to say we are the government of family, we spend billions of dollars for family, we are very careful. And just a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, the minister from Quebec City said, the guy from Louis Saint Laurent, the member from Louis Saint Laurent, myself, you should be proud that 2,100 children, 21,000 children in his own riding will be happier because they give a lot of money to them. What we are asking to the government, keep the fund necessary for the people who address the issue of autism spectrum. That's what we're asking. Keep it, keep it, keep it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I find it astonishing. I find it astonishing right now that not one single Liberal member is standing up to ask a question of this member's fantastic speech. It's not really surprising given the way that the debate's gone today so far. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the honourable member this question. We've heard from those that have stood up earlier today on the Liberal side talking a lot about the past conservative investments in research or surveillance. Those are really, really important and have been really, really important to understanding autism, understanding the needs of the autism community in Canada. But maybe I'd like to ask the member what he thinks the usefulness is of all of that knowledge if we don't implement something as tangibly important as the Canadian Autism Partnership for Canadian families.
L'honorable député de...
Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
This is exactly the main issue of this debate that we have today. If the government cancel and keep out the support that the federal government should give to all the organizations, when we will miss this tremendous opportunity to work together. This is what Canada is all about. Canada is a magnificent country with 35 million people, but we must work together to achieve the goal that we have to address. And especially with this situation, Mr. Speaker, because the member from Edmonton was crystal clear a few minutes ago talking about the reality in different provinces. He was very lucky, he said, that his children was born in Alberta, because in Quebec it would have taken 4 full years to address the issue, which is not the case in Alberta. How can we help people from Quebec? But by getting information from Alberta, by working together, by sharing the experiences. That's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we have this government. And we hope that in a few hours from now, the Liberal member will address this issue with their heart.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague about this. When you have an approach based on partnership, where the people involved are also people who experience autism on a daily basis, whether there would be any savings in our approaches and in healthcare. And that would mean that the money invested, which is not a very high amount, that $19 million asked for, wouldn't really cost that much, because there'd be savings elsewhere if there was better exchange of information on best practices that can help families and patients. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent has 45 seconds or less. Thank you. I thank my colleague from Quebec for having spoken on this. I think she's carrying on her all the maternal consciousness one can have when it comes to these topics. What's certain is, for every day we don't work together to combat autism spectrum disorders, a day lost. 500,000 children are suffering in all territories and provinces. These are children who need attention. There are experiences that could be shared from coast to coast that we're missing out on right now. This is not a partisan issue. This is a purely Canadian issue that seeks to help our children. Let's hope that our colleagues opposite act from the heart.
To inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. May 18, 2017, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that Ms. Patricia Jatton, Deputy Secretary to the Governor-General, in her capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 18th day of May 2017 at 10:32 a.m. Yours sincerely, Stephen Wallace. Bill assented to Thursday, May 18, 2017, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts, Bill C-37. I
have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received, the text of which follows. May 18, 2007. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Ms. Patricia Jatham, Undersecretary to the Government General, as Deputy Governor General, has given royal assent by written declaration to the bills mentioned in appendix to this letter on May 18, 2017 at 10:32 a.m. Yours very truly, Stephen Wallace. Bill, having received royal assent on May 18th, an act to amend the Drugs Act and other measures and acts.
Déclaration de député. Order. Order.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government, Mr. Speaker, like those that preceded it, wants to prevent us from knowing what's on our plates. The Liberals, like the Conservatives, have voted once again yesterday against a bill to require GMO labeling. Time and time and time again in recent years, the Bloc Québécois has tabled bills like yesterday's, and we want to know what we are eating. It seems like good sense, Mr. Speaker. It's already hard to get Ottawa to support our agri-food industry. Just think about our cheese producers or our farmers who depend on supply management and who are being abandoned by the Liberals. And we can think of our fishers, Mr. Speaker. Along with a drop in the number of Quebec products on offer, we don't know if what we're eating was modified in a laboratory or not. The 40 invisible Quebec MPs, including the Prime Minister, find it easier to defend Monsanto than Quebec consumers. That's shameful. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, with summer finally here, I rise today to welcome David Gorley of the Ottawa Champions baseball team to the gallery. The Champions will begin their third season this evening, looking to defend their Can-Am League championship.
I'm very proud to have the Champions in Ottawa-Vanier as they support local businesses such as the Clock Tower Brewery, Kitchissippi Beer, and Gabriel's Pizza, and ensure local at-risk youth are employed with quality summer jobs. The Champions also raise funds for local charities such as Miracle League of Ottawa, supporting children with physical and intellectual disabilities enjoy the game they love. Les Champions.
The Champions are organizing 2 international series this season, including a special Canada Day game and Ottawa's first professional all-star ball game.
Mr. Speaker, I urge you all colleagues in this place to join me and cheer Go Champs Go.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today I rise in the House to pay tribute to the Cloverdale Rodeo and Country Fair. This world-famous event will attract approximately 100,000 people over this May-long weekend to celebrate the 71st year of the rodeo and the 129th year of the Country Fair. Attendees will witness world-class rodeo athletes and compete for over $300,000 in prize money in bareback, saddle bronc, bull riding, and ladies barrel racing. With Canada's 150th anniversary just around the corner, this year's rodeo will have no shortage of Canadian superstars. And of course, we can't forget the fan favorite, mutton busting competition and the amusement park for the kids. I invite everyone to join me at the Cloverdale Rodeo Parade Saturday morning, featuring community floats, drill teams, and marching bands. So grab your cowboy boots and join me with the South Surrey White Rock Youth Council at the Cloverdale Rodeo and Country.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I pay tribute to Agnes MacPhail, the first woman elected to this House of Commons, and celebrate the Bank of Canada's special commemorative $10 bill honouring her. Agnes MacPhail
was first elected to Parliament in 1921, in the first election wherein women had the right to vote. Over 19 years, she worked here to improve the lives of workers and farmers.
In 1943, she was elected to the Ontario Legislature for York East, part of my riding of Don Valley West. Living on the corner of Millwood and Donegal in Leaside, she fought for and won Ontario's first equal pay legislation in 1951. Next week, as part of the 150th anniversary of our Confederation, I will join students at Leaside High School to honor the phenomenal achievements of an organizer, activist, feminist, role model, and Leasider, Agnes MacPhail. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, before I know it, I'm sure I'll have to answer this question. Mom, why do you do your job? Well, I could say, Mom does her work here so that you, my daughter, and your friends can have a better, more hopeful future. I want you and all the other little girls around the world to have the same opportunities as the boys. I want all Indigenous children to have access to as good an education as you do. I want you to be able to fish in our lakes without being afraid to eat the fish. When the time comes for you to choose a job, I want you to have access to good jobs so that your future is secure. When you leave home, I want you to be able to find affordable housing. When you have children of your own, I want you to be able to give them a good life. There are many other reasons why Mom does this job, but for all these reasons, well, it's to make the world a better place. Sometimes it's hard, but we must never give up.
Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year at the outset of monsoon, Tiya festival is celebrated by women with their maternal kith and kin. On this Mother's Day, Punjabi media tycoon Sukhi Nijjar of Watlo Dur organized a thriving Tiya Mela at Powerade Centre in my riding. At Powerade Centre, more than 7,000 only women of all different ages in traditional costumes came up to demonstrate that mothers are the pillar and strength in the family. Sukhi Nijjar, congratulations to you on your vision and success. Mr. Speaker, be content and have a smile on your face, even if you are having a bad day, says 106-year-old supercentenarian mother of all seasons, Dorothy Gardner. I'm lucky to have you, Dorothy, in my riding. Keep on walking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a brilliant young man from my riding of Markham Unionville. Aidan Aird is a founder of two non-for-profit organizations and has won many top awards at the Canada-wide Science Fair. Aidan has received 2 global distinctions from his charity and science-related work. More notably, in 2016, Aidan was celebrated as the 360 Voluntary of the Year for his effort to support homeless teens in York region. Most recently, Aidan was awarded a STEAM Horizon Award of $25,000 scholarship as well as $100,000 Schulich Leader Scholarship from the University of Toronto. Aidan will be attending U of T Prestige Engineering Science Program and plans to major in aerospace. To Aidan Aird and his incredible family, Markham Unionville and Canada are proud of you. Congratulations.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, like many communities across Quebec and Canada, Laval has been hard hit by spring flooding. On my visits to affected areas, I've seen how the sense of duty of our armed forces shines through in these terrible times. I also felt that same sense of duty when I was part of the Canadian delegation in France to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. The united strength of our soldiers is still alive today, and we see it as they come together to help our fellow citizens. Mr. Speaker, I will be with my constituents next weekend for the Grande Corvée Citoyenne cleanup in Laval. Please join us as we take inspiration from the solidarity and resilience of the members of our armed forces. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, the work of reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples is one of the most critical issues facing Canada today. In my riding of Oakville North Burlington, I recently hosted a free screening of We Were Children. The film portrays the profound impact of residential schools and forces us to take a long, painful look at our nation's past. After the movie, we had an emotional panel discussion led by three very special guests, Sherry Seville, Stephen Paquette, and Elijah Williams, who shared their own journey of reconciliation. I also recently had the pleasure of announcing funding for Conservation Halton's restoration of one of the longhouses at Crawford Lake, a truly special place where Halton residents learn about our Indigenous people. In the coming weeks, I'll be hosting my youth council there to take part in a blanket exercise. In my community, we will continue to seize the opportunity of Canada's 150th to support each other along the path of truth and reconciliation with our Indigenous brothers and sisters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, today is the 73rd anniversary of the Soviet regime's brutal deportation of the Crimean Tatars. On May 18, 1944, Soviet forces ripped Crimean Tatars from their homes. They packed them onto cattle cars and they sent them on a long, dark journey to Central Asia. Thousands died. It was an attempt to eradicate a small nation from the very face of the earth. In other words, it was genocide. Today, Crimean Tatars face renewed peril at the hands of Vladimir Putin's illegal occupation. Once again, they face attacks on their freedom of speech, their faith, and in many cases, their lives. The same evil ideology is at play in the Soviet regime's attempt to destroy the Crimean Tatars and in modern-day Russia's theft of Crimea from Ukraine. This Liberal government must do more to stop this Russian aggression.
Honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, students from all across Newfoundland and Labrador competed in the MATE underwater remotely operated vehicle competition at the Marine Institute in St. John's. And I stand today to recognize the outstanding achievements of O'Donnell High School and Mount Pearl Senior High School, who finished first and second in the competition, respectively. The competition between the two schools from my riding was a nail-biter, with the teams finishing less than 1 point apart. Next month, the two schools and a team from Memorial University will travel to the International MATE competition in Long Beach, California, to compete against teams from all around the world. Teams from 10 countries will be competing against our two teams from Mount Pearl, Newfoundland. Mr. Speaker, this is yet another example of people from my province punching robotically well above their weight.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of Parliament for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, it is my pleasure to extend greetings and a warm welcome to all participating and attending the 2017 Manito Abbey Festival in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Named after one of the most important traditional Indigenous gathering sites in Turtle Island, the Manitoba Abbey Festival brings together people from across Canada and from around the world to experience the very best in Indigenous music, art, and culture. Starting with the lighting of the sacred fire, this wonderful celebration offers all Canadians the opportunity to honor and develop a deeper understanding of Indigenous culture and heritage and celebrate its importance in Canada's multicultural mosaic. If you have asked yourself what you can do in this time of reconciliation and healing, consider this your official invitation to Manito Abbey. I wish to commend everyone involved in making this event such a significant success. My best wishes for an enjoyable and memorable festival for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Dan Jorgensen. Dan loved adventure, and after his retirement, he spent his time enjoying the thrill of rushing water, riding his motorcycle, and jumping out of planes. He was doing what he loved last week, kayaking in Manitoba, when he lost his life. Dan was the kind of person who stood up for what was right, even if it wasn't easy. As a police officer, he uncovered suppressed evidence during a murder trial, which led to the resignation of a number of senior officers and justice being served. Dan earned the trust and admiration of many and went on to become the Chief of Police in Kenora. Danny, as his family knows him, is also my cousin. Danny always had a big story and a strong opinion, and he had a knack for never being at a loss for words. Danny brought energy and passion to everything he did, including his efforts to help the homeless and less fortunate in the Kenora region. Danny loved his family and his community, and his passing leaves a big hole in that community and in our family. Danny Jorgensen, you will be missed.
There you go.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, May 18th, we commemorate the 1944 forced deportation campaign conducted against Ukraine's indigenous Crimean Tatars under Soviet leader Joseph Stalin. There are still people alive today who remember the day when the entire population of Tatars were given 30 minutes notice to leave. Most would never see their homes again. 240,000 people were deported, and nearly 100,000 of the exiled men, women, and children loaded onto cattle cars died en route or shortly after arrival in the Urals, Siberia, and Central Asia. Ukraine's Crimean Tatars have been returning to their homeland over the decades, but today we should recall this tragic history. Think of them currently experiencing the heavy hand of Russian occupation, exile, and worse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of the many wineries in my region of Essex. From planting to processing to retail, our local wineries create a complete supply chain and a distinct brand for our regional agriculture, tourism, and retail sectors. I was disappointed to see the Liberals' budget unfairly target wineries with a 2% increase to the excise tax that will be tied to the Consumer Price Index. Wineries in Essex are small businesses, and the Liberals still have not fulfilled their election promise to reduce the small business tax rate. The jobs created by wineries are rooted to the community by the very vines that grow in the fields in Essex. Our fertile soil, mild temperatures, and longer growing season are all key components to the stellar wineries from Alexander, D'Angelo, Black Bear, Colio, Mastronardi, North 42 Degrees, Sprucewood Shores, Crewe, Cooper's Hawk, Meshedre, Oxley, Viewpoint, Gilly Island, just to name a few of the more than 20 wineries in Essex. I call on the government to help create the next generation of specialists, to keep them on the land and on family farms to help this sector grow and thrive, just like grapes on the vine.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent.
Mr. Speaker, since the failed coup attempt in Turkey on July 15, 2016, allegations state 180 media outlets have been shut down, 120 journalists have been arrested, over 3,500 judges and prosecutors dismissed, and over 27,000 people have been arrested and detained in Turkey. Even a Canadian was arrested for tweeting negative comments about the president and is awaiting an appeal from the courts. Reports from the Kurdish province speak of persecution, elected officials jailed, and the list goes on and on. Last week, I met with Turkish Canadians who told me that the long arm of the Turkish government is reaching foreign soil. They introduced me to a wife whose husband was arrested in Saudi Arabia and is now being held in a Turkish jail. One of the many stories we hear of people who are crying out to the rest of the world for help and are increasingly being isolated and left on their own. We must call on the Turkish government to answer these allegations and hold them accountable for their actions by standing up for those who have been ignored. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, 8 years ago today, the 26-year-old armed conflict ended in Sri Lanka. Yet peace has not been achieved on the island. The scars of this war remain deep within the hearts of Tamils around the world as a result of over 100,000 lives lost, the occupation of over 65,000 acres of land, the fate of Tamils who surrendered, the thousands of Tamils who were abducted by government and paramilitary forces, and the numerous Tamils who languish in prisons under the Draconian Prevention of Terrorism Act. The Sri Lankan government stands accused of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Human rights violations continue daily, with Tamils living in fear of the occupying military. Even today, they're barred by the state from mourning their loved ones. I met many of the victims last July during my visit to the island. They seek answers that can only come from a fair, independent, and internationally mandated process of accountability. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm our commitment to seek truth, justice, accountability, and peace. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Many Liberals claimed closing the Vegreville Immigration Office is to, quote, manage middle-class taxpayer dollars responsibly, and to, quote, spend tax dollars wisely, and to, quote, save money. But yesterday, Global News exposed all that was a massive Liberal deception. The facts reveal this cold-hearted decision will actually cost taxpayers millions. The minister can fix his predecessor's mistake. Will he reverse it now?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, about 20% of available positions at the current location are vacant. The move will address the staffing challenge and allow for an expansion of immigration operations and create additional jobs for Alberta. In fact, the new centre will accommodate 312 employees and will effectively double the capacity of the existing system. We recognize the relocation has an impact upon staff and family, and we will continue to make every effort to minimize those impacts.
Order. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, that's actually all nonsense. And just last week, the infrastructure minister claimed the Liberals are closing the office because they, quote, want to be responsible for how they use taxpayers' dollars. But Canadians now know the truth. And rural Liberal MPs, the NDP, and federal public service workers everywhere should be outraged, because if this can be done to Vegreville, this can happen anywhere. The Liberals covered it up for months, falsely claimed staff aren't up to the job, and are devastating a small town in the process. How can Canadians possibly trust anything these Liberals say?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the decisions relate to expanding the capacity of the immigration system in Alberta. It's about growth. That's the issue at stake here. At the present location, there's a
Order. The idea of question period is not for everyone to talk at the same time. It's to have questions and people to listen to the question, and people that give answers, and people to listen to the answers, whether they like them or not, whether they're satisfied with them or not. The deal is that we listen. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The immigration issues in Alberta are all about growth and expansion. The difficult reality at the present location is a 20% staff vacancy rate. The new location will help expand capacity, improve recruitment, shorten wait times, and upgrade services in and for the province of Alberta. The new jobs will be created, and every current employee will be guaranteed a job at that new location about an hour away.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, this is about the 8th different excuse in the last 7 months about why this is happening. But let's be clear about what is happening. The minister is spending millions of tax dollars to shut this office down in a small town represented by a Conservative and moving jobs to a vulnerable Liberal riding. It's unbelievable. My constituents shouldn't have to pay for it, and neither should taxpayers.
Exactly.
The Liberals aren't saving money. They're wasting millions, and they're attacking rural Canadians like always. How can this minister live with himself?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, growth presents challenges. And the fact of the matter is, with the growing population in Alberta and the growing attraction to Alberta of new immigrants wanting to go to that part of the country, immigration services in and for the province of Alberta need to be expanded. That expansion, Mr. Speaker, is best accomplished in the new location, where the number of employees will increase to 312, and the overall capacity of the system will in fact be able to accommodate the growth expected into the province of Alberta.
Order. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to see such an experienced
MP to say something as unacceptable as he just did, but it's not just the people in Vegreville who are suffering in Canada. All of the Canadians who work from coast to coast are seeing that the government is digging into their pockets. They abolished a tax credit for school supplies, sports activities, for children's arts. This government has increased taxes on liquor, beer, and wine. Why is this Liberal government so greedy for what's in taxpayers' wallets? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we cut taxes for the middle class. We've invested significantly into infrastructure for communities. For Canadians throughout all of Canada. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to continue. It's important to continue to invest, to generate economic growth, and to create jobs throughout all of Canada for the middle class. We will continue to do so. The member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, what we've observed with this government is that it's continuing to cut into tax credits for Canadians. Who would have believed that one day the Liberal government was going to cut the public transit tax credit? The Liberal government did it. Who would have believed that a Liberal government that was elected on the promise of small deficits was going to run up astronomical deficits? Why is the government constantly attacking Canadians' wallets? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Since December 2015, the unemployment rate has gone down in Canada, going from 7.1%. We've created 250,000 jobs in the last 6 months. Our plan is working well. And that's why we need to continue to invest as we have and create jobs for the middle class.
Do what's fair for all Canadian families. Our tax measures benefit those who need the help the most.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont. The Liberal parliamentary leader gets up every day to defend the ethics scandals of her own boss. How can the Liberal parliamentary leader have the credibility needed to choose the next ethics commissioner, who will, very likely, continue to investigate her boss? If the Prime Minister felt the need to step back from this decision, why doesn't she? The Honourable Government House Leader. We have implemented a new process for appointments that is open, transparent, and merit-based. Our goal is to find highly qualified candidates and respect the principle of parity and truly reflects Canadian diversity. We encourage all Canadians to look at the positions available. The process that we've introduced is a good one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
House Leader is forced to stand and defend the Prime Minister day after day is that there is no Minister for Ethics on the government side. No kidding. That's why we have an Ethics Commissioner. The independence of the Ethics Commissioner is of paramount importance, no matter the political party. So what would the Liberals have said if, say, Stephen Harper as Prime Minister had named Paul Calandra to choose the Ethics Commissioner during the Senate scandal?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Be happy to know that we knew that the system under the previous government wasn't working, and that's why we committed to Canadians to introduce a new, open, transparent, merit-based process, one in which positions that are available are openly disclosed online. All Canadians are able to apply, and our aim is to identify high-quality candidates who will help to achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. All Canadians are encouraged to apply for positions on commissions, boards, crown corporations, agencies, and tribunals across the country. As I've said, positions are available online, and I have full confidence that the person that takes the post will take it seriously.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have lost all credibility on independent appointments by choosing a Liberal minister as Commissioner. If the Liberal government had chosen, say, a former Conservative, it would have shown that they were serious about accountability and moving beyond partisanship, but that's not what they did. So, can the Liberal House Leader in charge of defending Liberal ethical scandals please explain in what official capacity Jerry Butts communicated with Madeleine Mayo before she was nominated?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
And the importance of the Official Languages Commissioner, of course, in the office of the Official Languages Commissioner and the protection and promotion of official languages. We're committed to find the best candidate to occupy this important position through a rigorous and open and merit-based process. We conducted multiple interviews. I had the chance to talk with my critiques from the two parties opposite. They both acknowledged that she had a great experience, great expertise in the field, and that's why we're convinced that Madeleine Meyer is the best candidate for this office. Thank you.
It's not about Madeleine Meyer's integrity or her experience. It's about a fake consultation process.
The Prime Minister just chose a Liberal minister as Official Languages Commissioner. Ms. Meyer wanted to be a senator, but the Prime Minister was clear. He would rather she be a commissioner. We found out today that Gerald Butts, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, was in contact with Ms. Meyer before she was appointed. By what right did they get involved in this appointment process that is described as nonpartisan? Mr. Speaker, given the importance of the Official Languages Commissioner's position when it comes to protecting and promoting official languages, which we have mentioned several times, we are persuaded that we have found the best candidate after going through a rigorous, open, merit-based process. And that's why we conducted many interviews, and that's why I had the opportunity to talk with critics from the other parties. We're persuaded she has the expertise. The Leader of the Opposition just confirmed it. That's why we are convinced that Madeleine Meyer is the best candidate for Official Languages Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, here is what the newly nominated Languages Commissioner said about her attempt to become a senator, and I quote, "I thought I could contribute as a senator, but the Prime Minister made it clear that he did not want any politicians in the upper chamber." So if the Prime Minister says that his nominee is a politician and she agrees, then why is he appointing her to a position that is, by law, nonpartisan?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we're extremely proud of Mrs. Mayer's candidacy. As many of the opposition critiques and even the Leader of the Second Opposition has mentioned, Mrs. Meyer is highly qualified and has the experience for this important position. Not only that, many organizations that have a lot of, many organizations that are involved in the protection of minority linguistic rights have saluted and have said that she has, of course, the right experience, the right expertise, and that's why we are convinced that this is the right candidate.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe. Order.
So, Mr. Speaker, so let's get this straight. After retiring from her Liberal cabinet post, she went to the Liberal Prime Minister's Principal Secretary to request a Liberal patronage position. Gerald Butts, the Prime Minister's top political advisor, told her she was too political to be a senator, but instead he offered her a job that is, by its very definition, non-political. So how is it that everyone can see this massive conflict of interest except the Liberal Prime Minister?
Liberal Minister of Canadian Heritage.
In the context of the process for finding the best candidate to take on the position of Official Languages Commissioner, I believe that we conducted several interviews, and I am persuaded that we have found the best candidate. My colleague may not know all the experience and expertise that Ms. Meyer has, but she is well known for protecting the Montfort Hospital in Ottawa. She defended official languages in Ontario as well. That means that her career speaks for itself. Many members of the opposition have already remarked upon it, so we're convinced we made the right choice. The member for Mégantic-l'Érable. When the Liberal Party was elected in 2015, Liberals throughout Canada started to dream not about public finances or the middle class, but about the benefits they would be able to gain. The most recent case, Madeleine Meyer. She dreamed of living the life of a senator, but the Prime Minister, who didn't want to get involved, said no. However, Ms. Meyer, proud contributor to the Liberals, got a consolation prize, Official Languages Commissioner. Does transparency for the Liberal government means applying online to liberal.ca? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I've already mentioned that our government believes in the importance of Official Languages Commissioner in order to protect and promote official languages and linguistic duality. We committed to find the best person for the job, following an open process that is merit-based, and conducted many interviews. And I had the opportunity to speak to critics from the opposition. We all agreed that she had the expertise and the experience, and that's why we are sure that this is the best candidate. Thank you.
Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the Official Languages Commissioner, we now learn that the price of appointment as a Superior Court judge also involves generous donations to the Liberal Party, with two of the latest appointees being none other than generous Liberal Party donors. For a Prime Minister who promised a new merit-based appointment process, is it just a coincidence that so many Liberal Party donors are being appointed, or is this just the latest example of a Liberal promise made and a Liberal promise broken?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate the opportunity to stand up to talk about our new open and transparent judicial appointments process. I've been fortunate enough to find 60 significantly meritorious candidates that reflect the diversity of Canada and appoint them to the Superior Courts across the country. I look forward to continuing to make announcements about judicial appointments, and I'm very pleased with how the bench across the country is shaping up.
Order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
The Liberals' election platform promised that they would appoint parliamentary watchdogs that were, quote, accountable only to Parliament, not the government of the day. This process is a complete sham. These watchdogs won't be accountable to Canadians. They'll only serve Liberal partisan interests. And now that a Liberal insider has been handpicked by the Prime Minister as the Official Languages Commissioner, what Liberal Party donor can we expect to be cast in the new role of Ethics Commissioner? When it comes to appointing officers of Parliament, will they just stop the charade and admit that only Liberals asked by Gerald Butts and Katie Telford need apply?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we believe in the importance of the office of the Official Languages Commissioner. Why? Because we believe in the importance of promoting and preserving the official languages of this country. And we're committed to find the best candidate. After, of course, a thorough process that was open and that was merit-based. So we had the chance to do multiple interviews and also to go through an important, thorough process. I had the chance also to consult my critiques, and ultimately we all agree that Madeleine Meyer, has the qualification for this important position. Thank you.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's time away from hosting cash for access events has put the process back several months by not being able to accept resumes with checks attached. But he's back tonight in Vancouver with his new cash for access, and who wants to be the Ethics Commissioner countrywide tour? Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister gets back to Ottawa from his tour, will he be handing resumes over to the government House Leader Gerald Butts, Katie Telford, stacked in the orders of the highest checks given to the Liberal Party?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the way the new open, transparent, merit-based appointment process works is that Canadians can apply. They do not have to be affiliated to anyone or encouraged. They can choose that they should apply and that they deserve to be considered, and that's why it's an open, transparent, merit-based process. Exactly what we committed to Canadians, we are delivering on. And our aim is to identify high-quality candidates who will achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. Under the new process, over 140 appointments have been made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the United States have formally triggered the clock on renegotiation of NAFTA. With hundreds of thousands of jobs on the line, the Liberals still haven't disclosed their priorities to Canadians. After the Liberals told Canadians not to worry, Donald Trump slapped massive tariffs on Canadian lumber and launched verbal attacks on our energy and dairy sectors. Canadians are seriously concerned about their jobs. When will the Liberals stop appeasing the U.S. president and stand up for Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the notice that was given by Ambassador Lighthizer today is a step that has long been anticipated. It is a routine part of the U.S. domestic process. NAFTA negotiations have not yet begun. The formal notification today means that those negotiations can begin no sooner than 90 days from today. I was pleased to meet with Ambassador Lighthizer on Tuesday, less than 24 hours after his swearing in. It was his first meeting with a foreign official. We are ready to stand up for the Canadian national interest. We'll always do that.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, yes, the United States announced that they were going to begin the process to renegotiate NAFTA, and that's not a surprise. I agree. But 90 days is not far from now. President Trump was very clear. He intends to protect both jobs and industries in the U.S. We need a government that stands up to defend our industries and our jobs. How can Canadians trust this government when it's not even ready to talk about the priorities it will defend during renegotiation? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. As I already said, in English, Mr. Speaker, today, this is a technical process, a technical step in the process, which we had anticipated for some time. We recognize that trade agreements need to progress in order to protect the economy. I wish to emphasize that we are going to defend our national interests and Canadian values, always with pride. And
Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the government has told provinces that if they refuse to impose a carbon tax, the Liberals will impose it for them. Today, a technical document showed that the federal carbon tax will cost at least 11 cents a litre for consumers at the pumps, and of course thousands more for home heating, electricity, and groceries. Now the government claims that it's considering giving some of that money back to the people who will pay it. How will it be possible, though, Mr. Speaker, for those people to know if they're actually getting their money's worth when the government continues to hide the real cost to the average family of this federal carbon tax?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, Canadians know that polluting isn't free. We are seeing droughts, fires, and floods across the country, around the world, and it's impacting our human health. That's why we are working with the provinces and territories to put a price on pollution. 4 out of 5 Canadians already live in a jurisdiction where there's a price on pollution. And let me be perfectly clear. In the case that the federal plan has to apply because the province hasn't acted, revenues will go back to the province.
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the answers. Order. I'm certainly having no trouble hearing the questions. I need to hear both. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
In its 26-page technical report on the federal carbon tax, the government has thought of every single way to wring every single dime out of taxpayers in the relevant jurisdictions. There's talk of registered fuel importers, registered fuel distributors, surplus credits, special bringing in rules, all of this detail except one detail. How much will it cost for the average family to pay the damn tax?
Order. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member to withdraw the word which he knows is unparliamentary. Would he do so now, please?
Withdrawn.
Thank the Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 out of 5 Canadians already live in a jurisdiction where there's a price on pollution. through the leadership of the provinces and territories. We appreciate that. We're working with the provinces and territories because, once again, unlike the party opposite, we know that polluting isn't free. We know that climate change is real. We know that acting on climate change will not only ensure a more sustainable future for our kids and grandkids, it will produce innovation and it will create good jobs because we are going to have the solutions of today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, results for the Liberals' first year since the election: 30,000 full-time jobs lost and a $30 billion deficit that is increasing day after day. The Liberal plan to take on debt and put it on the backs of our children and grandchildren and tax and tax and tax Canadian families is just not working. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is stubbornly implementing a carbon tax that will put families further into debt. When are they finally going to give a break to Canadians so that they can breathe a little? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want Canadians to be able to breathe, and that is why we have a pan-Canadian climate change plan. That's why we put a price on pollution. We believe the effects of climate change are very real, and we are going to work with provinces and territories, including Quebec, which already has put a price on carbon, because that's what we need to do for our children and grandchildren, and that will lead to a cleaner economy.
Lampton.
Mr. Speaker, global refineries in my riding may move their operations and jobs elsewhere. 2 levels of carbon tax in Ontario will force these jobs to the U.S., but won't reduce their carbon footprint. This carbon tax has already killed plant expansions, causing them to be built in the U.S., and it will hurt small business. Why does the Environment Minister want to kill more jobs in Ontario?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased that through the leadership of the Ontario government, there is a price on pollution in Ontario. In fact, there's a price on pollution in provinces across the country. I was actually very pleased.
Order. Order. Members in all parties, most members in all parties, are able to sit through a question period and hear things they don't like without reacting, as difficult as it might be at any time, to a question or an answer. And I'd ask others who have difficulty with that to try to restrain themselves. The Honourable Minister of Environment has 20 seconds.
I don't understand why the party opposite is against innovation and good jobs. In fact, I just tried a minivan made in Windsor, the first electric hybrid minivan. It will reduce emissions. It will cost less money for consumers, and it's creating good jobs in Canada. That's the innovation we want. That's the future we want for our kids.
I'd ask the member for Foothills not to heckle throughout the answer, and a few others as well.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, another bit of news in the KPMG affair. Here we have a camouflage operation at the CRA. We found out that correspondence between KPMG and the CRA had completely disappeared. Poof, as if by magic. No files on KPMG. Instead of endlessly repeating what's written on her cue cards, could the minister tell us where her correspondence is? If she can't find the right cue card, can she tell us where the compromising correspondence is? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. The agency has confirmed that diligent search has been done and the guidelines have been followed. The CRA and the client department, represented by the the Department of Justice, and given the various roles involved, keeps various files. An examination by a third party involved the examination of thousands of files and many days of interviews. It's shameful to suggest that the investigator drew conclusions without sufficient evidence.
Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of missing files, despite commitments made by this government at the G20 to eliminate the $1 billion worth of perverse subsidies for the fossil fuel sector, the Auditor General reports he has found little evidence of action, let alone any clear, credible plan. Worse, the Auditor General reports he was denied access by both the Ministers of Finance and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to the very information necessary to conduct his audit. Eliminating these perverse subsidies was part of their election plan. When will the Canadians finally see action, or is it just another broken promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. We thank the Office of the Auditor General for their hard work, and we accept the recommendation. Our government has a strong plan to invest in clean growth that will help create middle-class jobs and get the country on the path of a low-carbon economy. We have made a commitment with our partners in the G20 to phase out the inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by the year 2025, and we are on track to meeting that target. Going forward, the government will provide budget preparation information and all documents to the Auditor General. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Mr. Speaker, the men and women of the Canadian Forces and their families make great sacrifices to serve Canadians. As a Member of Parliament for the riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, that has many veterans and military families, I can tell you personally that there is absolutely no doubt that when veterans and soldiers are deployed abroad, it's much more complicated for them and their families. So I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to National Defence to tell us what the government has done to help the military. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for his question. In recognition of the essential and dangerous work that Canadian soldiers accomplish throughout the world, all troops deployed abroad in designated missions will be exempt from federal tax on their salaries up till the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. This measure will be retroactive to January 1st, 2017, and will now have no impact on the evaluation and allocation of danger pay.
Mr. Speaker, no matter the final result, the provincial election in BC has put the Trans Mountain Expansion Project at risk, with avowed pipeline opponents now making up about half of the legislature. The Prime Minister approved this pipeline project last year, but since then has done nothing to champion it in BC. Press conferences in Ottawa and speeches in Calgary and Houston won't help get this job-creating project built in British Columbia. When will the Prime Minister ignore the fears of his BC caucus and come and sell the project in BC to ensure that the pipeline he approved actually gets built in BC?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we approved the pipeline. This is a federally approved pipeline that went through the most rigorous of all possible assessments. The approval of the National Energy Board and then the subsequent approval of the Government of Canada comes with 157 conditions. But I should also say to members opposite that these decisions were made on time, loyal to what the Government of Canada had said to the people of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is in BC today, but he's not there to champion the pipeline that he approved. It's clear that the Liberal BC caucus wants this project to fail, and they don't want the Prime Minister to sell the pipeline to British Columbians. If the Prime Minister doesn't personally intervene to promote the Trans Mountain Pipeline project, a project he personally approved, it will not get built. When will the Prime Minister stop putting the jobs of BC Liberal MPs ahead of the jobs of tens of thousands of energy workers? And when will he finally start to champion this project in British Columbia?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The approval of the Trans Mountain Expansion Project is only one of many decisions that this government has taken to acknowledge the leadership of the province of Alberta in the energy sphere and the number of jobs that will be created by it. Even just today, the Premier of Alberta announced $225 million in loans for the rehabilitation of abandoned oil wells because of a $30 million grant from the Government of Canada. Again, we acknowledge the importance of the Alberta energy industry, even if members opposite can't see.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government continues to attack Calgary and Canada's economy. After so-called consultations, the Prime Minister's panel recommended the National Energy Board be moved from Calgary to Ottawa. With no solid evidence supporting the recommendation, they decided that politicians and lobbyists would make better decisions than scientists and industry experts. Does the Prime Minister really believe that career politicians in Ottawa can make better evidence-based decisions than experts who live on site in Calgary?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, just last week I had the pleasure of visiting Calgary to announce multi-million-dollar investments with the Government of Alberta and the private sector, which is way, way beyond the kind of investments that we saw in Alberta, the confidence that we have in Alberta. We know that Alberta is the centre of the energy industry in Canada. It's been that way for a long time, and I'm sure it'll be that way for decades in the future.
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, even Alberta Premier Rachel Notley has described the Liberals' decision to move the NEB from Calgary to Ottawa as dumb, a sentiment I wholeheartedly agree with. The additional red tape and the extended timelines will kill our struggling energy industry at a time when Canadians, and especially Albertans, need jobs and economic opportunity. Will the Natural Resources Minister reject these dumb changes that are designed to hobble our energy industry?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, an expert panel of 5 individuals, including one from Alberta, have spent months consulting Canadians on what a world-class regulator would look like. There are 26 recommendations. The Government of Canada will now carefully assess these recommendations. And as I said a moment ago, Alberta has been a leader in the energy sector for Canada for decades, and I see that not only will maintain the status quo, but it will grow. We have confidence in the energy environment in Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the government convened a panel to revise Canada's guidelines on opioid prescription. This is an important step to address the overdose crisis. But now we learn that one of the members of that panel was a paid advisor for pharmaceutical companies, including Purdue, a major opioid producer.
Wow.
Given the record of misrepresentation by the drug industry that fed this crisis, how did the government allow an individual with a clear conflict of interest to help draft new prescription guidelines?
Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank the honourable member for raising this issue. I indeed was concerned when I heard these allegations of potential conflict of interest. As a result, I want to make sure that the guidelines will have the confidence of physicians and other prescribers who expect to use them. I have asked the Associated University to do a thorough investigation of what took place and to report back to me. I have also asked the Canadian Institutes of Health Information to convene a meeting to have experts advise as to the acceptability of the guidelines and whether or not they indeed will have the confidence of those for whom they have been written. I will report back further to the public as necessary.
The member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, just as in 2016, the Liberals introduced a bill with substantial changes to veterans' benefits, then immediately crammed those changes into an omnibus budget bill. This effectively mutes debate and evaluation of veterans' benefits. And the Liberals denied the Veterans Affairs Committee any time to even discuss the bill. There are serious issues regarding benefits for our veterans and how they are being administered. Why is this minister and this Liberal government afraid of basic review of the changes that they're rushing through?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to veterans and their families and delivering the services that they need where and when they need it. We've been showing that commitment since day one of our election by improving financial benefits, by improving access to services, and in fact followed up on that commitment in Budget 2017. Of course, I'm very proud of the fact we will be opening a Centre of Excellence on PTSD and mental health issues to better support veterans and their families. We're moving forward in a positive direction, and we will continue doing this throughout the rest of our mandate.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, evidently our foreign minister and her predecessor hold opposing philosophies. Stéphane Dion was guided by a philosophy of responsible convictions. Dion rejected Magnitsky-style legislation that would make corrupt foreign officials accountable because he was afraid of antagonizing Vladimir Putin. Yesterday, the foreign minister announced her support for Bill S-226, the Sergei Magnitsky law. With her support now, can the minister confirm that Mr. Dion's philosophy of responsible convictions and Russian appeasement are no longer guiding Canada's foreign policy?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, what I can confirm is that I have the highest regard for Stéphane Dion. He is a legendary Canadian public servant. He is one of the Canadians who deserves credit for keeping our country together at a moment of great peril, and all Canadians owe him a tremendous debt for that. As our foreign minister, Stéphane Dion was a leader of bringing Canada back, of elevating our voice on the world stage, and I am proud that Stéphane Dion has agreed to serve as our ambassador.
Order. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, after 18 months of Liberal foot-dragging on Magnitsky sanctions, in the face of unanimous Foreign Affairs Committee advice and the arrival in the House of strong private members legislation, the government has finally signalled it will support Senator Andrzejczyk's bill.
Hear, hear.
Finally. But there are 12 other recommendations in the committee report aimed at fixing Canada's dysfunctional sanctions enforcement to increase capacity, coordination and commitment between departments and agencies. Will the government take this advice as well and act?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to start by saying I was very pleased last night with our discussion of Bill S-226, and I was pleased to announce that the government will be supporting this bill. And I would like to recognize the work of the member for Selkirk-Interlake on this bill, and also my colleague from Etobicoke Centre and the great Irwin Cotler. This is a real example of the House working together and of cross-party support for Canada working on human rights. As for, and I also want to support the work of the committee. I am reviewing the other recommendations very carefully. It was a unanimous report, and it was work very, very well done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson-Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, in a technical briefing with the Parliamentary Secretary said 100% of BC First Nations supported the tanker ban. They neglected to mention the very many that count on energy as an opportunity for their future. This is a government that committed to free, prior and informed consent. This is hardly an example of getting that free, prior and informed consent. Is the minister prepared to table in this House a list of the coastal First Nations that support the tanker ban and the dates in which they were consulted?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our government has consulted extensively with Indigenous groups, communities and stakeholders to listen and gather input on the tanker moratorium. Since January 2016, we have held 75 engagement sessions to discuss improvements to marine safety and formalize the oil tanker moratorium. We're committed to continue working with Indigenous peoples and stakeholders across the country to advance measures to enhance marine safety, protect the environment and communities, and support economic development.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
We owe a great duty to those who have given so much in service for all Canadians. Canada's veterans and their families deserve our care, compassion and respect. As the Lower Mainland grows rapidly, more and more veterans call Surrey home. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs update this House about the government's efforts to ensure that veterans across the country get the services they need when and where they need them?
Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Surrey Centre for his question and his passion and advocacy for veterans and their families. Next week's a big week for Veterans Affairs, as we will be reopening the last of the 9 offices closed by the former government. We'll be opening up the Prince George office. I can also say it's exciting. We'll be opening up a brand new office in Surrey, BC, where we will be able to serve 7,000 veterans and their families, who then will be able to get our programming, one-on-one help they need to help build their lives. We're very proud of this, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian citizenship that was obtained by fraud or deceit is not a right because, according to Canada's laws, that person was never entitled to it in the first place. This principle is at odds with a federal court judge who has ruled otherwise. If this ruling is implemented, it will risk motivating people to lie on their citizenship application. Yep. Will the federal government protect the integrity of our immigration system by appealing this ruling? And if so, when are they going to make this announcement?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do thank new arrivals in Canada for their contribution. We also are convinced of the value of Canadian citizenship, and no one can defraud it or undermine its integrity. We do not take the revocation process lightly, but sometimes it's necessary. We will carefully examine the federal court decision, and we will respond in due course. Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. The Minister of Transport came to my riding and announced that the dismantling of the Catherine Spirit shipwreck would start in the spring of 2017 after a call for tender. He confirmed this in this House after I put a question to him. We're in mid-May, the call for tender has not been issued, and of course the dismantlement has not started. Can the government give me a specific date for the launching of the call for tender, the start of the work, and how long will it take to dismantle the Catherine Spirit shipwreck? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
There is work to do, Mr. Speaker, and our National Oceans Protection Plan will provide that comprehensive plan to address abandoned, derelict, and wrecked vessels in Canadian waters. We will be introducing new legislation that puts the responsibility and liability on vessel owners to properly remove and dispose of their vessels. Mr. Speaker, these are meaningful steps in the right direction to address this multifaceted issue.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, mental health awareness and improvements matter to me both as a parent and as a parliamentarian. We've been hosting mental health town halls in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, and we've produced our first report on youth mental health, which I've submitted to the Minister just last week. Now, we know that the Government of Canada is investing $5 billion in targeted mental health care funding over 10 years to the provinces and territories to improve access to mental health services. Can the Minister of Health please update this House on the progress she's making in working with the provinces and territories to ensure this new targeted mental health care spending is most effective?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Dartmouth-Cole Harbour for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of mental wellness. I thank him for the report that he delivered it to me, which was very thorough and informative. As he indicated, our government has committed $5 billion of new funding to provinces and territories. We know that there are over 500,000 young people in Canada that are on a waiting list to receive access to mental health care and services. That money that we are giving to the provinces and territories is enough to entirely clear that waiting list. This is good news, and we will be working with the provinces and territories to deliver a set of metrics, and we look forward to seeing better access to mental health care.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Liberals in the House today have spoken a lot about important past Conservative investments in autism research and surveillance. The Canadian Autism Partnership was created to put that world-leading knowledge to use with meaningful impact for Canadians with autism. The investment, a modest $3.8 million per year. Again, one dime per Canadian. We didn't get an answer yesterday and have gotten none so far this morning, so I'll try again. Will the Minister commit today to funding the Canadian Autism Partnership?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that it's important to reiterate that autism spectrum disorder is a disorder of great significance, and it has a significant impact not only on the individuals but on their families for their entire lives. It requires a whole-of-government response, and in fact, that's what our government is doing. As the member indicated, we are investing in research, in data, in surveillance, in training. We are also investing in a range of government programs that will have a positive impact on these families, including the Child Disability Credit, including the Canada Child Benefit. The Minister for Employment and Social Development is also investing in a program called Ready, Willing and Able, which I understand is already having a...
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, The Minister of National Revenue had made a commitment that the person who was investigating the links between KPMG and Revenue Canada would have access to all necessary documents. We found out that all the documents were accessible, except those that the agency decided to destroy. Did the minister allow her officials to destroy documents that could have shed light on the incestuous links between KPMG and her department? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. I'd like to set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. Our government believes in tax fairness, where all Canadians pay their fair share and are treated fairly by the tax system. Our government came to power with the firm intention of strengthening our efforts in order to combat tax avoidance and tax evasion on an international scale. Now, as I said, the CRA has brought this before the courts and will use all legal recourse allowed to settle this. That's what Canadians expect, and I hope my colleague opposite has understood that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, everyone's treated fairly, especially KPMG. While the Finance Committee was examining KPMG's activities on the Isle of Man last year, the Liberal Party appointed an executive of KPMG as National Treasurer of the party. While they were denouncing this fraud, the government was giving KPMG contracts. Will the minister sanction the senior official who destroyed the evidence that demonstrated incestuous links between his agency and KPMG, or give him a promotion? The Honourable Minister. The CRA is the client department, the Department of Justice, has different files. The examination by an independent third party that I ordered last year involved the examination of thousands of files and many days of interviews. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, it's shameful to suggest that the investigator reached conclusions without sufficient evidence, with no regard for her experience, and she is the former dean of Dalhousie Law School.
House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the government if they could please share with us what's happening the rest of this week, and then when we come back after our week in the constituency next week. Thank you.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will be pursuing the debate that we started this morning on the opposition motion from the Conservative Party. Tomorrow we will start debate on Bill C-46 concerning driving under the influence. Next week, members will be working in their ridings, and when we return, we will move on to the study of Bill C-6 on citizenship.
Continue with second reading debate of Bill C-46. Thursday, June 1st, will be an allotted day. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underline the fine work that took place in Committee of the Whole yesterday evening. It was productive with many good exchanges that elevated the quality of the debate in this place. I would like to sincerely thank all honourable members and their respective staff, and also the House of Commons staff, for their hard work, which went late into the night. The next Committee of the Whole will be the Monday we return to this place. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as has been done in the past, I will be giving notice of a motion today to extend the sitting hours until the summer adjournment in June to midnight from Monday to Thursday, which I will be moving upon return from constituency week. I trust the opposition parties will support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
After that,
indicated that she had very specific documents in terms of coastal First Nations who had supported the moratorium ban and the dates in terms of what consultation happened. I would ask that she table those documents as per the question.
which member? I don't see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport rising to table documents. No, I gather she's not going to table those documents. The
Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord on a point of order. Yes, point of order. During question period, I made a declaration in which I said that 40 ghost members, including the minister, had a hard time defending Quebec's interests when it came to the vote on GMOs yesterday. but my honourable member for Sherbrooke said that the members for Brome-Missisquoi, Pierrefonds and Vaudreuil actually did vote in favour of his bill. So I would like to correct my statement, Mr. Speaker, and say that there were 37 and not 40 members from Quebec who voted against it. I thank the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord, but I believe this his comment actually falls under debate.
Government orders, the business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Lake regarding autism spectrum disorder.
Resuming debate, the honourable order. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, the Prime Minister and his Liberal government decided to give nearly $400 million of taxpayer money to bail out Bombardier, which is a Montreal-based aerospace firm here in Canada. And as a Conservative, of course, I disagree with this use of taxpayer dollars to rescue a private corporation from its own financial mismanagement. But that's beside the point. Now, what's on point, however, is the fact that while Bombardier was wailing about the possibility of going under, the company was simultaneously giving large bonuses to its executive members. Now, you might ask, what does Bombardier have to do with autism, the topic at hand today? The answer is simple. In their 2017 budget, the Liberals cut funding that was supposed to go toward the formation of the Canadian Autism Partnership. The partnership requires a modest $19 million over the course of 5 years. That's less than $4 million per year, Mr. Speaker. And that's less than half of what the Bombardier executives are currently making for their bonuses. So the government that says it represents the middle class is in fact actually taking money from the middle class in order to give big payouts to companies like Bombardier and their top executives. And so we're actually taking money from the middle class and giving it to the wealthiest among us. Meanwhile, the Liberal government can't seem to find $19 million, which is a meager amount in light of what I'm talking about with regards to Bombardier. And they can't take that money and give it to those families that need it most, those that are impacted by autism. So to be frank, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this is actually an injustice, not only to these families, but to all Canadians. Not because all are impacted by autism, but actually because society functions best when all of its members are given opportunity to reach their full potential. In Canada, right now, 1 in 68 children are diagnosed with autism, and this number actually goes to 1 in 48 among boys. More than 500,000 Canadians are living with autism today, and it is the fastest growing and diagnosed neurological disorder in the country. Autism is a brain condition associated with poor social skills and has a wide range of symptoms, including communication difficulties, social and behavioral challenges, including obsessive behavior, and hypersensitivity to sound, light, or other sensory stimulation. While the autism of a computer scientist might go unnoticed, at the other end of the spectrum, 1/4 of those with autism are entirely nonverbal. Autism is a condition that defies simple generalizations. It's not something or a condition where we can put people in a box and define them one way or another. Like all individuals, those who have autism have their own personalities, their own interests, their own skills, their own abilities, their own passions, and their very own potential. And it is here that I want to focus: potential. Canada is a land of potential. It's a place where we bring refugees in from all over the world to give them an opportunity to realize the raw potential that lies within them. And I believe that every Canadian deserves this opportunity. Like you and me, those who live with autism possess greatness within them. They are intelligent, they are creative, they are lively, and there is something wonderful in each of them to give back and contribute to this great country we call home. But unfortunately, their potential often goes untapped. About half of those with autism are of average or above average intelligence, yet very few of them actually graduate from high school, and of course, even fewer go on to complete post-secondary education. Approximately 25% of those with autism are employed, and only 6% are competitively employed. These numbers are very concerning to me because they're numbers that actually represent a tragic loss. A loss to our society where we could actually be benefiting and enjoying the potential within each of these individuals if they were given the right supports. But sadly, hundreds of thousands of people actually live rather idle and isolated lives because they're forced to do so. And families struggle to know how to best support their loved ones because there just aren't the resources and there isn't the research to back up those resource development. And so these families are actually in significant need of help, and the help that they are asking for at this current moment takes the form of the Canadian Autism Partnership. Now, we could ask the question that don't these individuals deserve more? Don't they deserve an opportunity to function at their greatest potential possible? Particularly in light of the Bombardier bailout, I believe that this is a very small and a common sense request. So what is it that my Conservative colleagues and I on this side of the House are asking for? Well, Mr. Speaker, we are asking that the Minister of Health acknowledge that individuals with autism and their families face very unique challenges in life, and that these challenges span over a lifetime. And they often result in a crisis situation due to the condition, and families then have to deal with those. Furthermore, as I stated earlier, autism is not just a health issue for the individual and his or her family members and loved ones, but it actually has overarching implications for Canadian society as a whole. As my colleague from Lou St. Laurent said earlier, he said, this is not an autism issue, this is actually a Canadian issue. And he said it well, because it's not something that we can just put on those families or those individuals who have to wrestle with autism and find the necessary supports in order to live a life with autism. It's not just on them. The onus is actually on us as a society. And to be quite frank, actually, the loss is ours as well, because again, these individuals possess such great potential. Accordingly, those of us on this side of the House are calling on the government to grant $19 million over 5 years, as requested by the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group, the Self-Advocates Advisory Group, and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance. And we are asking for this in order to establish a Canadian Autism Partnership that would support families and address key issues such as information sharing, research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. But mostly, we are calling on the government to believe, as we do, that those who live with autism have tremendous potential and should be empowered to function according to the greatness that lies within each and every one of them. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Conservative government at the time provided $2 million to support the development of the Canadian Autism Partnership. A working group was created, and they were mandated to come back to the government with a proposal for best steps forward. Over the course of 16 months, they did just that. And at the end of 2016, they made a proposal for the 2017 budget. I believe that their request was moderate and reasonable. The working group asked for $19 million over 5 years. With this money, a national partnership would be formed between organizations from coast to coast. The focus of their work would be to represent the entire Canadian autism community, speaking with one voice and acting in unity in order to assist this community in living vibrant lives. Sadly, the current government chose to ignore this noteworthy request and the work that was accomplished by this group, and they struck their request from budget considerations. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is very disheartening, because we have the opportunity to support a grassroots initiative where more than 5,000 individuals gave their feedback on what this partnership should look like and are willing to do the groundwork. It's also, we also have the opportunity to empower people to reach their full potential. We also have the opportunity to support the vulnerable. And we also have the opportunity to facilitate an environment where all people are given equal opportunity to prosper. Now, our Conservative government, under the leadership of Stephen Harper, he believed in the potential of those who live with a disability. During our time in government, to name a few of the things that we did, we increased the landmark Registered Disability Savings Plan. We invested $218 million per year for labor market agreements for persons with disabilities. We invested $30 million annually in the Opportunities Fund to help persons with disabilities prepare for and obtain meaningful employment. We supported caregivers and recognized the incredible contributions that they make by creating a tax incentive. We provided $15 million over 3 years to the Ready, Willing and Able initiative for the Community Association for Community Living in order to connect persons with disabilities to a job. We invested $11.4 million over 4 years to support the expansion of vocational training programs for persons with autism spectrum disorders. And we removed the GST and the HST on more healthcare products and services. And lastly, we expanded tax relief under the medical expense tax credit. Mr. Speaker, we believe in the potential of each and every individual, including those who live with a disability. And we are calling upon this current government to believe with us in the potential of those who live each and every day with autism and their family members who are needing the assistance of this government through this partnership. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Sports and Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague here for her speech. Since last June, we have undertaken an ambitious consultation process in terms of persons with disabilities. We've held over 9 roundtables. We've consulted 6,000 citizens, including organizations for autism. We've met with young people, and we have also done a lot of awareness raising. My colleague across the way mentioned a number of figures, Mr. Speaker, especially the $19 million. And many of the colleagues across the way are talking about 10 cents per person. But I have numbers here. What about the $39 million invest in health research? What about the $5 billion we've invested in mental health, which also includes autism? What about the budget of $77 million that we have invested in accessibility? Can my colleague discuss these figures?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I give his government credit for the steps that they've taken in terms of wanting to increase accessibility. I think that the consultations that have taken place are commendable. Now, that said, I find it interesting and quite curious that this government, they like to talk a lot about consultation. We're consulting. They're launching another consultation. It's interesting to me that they had 9 roundtables and somehow that covers the entire country and therefore we're good to go. I don't know that that's as deep or as broad of a consultation as is necessary to come up with policy and legislative initiatives that are necessary to serve all those in Canada who live with a disability. Nevertheless, you know, the topic at hand today has to do with the Autism Partnership. Right. And this group is this working group that came together and they collectively put this ask forward to the government. And it's a moderate ask. It's $19 million. It's over the course of 5 years, which is less than $4 million per year. And this government shut that down. Meanwhile, somehow they found money in their purse still to give millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, $400 million to be specific, to Bombardier and their executives.
Questions and
comments, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people who live with functional limitations often lose services and financial benefits when they become adults. And I would like to know whether the member has the intention of working with the NDP to ensure that people with autism don't lose those services that help them to live above the poverty line when they become adults, because often people who are disabled do live below the poverty line.
Again, I thank the honourable member for her question. Look, the question at hand, again, has to do with the Canadian Autism Partnership and whether or not this government is going to move forward and honour the request of this grassroots initiative and the phenomenal work that they have done in order to support families who live with autism. And so really that is the question of the day, and my question is towards the government whether or not they will actually follow through with this initiative, which is very noteworthy and celebratory, or celebration worthy, I should say. And it is deserving of the funding that is being asked by this group in order to support these families. Now, with regards to the member's question, which, would we as a Conservative caucus be willing to work with the NDP on future initiatives with regards to autism? I think it would depend on what those initiatives are, but I certainly think we hold an open hand, and we're definitely wanting to serve those communities that live with disabilities, and so we'll do all that we can to do that well.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
National Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. It's a pleasure and an important challenge for all of us to discuss the motion tabled by the honourable member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, thank you, related to autism spectrum disorder. I would like to thank the honourable member for his ongoing efforts in raising awareness about the needs of individuals and families affected by autism spectrum disorder. Many, many Canadians are dedicated in the same way in which the honourable member is, and today is a significant day on their behalf. Dr. Glenn Davies is another champion. He says that the prevalence of autism is accelerating at an alarming rate. In 1975, just 1 in 2,500 children were being diagnosed. Today, it is less than 1 in 100. He goes on to say, the next set of solutions will be at the convergence of a wide variety of disciplines and include families, communities, and a wide range of thinkers. No one group can do this alone. Communities, schools, healthcare systems, and governments must work together. I believe it is in this spirit that the member has brought forward this motion, and it is in this spirit that networks are being built across the country. This is precisely what the government is assessing at this time, as we engage with many groups to identify potential opportunities for partnerships, and as we engage with other departments to determine where investments can best help those with autism and their families. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the Pacific Family Autism Network in British Columbia, which has been envisioned and built through an inclusive and collaborative process including families, individuals with autism spectrum disorder and related disorders, clinicians, community professionals, researchers and representatives of government within the framework of the Pacific Autism Family Centre Advisory Committee. The Pacific Autism Family Centre is a family-first model. It is the first of its kind in Canada and North America. At the centre, key organizations are brought together under one roof so that everyone is working together, sharing information, and ultimately supporting families. Autism BC, the oldest organization in British Columbia, is central to the hub, as is the Autism Support Network, the Provincial Ministry of Education, and the Provincial Ministry of Child and Family Development. Autism Speaks is a major funder and partner which focuses on research and is highly supportive of this model of collaboration. The Miriam Foundation provides resource materials and information with the intent of delivering the best service to every individual. The Seneve Foundation is another partner whose vision is that every adolescent and adult in Canada with autism spectrum disorder will be supported in realizing their highest quality of life. The fact of having these partners under one roof makes life so much easier for families and their children. The 60,000 square foot centre is the vision of Wendy and Sergio Coquia. Sergio also serves on the previous government's Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance. The province of British Columbia gave a huge boost to the centre through a $20 million capital contribution, followed by a significant capital campaign. At the centre, there are service providers, medical and dental practitioners, a partnership with UBC to train healthcare professionals while in university to become aware and comfortable with people with autism. The centre has a preschool where 50% of the children are on the autism disorder spectrum and 50% are not. Behavioural analysts are being trained. Apart from the significant funding the federal government provides to some of these research and support partners, the centre also partners with the federal government to deliver the Ready, Willing and Able and Employment Works programs. Ready, Willing and Able helps employers across British Columbia to hire people on the spectrum and to sustain them on a permanent basis. Employment Works works on the other side of the equation with individuals themselves to connect them to placement opportunities. The Pacific Family Autism Centre is leading Canada in job placements. Having just started in January 2016, there are over 100 people in permanent positions today. It is going so well that they are being contacted daily by parents who wish to be part of this program on behalf of their children over 18. The Centre also reaches out to companies to participate. For example, SAP has a mandate of hiring 1% of its staff from people on the spectrum by 2018. The collaborative model is serving families. Informing researchers and families is a second pillar for the Centre. It serves as a hub for research. Supported by first-class technology from TELUS, this research model is a two-way form so that research is going directly to families and families are informing new research. Again, this is at the heart of our government's approach. Thirdly, the Centre is building spokes out from this hub. New, smaller locations are opening in British Columbia. A small one has opened in Williams Lake and a more major one in Prince George. Bringing services together, providing first-class information to access to information that is available at the central location, and expanding adult programming is very important in parts of the province and indeed the country that are more remote. Equal access and inclusion is a critical aspect of public health and healthy communities, and those who need it most should be our top priority. Living away from urban centres presents challenges that the Pacific Families Autism Centre strives to address. The network believes that autism is a condition that affects whole communities. As such, we need an integrated solution that includes community education, teacher learning, the training of specialists, more awareness for medical practitioners, and support for siblings, parents, and extended families. Governments can't do it alone. The Pacific Autism Family Network is about coming at this together. It's about saying, let's pool our resources and work with governments to get out in front of this issue. Let's be the leader and show the world how this could be done. For our part, the federal government is making significant investments each year to support research focusing on ensuring that children and adults affected by autism spectrum disorder and their families have the best support and treatment possible. Over the past 5 years, the federal government has invested close to $40 million in research through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. Canadian researchers are recognized as global leaders. At the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto, the Autism Genome Project is comprised of researchers from more than 50 research centres across 11 countries. As the world's largest research project on identifying genes associated with the risk for ASD, our government continues to make significant investments in research and innovation in the last 2 federal budgets. In Budget 2016, the federal government announced a new ongoing investment of $30 million per year to support investigator-led research through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. This investment represents the highest amount of new annual funding for discovery health research in more than a decade. As I went over this speech this morning, today's debate was on, of course. For the most part, it would be very difficult to say which party was speaking. My Conservative colleagues talked about a shared leadership model and putting research into practice and bringing all of the initiatives into one place, and I could not agree more. Mr. Speaker, our government is reviewing the important work of the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance to this very end. There are other significant efforts underway. One is to create a national autism strategy under the leadership of one of our senators. Another is the major effort from the Medicare for Autism Now network to advocate for health care funding. These are important voices too. Members of Parliament clearly care. Today's debate is important. On behalf of the families in my riding, many of whom are leading the charge, as is the honourable member, I am confident that our government and the Ministers of Health and the Ministers of Families, Children and Social Development and other ministries involved will operate within a collaborative model to improve the lives of those living with autism spectrum disorder. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my first comment is just to say how much I appreciate, of all of the members across the way, the preparation that went into the member's speech. Clearly, she's done her homework. She knows what she's talking about, and I really, really appreciate that. One minor clarification: CASDA, it's important to clarify, had nothing to do with our government. CASDA was a coming together, the Canadian ASD Alliance, a coming together of organizations on their own. Recognition that there needed to be a voice that represented the autism community, and that was how CASDA came together. CASDA is one of the voices calling for a Canadian Autism Partnership as the alliance, and most of the members of the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group are also members of CASDA, the alliance. Interesting that a lot of the organizations that you name, the Pacific Autism Family Network and the COCIAs, Sergio is a member of the working group, the 12-member expert working group. Autism Speaks Canada, the Miriam Foundation, Sinev Foundation, 4 of the 12 members of the working group right there. CASDA as well. You talk about research, four different top-notch researchers, part of the Canadian Autism Partnership, all calling for the same thing, $19 million to form a Canadian Autism Partnership to meaningfully inform policy at every level of government across the country. My question would be simple. Does the honourable member support the cap?
Go to the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the clarification. Thank you for recognizing a little bit of homework. As you know, this is so important to Canadians. It is something that was certainly talked about in the last election, and I think that with regard to our government's position, we are absolutely taking advantage of the great work that was done by that network, and we will be coming forward in a way that represents exactly the spirit that this motion is coming forward in due time. Thank you.
Before I go to another question, I just want to remind all the members I was making signs. It is a very emotional topic, and it's not hard to talk across to each other, but we still have to go through the chair. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her concern and her speech. In my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, we have the East Kootenay Autism Society, the Kootenay Boundary Autism Society, the Kootenay Family Place Behavior Support Services, Autism and ABA Services Cranbrook and Kootenays. And this is a very important issue to many of my constituents, and I'm really trying to understand how the government can't justify in their own minds investing $19 million to help these very important organizations deliver on their services to people with autism. So it's a pretty simple question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much for the question. The reason I chose to explain the model of the Pacific Family Autism Network is to reinforce what I think every member of this House is saying, in that there are many, many groups. It is such a personal journey for people, and the service that we can be to Canadians is to figure out how these networks work best together, work most efficiently and most effectively, and that is exactly what our government intends to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I would just, hearing that, point out again that all of the organizations that the member talks about are working together. They are speaking with one voice, and their ask is very specific right now after 2 years of work. A $19 million over 5 years Canadian Autism Partnership. So specifically again to the member, will she vote to support the motion?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank the honourable member for bringing this to the floor of the House of Commons today. I think that it will be a discussion that is very closely watched by Canadians, those who are affected by autism spectrum disorder, and by our compassionate society. And our government looks forward to building on the strengths of an inclusive, engaged, and caring community. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport and People with Disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd also like to thank or congratulate my colleague opposite from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. It's a privilege for me to speak to the House today, but first of all, I'd like to talk a bit about my interest in this subject matter. I repeat, I'm very moved by this cause, autism. We share our lives at home because my partner has dedicated her life to teaching young kids with autism and has been doing that for years. About a month ago, I took part in a group of kids with autism in a Special Olympics event in Montreal. It was a privilege for me to take part and to work with those kids, as I have done in other situations. And so I'm very moved by this cause, and I'm here in the House to testify. I think we all agree that autism is an important issue and requires very specific attention. 1 in 68 kids in Canada is affected. The autism spectrum is considered a neurological condition whose prevalence is the fastest growing in Canada. And there's a wide range of symptoms, including difficulty communicating and social deficiencies. Autism is not just a health problem, Mr. Speaker. It also has far-reaching implications for Canadian society. For example, and we've heard this often today, parents are concerned about their kids' futures when they become adult. The unemployment rate is over 50% for people with autism. So this is a huge challenge. And despite the things that have been said, the awareness raising and the sensitivity, there's still some stigma associated with autism.
Autism in our workforce, and more generally, to further include them in all aspects of Canadian life. An inclusive Canada is good for employers and good for business. Our government encourages employers to tap into the rich talent of people with disabilities. Thanks to Ready, Willing, Able, an initiative funded in part of the Government of Canada's Opportunities Fund for Persons with Disabilities, a good number of organizations are raising awareness and bringing the employment gap for people with intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder. In fact, Ready, Willing, Able was recently recognized at the Zero Project Conference in Vienna, Austria, for its important work. When we challenge the stereotype and look beyond the disability, we quickly realize the wonderful potential of people's abilities, and we contribute to combating prejudice. We are committed to improve the quality of life for people living with autism and their families. Our Government of Canada's program designed to do just that. It is Enable Accessibility Fund. This program supports community organizations and workplaces to help improve accessibility and participation in their organization. Our government believes in the benefits to this program, which is why Budget 2017 proposed to provide an additional $77 million over 10 years to expand in activities and enable the program to support more small and mid-sized projects in Canada communities and workplaces. We also provide an additional $4 million over 2 years, starting in 2016 and 17, to the Handling Accessibility Fund's communities team through Budget 2016. Our government is also aware of the cost of taking care of a child with a severe disability. That's why we continue to provide the child disability benefit, an annual amount up to $2,730 per child eligible for the disability tax credit. This is an additional to the $2,300 average increase Canadian families now receive from the recently revamped Canada Child Benefit. These are practical measures that we have in place to help families living with autism. Mais nous devons reculer.
But we have to step back and consider the situation holistically. It's incredible that over 50% of complaints to the Canadian Human Rights Commission are based on disability. That's incredible when you consider the many other grounds for discrimination: race, gender, sexual orientation, to name just a few, Mr. Speaker. Most complaints relate to employment, barriers to employment are significant for people with disabilities. The unemployment and underemployment rates are very high and unacceptably so. In June of last year, we launched an ambitious program of public consultations all across Canada. We consulted Canadians and stakeholders to see what an accessible Canada meant to them. We held 18 public consultations, 9 thematic roundtables. We had an online component. We organized a national forum here, and we gained valuable insight into the lives of the 6,000 Canadians who talked about their problems dealing with employment and having disabilities. There were physical obstacles, architectural obstacles that prevented people to move freely within their communities. There was a high prevalence of misconceptions and attitudes about what people with disabilities can and can't do, and there were policies and practices that were outdated and did not take into account barriers to access that Canadians have to deal with every day. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians with disabilities gave us the same message. They're not second-class citizens. They deserve the same rights and responsibilities as all other Canadians. And the same thing goes for autism. And that's just one of the reasons why we're developing accessibility legislation. The legislation will systemically address existing barriers under federal jurisdiction. This will include banking services, transportation, telecommunication, and, of course, the federal government itself. Canadians with disabilities have been fighting for decades. We want to resolve the systemic problems instead of requiring people with disabilities to proceed by way of complaints, human rights complaints. We want to get rid of discrimination and exclusion. So what can we do to bring about a culture change and to make the barriers fall? How do we create an inclusive society, not just for people with autism, but for all Canadians? If we can improve accessibility through legislation, Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what this government intends to do. That is the spirit underlying our efforts to amend federal accessibility legislation, including for autism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and I do realize he's new in the House. I just wanted to remind him what we're talking about today. We're talking about a $19 million investment over 5 years, which was requested by the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group. To give him a little bit of history, when I came here in the House in 2004, this group was entirely ignored. And one of the champions was a friend of mine and a friend of this House, Senator Jim Munson, who is a Liberal senator. And he really tried to focus and sharpen the pencil so that we could get some action with autism, because there was nothing out there. And over the years, with my colleagues here in the House and everybody across the hall, we worked hard to see what we could do to make a difference, because this is not just the kids with autism, it's their families, their friends, it's everyone involved. And the sad thing is, Mr. Speaker, is it was working really well. And what this motion is asking for is just to allow the continuation of that good work and expansion, because when you see something in research and when you see something in practical application that is working at the federal level, it's worthwhile to continue with that. So I know the member is talking about all people with disabilities, and I respect that very much. But this is not an either or. The government makes different investments. This is something that has really worked, and all we're asking for is really a very small investment. As my colleague from Carleton constantly says, this would be less than the bonus of one Bombardier executive, and in order to meet this commitment to our autistic partners. And all I want to ask him, Mr. Speaker, will he please consider supporting this great initiative?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect my colleague's question and thank him for it. Yes, I'm new to the House, Mr. Speaker, but for the past 18 months, I can tell you I've been working with a number of organizations we consulted all across Canada. I've quickly acquired experience, and I'd like to point out to my colleague opposite, Mr. Speaker, that we have been living with people with autism for over 16 years in my family. This is something we discuss regularly. We have in-depth knowledge from all the organizations we've consulted. And what I can tell my colleague today is that I'm very comfortable today speaking to this file and shepherding this file so that we can craft legislation that will include people with autism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, former U.S. Vice President Joe Biden used to say that, don't tell me your values, show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values. And I think that's an appropriate concept to bring up here today, because all day long we've been hearing some very heartfelt speeches from members of the government side on the absolute need of the autism spectrum disorder community across Canada, and how they understand the needs, how they empathize with the needs, how they understand that steps have to be taken. But I have yet to hear a single Liberal member of the government say that they will commit in their budget to giving a very, very small amount, $19 million over 5 years, to actually address that problem. So my direct question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member, will he stand in this House and vote in favour of this motion to actually provide $19 million for autism in this country? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What I have to say today is that we take autism seriously. We've already invested $39 billion over the past 5 years in the Canadian Institutes in Health Research, $77 million in accessibility, which includes support for autism, $20 million, which is a considerable investment in developing neuroscience, which also includes autism. So what I can say today is that I can announce that I will be a defender of autism in the file of making Canada more accessible.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the honourable member could have simply said no. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the member from Windsor-Tecumseh. Mr. Speaker, I am privileged and proud to stand in this House to support this incredibly important motion from my honourable colleague from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin on a number of fronts, both professionally, because I'm the health critic for the New Democratic Party, and I have, I think, acquired some understanding of both autism spectrum disorder and the needs of people and their families across this country who are touched by it, but also as a father of a child who has a different kind of global developmental delay. It's not autism, but it's similar. But through her experiences and being the parent of a special needs child, I have been exposed to the wonderful world of developmentally challenged children, teenagers, and adults. And I have been fortunate enough to meet these fabulous, wonderful Canadians who are touched by a number of different afflictions, including autism spectrum disorder. Some have Down syndrome. Some have different forms of developmental delays. Some have Tourette syndrome. Some have anxiety disorders. Some have cognitive impediments. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I have never met Canadians who are more generous, who are kinder, who are more cooperative, who enjoy life, who love their families, who participate with a gusto in our communities in every facet, who contribute to Canada in profoundly important ways. And I can count myself privileged to be friends with people with autism spectrum disorder of many ages. And the first point I want to make is that this is not a disability. Autism spectrum disorder is a health challenge, but it is something that we can, with an investment of resources and funds, make a significant difference in their lives, no different than we do for many Canadians who are afflicted with any number of different health conditions. I want to review a couple of facts, Mr. Speaker, that puts this motion into perspective. We know that 1 in 68 children are currently diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. We know that the prevalence of ASD has increased over 100% in the last 10 years. We know that autism is the fastest growing and most commonly diagnosed neurological disorder in Canada. We're not sure how it's caused, but we believe it linked to a number of genetic and environmental influences. We also know that autism is an equal opportunity condition. It occurs in all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups. We know that autism is a lifelong spectrum disorder. We know that early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Mr. Speaker, we know that mental health concerns such as anxiety and depression are common in individuals with ASD. We know that as adults, the unemployment rate for individuals with ASD is a shocking 80%. But we also know that with the right supports, all individuals with ASD can thrive and they can meet their potential. Now, this is not necessarily cheap. We know that treatments for those on the autism spectrum can cost between $50,000 and $100,000 per year. We also know that early intervention is critical and that parents with a child that's born with autism spectrum disorder need to have a very, very quick diagnosis, and they need access to every kind of modality and treatment that exists. And we know that that makes a tremendous difference in those people's lives. We know that ASD is a family condition, that the mums and the dads and sisters and brothers and aunts and uncles and relatives are all touched in some way by autism. And we know that, depending on their place of residence, not all affected Canadians have access to the same quality of care. We know that provincial health plans do not provide equal levels of coverage, and we know that wait lists across this country are far too long for just about every family with a member suffering from ASD. Now, we know that there has been some progress over the last few years, and in November 2016, the Canadian Autism Advisory Group presented a final report to the Health Minister, and that contained a proposed business plan for a Canadian Autism Partnership, and a request for $19 million over 5 years was put forth, which I think is the genesis of the motion before this House today. However, unfortunately, the Liberal government decided against funding this partnership model, and in response, advocates have taken to social media to flood the minister and the Liberal government with over 3,000 tweets and calling for full funding for this partnership. Now, what we need, Mr. Speaker, and I think what this motion calls for, is the development and implementation of a plan that represents a comprehensive approach that would address both systemic issues and the complex needs of individuals on the autism spectrum. This plan would create opportunities for many autistic individuals, along with their families and caregivers, to benefit from the efforts of decision makers to enhance coordinated and timely support. We need to reduce the frustration and isolation that often accompanies their search for appropriate and effective intervention and care. So the nub of the motion before us and the $19 million that it calls for would create many efficiencies. The plan would create a national platform for multi-sectoral collaboration and innovation to drive systemic change. It would foster focused, robust, and accessible knowledge translation and exchange, promoting greater efficiency of effort and resources. It would provide an authoritative access point for reliable data to inform policy development, funding decisions, and service delivery. It would increase collaboration between all segments of the autism sector, promoting broader influence on the research agenda in Canada, and acceleration of the time from research to implementation. It would initiate a unique Indigenous engagement strategy that reflects the cultural values of Canada's Indigenous communities and address their specific needs. It would build the capacity of northern and remote communities by providing a hub for shared information, policy and research and collaboration with more well-resourced parts of the country. It would forge effective partnerships to enable pooling of resources, and it would achieve greater equity across all provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, this motion before us is something that every member of this House should proudly stand in their place and support. Now, I know that we're always calling for a government to spend more money, but I think the honourable member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin put it very well the other day when he said we're talking about 10 cents per Canadian per year. That's how much it would cost for us to make a profound difference in thousands, maybe tens of thousands of Canadians' lives. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by talking about some very important people in my province of British Columbia. I'm fortunate to count as a friend Abby Gates and her son Lucas Gates. Now, they both have recently been hired by the Pacific Autism Family Network, and the amount of work that they've done in bringing together individuals of all ages and degrees together out of their isolation and to develop programs that are helping these people achieve their potential is unbelievable. Abby Gates is a prime mover behind creating Friday Night Friends, which is a group at the Hillcrest Community Centre where young adults with all sorts of differences come together and socialize, including many people with autism spectrum disorder. After having her daughter refused to join a typical kid's soccer team, she started the Blazin' Soccer Dogs, which is a soccer league in Vancouver for children that is open to every child of every ability with every kind of challenge. Mr. Speaker, people in Canada with developmental disabilities are some of our most cherished people. They all are worthy of support, and I want to make a plug also for this House not to forget the many Canadians that have some form of global developmental delay or developmental delay, and not forget that these people need the resources and funding that they need as well. And we can start by voting for this motion and starting to devote more resources in this country to helping Canadians reach their potential, and let's shift money to making sure every Canadian can be as healthy as they can be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Literally hundreds of millions of dollars, public dollars, are allocated every year for autism syndrome. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we recognize that we look at healthcare and the many different aspects of it. It's been already suggested earlier today that there are many other issues. I've raised the issue of fetal alcohol syndrome disorder and the profound impact it's having on children in the constituency in which I represent, the province of Manitoba, in fact, all of Canada. The association had approached the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health had made a decision in the last budget, and we have indicated very clearly that the government is still engaging with many groups to identify other potential opportunities for partnerships and with other departments to determine where investments can best help those with autism and their families. I think the Minister of Health has been very genuine in reaching out, trying to have a positive impact on this issue. We've seen additional millions of dollars, far beyond $19 million, that has been invested in issues such as mental health. And mental health, investment in mental health does help in regards to autism also, not to mention other budgetary lines. My question to the member is, would he not recognize or at least agree that if a member of the House chooses not to vote in favor of this particular motion, does not in any fashion whatsoever mean that they do not support providing resources in order to deal with autism, fetal alcohol syndrome, because I would ultimately argue that it would be the equivalent of me saying the member across the way voted against the budget and therefore he voted for all the money that we allocated out to those issues, which are so important. Would you not agree that all members of this chamber recognize its importance, and maybe at times we might have a different approach at dealing with it?
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a lot in that question. I'm going to start with this, that it was the Government of Canada that in July 2015 supported the launch of the Canadian Autism Partnership Project, which was tasked with developing a national autism spectrum disorder working group as well as a self-advocacy advisory group. And they were tasked with developing a plan to then present to the federal government. I believe that's an important process because it was engaging the stakeholders on the ground with developing that plan. And they presented that plan to the Liberal government in November of last year, and that's what included the $19 million. And it was something that I think the Liberal government made a grave error in not accepting. Now, the next point I want to make is that the honourable member points out other sources of funding in the broad health envelope that have been dedicated by this government. Well, that's true, but essentially what the member is saying is that there's been enough spent. He thinks there's been enough. Well, this motion calls on the government to spend a little bit more. And so what I would say is Canadians will make the judgment about what the vote means of members in this House when this vote comes before this House, and they will judge whether or not it was appropriate for a member to stand in this House and vote for or against a motion that calls for an additional $19 million to help put into reality a plan that was developed by stakeholders across this country over 5 years to help families and individuals with autism. If I were him, I would contemplate that vote very carefully, and I would suggest that he vote in favor of that if he does believe that this extra money is needed. I think it is. I do think that on the one hand, we can say that the government, of course, expends money in healthcare, and some of that does go for autism and other important issues. But this is a segregated motion that calls for a specific allocation of funding for a specific, well-thought-out plan. And that's why I'm saying every member should look at this carefully and support it. I will, the New Democrats will, I hope the Liberal members do as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today in support of the Conservative Opposition Day motion. The NDP has long been a proponent of creating a national strategy on autism, and we look forward to the day that we have one that is more than a mere paper entity. Canada's current approach to autism spectrum disorder has let down thousands of Canadians on the autism spectrum and their families. We share their disappointment, and we stand with them in their call for action in support of the Canadian Autism Partnership. We continue to see a significant increase in the number of Canadians being diagnosed on the autism spectrum, yet all across Canada, vital services, supports and resources have not kept up with the increasing need. It's time for the federal government to finally sit down with the provinces and territories to negotiate an accord backed by real funding to address, number one, the lack of applied behavior analysis and intensive behavioral intervention, and which is also known as ABI-IBI in Canada's school systems, and the lack of public health care coverage for behavioral treatments, and the lack of appropriate housing accommodation for adults on the autism spectrum. The Liberal government's refusal to fund the Canadian Autism Partnership, CAP, at $19 million over 5 years is rather indefensible. While this model isn't a substitute for real funding to provide essential services and supports for those on the autism spectrum, the CAP would play an important coordinating role at the national level. The NDP believes that given the scale of the problem, it makes no sense for the Liberal government to refuse to make this small investment in so worthwhile an initiative just because it's something that was brought forward by the previous Conservative government. Of course, This refusal to fund would be entirely defensible if the Liberals were bringing forward their own well-funded and targeted national strategy, but I think we all know that such a plan isn't forthcoming. While autism isn't a matter that any of us should be playing politics with, and on the other hand, it is unfortunate that the previous Conservative government never got around to backstopping their own initiative with the funding or political commitment necessary to improve the service delivery and supports. As Kathleen O'Grady, the research associate at Simone de Beauvoir Institute and Concordia University, has noted, autism doesn't affect Liberals or Conservatives or NDPers. It's an equal opportunity neurodevelopment disorder that affects Canadians across the political spectrum and clear across the country. I'd like to take a moment to look at some of the specifics of autism in Canada. At this time, 1 in 68 children are currently diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. ASD is caused by a combination of genetic and environmental influences, and it is now the fastest growing and the most commonly diagnosed neurological disorder in Canada. And as my honourable colleague had stressed earlier, its prevalence has increased over 100% in the last 10 years. Autism occurs in all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups, and it is a lifelong spectrum disorder. Mental health concerns such as anxiety and depression are common in individuals with ASD. And sadly, the unemployment rate for individuals with ASD is over 80%. Treatments for those on the autism spectrum can cost between $50,000 and $100,000 each year. Yet, depending on their place of residence, not all affected Canadians have access to the same quality of care. Provincial health plans do not provide equal coverage, equal levels of coverage, and wait lists are often several years long. People on the autism spectrum lose access to public education and specialized services as they grow older and become adults. Lastly, the most important point I'd like to make is about early intervention. Early intervention makes a lifetime of difference. We've heard this from so many professionals who came forward and talked to me during the election campaign, who are professionals and work with children, and were applauding our proposed early childhood affordable daycare strategy because early interventions are so much an intricate part of what a national strategy would entail. With the right supports, all individuals with ASD and other disorders can thrive. The earlier the intervention, the more successful the outcome. We know about early intervention leading to success no matter what challenge a child may have. The earlier we can identify that a child needs support and the earlier that appropriate support can be provided at the right time and in the right way for that particular child, it is 1,000-fold more likely that the child will be more successful than he or she would otherwise have been. Because they've had early intervention, we see children who are now in the regular school system, and we see children graduating from high school and university. As I mentioned earlier, New Democrats have always been champions on this issue. And going back to 2006, the NDP health critic Don Davies previously introduced Bill C-327, an act respecting a Canadian Autism Day, in recognition and support of the many Canadians affected by autism spectrum disorder. We believe, however, that at this point in time, there have been enough studies, enough roundtables, enough consultations, enough motions debated in this chamber, and as well, let's not forget the Senate. It is time for us to do something. No one following this issue for any length of time can be forgiven for being just a tad cynical about the debate we're having here today. There's been everything done around this issue except for the serious concrete action required, backstopped with the right amount of funding that matches the scale of the challenge that is presented to us. If this is not why we're here today, then we may as well move on to something else. as I have no intention of further insulting and hurting the families and caregivers and institutions that have been dealing with this matter for decades. And these people have invested so much of their time and expertise into the real meaningful consultation they thought they were bringing forward in the model proposed to the Minister of Health. Canadians are looking to us for leadership and for action. That's why we're here. So let us please, I urge you, give it to them today. Let us no more kick this particular can down the road. I mentioned the Canadian Autism Partnership Project earlier, and I'd like to elaborate on what this project entails, as I believe it is pertinent to this debate. The partnership was launched with an investment by the Government of Canada in July of 2015, and it was charged with developing a National Autism Spectrum Disorder Working Group and Self-Advocates Advisory Group, a comprehensive stakeholder engagement strategy, and the development of a business plan for the implementation of a permanent Canadian Autism Partnership. Since CAPP was launched, the National Working Group, along with the Self-Advocates Advisory Group, has guided the stakeholder engagement process, including 22 meetings with 101 government representatives in all provinces and territories, 17 consultations in 14 communities with relevant stakeholder groups, and 4,371 responses to an online survey hosted by the CAPP website. Throughout the process, special focus has been placed on the needs of Indigenous people and Northern communities to identify their priorities and the appropriate methods to examine meaningful responses to their service needs, both on and off reserve. The development and implementation of CAP represents a comprehensive approach that would address systematic issues and complex needs of individuals on the autism spectrum. And I believe this partnership is step one in beginning to introduce and seriously address this issue. I'm proud to support it here today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Windsor-Tecumseh and also the previous speaker for the NDP, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, who's been a huge supporter of autism initiatives throughout the years. She really made a great argument, and as she was stating, autism really shouldn't be a partisan issue. One of the things that she said, though, really concerned me, and I wanted to ask her about it because I've heard that one of the reasons the Liberals don't want to support this is because it was brought forward by the previous Conservative government. But at that time, Mr. Speaker, we did get a lot of support across all parties. And I brought up earlier a colleague in the Senate, Jim Munson, who, when both you and I were first elected in 2004, this was an initiative that over the years has gotten stronger and better and stronger and better. And what we're asking for, and what my colleague is asking for, really it's 10 cents per Canadian for this initiative that's affecting literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians. So I was wondering if I could ask the member, is there any really good reason she can think of for not supporting this motion? And when she brought that comment about because it was the Conservative government, is that something that she really feels in her heart to be true?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, since I've been elected, I've had the privilege of working for people not only in Windsor-Tecumseh, but for very meaningful people who come to me as the critic of persons living with disabilities. And I have to say that it is hard not to be cynical when you see how thorough the consultation has been, when you see how many silos there are operating right now, and when you realize that that 10 cents per Canadian that my honourable colleague is proposing is something that can be applied in so many areas besides autism spectrum. We need national strategies. We're spinning our wheels, and we can be maximizing the resources that we have now. The knowledge transfer, the research, and the expansive knowledge that we can be tapping into requires a national strategy. And that is the role of the federal government, to be facilitating that. And that's why I believe that us moving forward with the expertise, it makes all the sense in the world, and I can't understand why we're not doing it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to salute our member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, for the fight that that he's taken on for so long, the advocacy that he's done for so long for his son and for those that are suffering. I would actually, suffering is the wrong term, Mr. Speaker, is those that have been blessed with autism spectrum disorder, because I can only hope that if I was, one can only hope that we have champions like our colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, every day to fight for whatever ails us or whatever challenges are in our way. And I think we all owe a debt of gratitude to my colleague. Mr. Speaker, I hope that you'll give me a little bit of time. Just last week, I attended the 6th annual Autism Walk in my community of Prince George. I met a young gentleman by the name of Eric who's 5 years of age and proudly wore a T-shirt that said, "Autism is my superhero," or my superpower. He is a superhero. He is a rock star in our community. I have a other constituent by the name of Corey Walker, who is incredible advocate for autism spectrum disorder. My question through you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier we heard the parliamentary secretary stand up and said his family has dealt with autism spectrum disorder for over 16 years, and he's quite satisfied to not support this motion. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I can only think that the only reason why that gentleman and the government will not support this this motion is because it is a conservative motion. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask, does our honourable colleague feel the same?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh in 45 seconds or less, if possible.
Thank you. Well, I made the statements in my speech for a reason, and all I can go back to saying is that I see people every day, persons living with different abilities that are beautiful people, and they're gifts to all of us, and we need national strategies. The only way for us to do that is to recognize the merits of these kinds of approaches and not working in silos.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Richmond, Arthur Basket. Today we are debating a motion brought forth by my colleague and my dear friend from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, and I want to thank him very much for this. But I'm actually surprised that we're actually debating this. I was actually shocked that the government has not signaled that they will be supporting this. Autism spectrum disorder is widely considered the fastest growing neurological disorder in Canada, affecting an estimated 1 in 68 kids, including my own son. And before I get into my personal experience with the disorder, I'd like to discuss autism and raise more awareness about what it is exactly. In the past, in the earlier days, autism was recognized as distinct subtypes, including autistic disorder, childhood disintegrative disorder, pervasive developmental disorder, not otherwise specified, and Asperger's syndrome. In May 2016, they were merged into one diagnosis, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're calling autism spectrum disorder. ASD is a lifelong diagnosis which affects those who have autism in many different ways. The symptoms can include social impairment, restricted and repetitive behavior, intellectual disability and motor, and attention difficulties, just to name a few. But those who have autism, including my own son, can also excel in certain areas such as music. For example, my son can play 3 instruments. Languages, he can speak a couple of languages really well. I can't even speak English or French properly. Art and even visual skills. But this is one of the wonderful things about individuals with autism. Each individual is unique. 40% of those on the spectrum, like my own son, have above average academic and intellectual abilities, and about 25% are nonverbal. But they can, Mr. Speaker, they can learn to communicate using other means. We just need to be able to give them those resources. Signs of autism usually tend to emerge around the ages of 2 or 3, but more needs to be done to raise awareness about the signs in order to help families detect autism early on. The motion brought forward by my colleague addresses an issue he knows all too well and has been a great champion for many, many years, Mr. Speaker. It calls on this government to grant $19 million over 5 years, which has been requested by the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group, Self Advocates Advisory Group, and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance. Unfortunately, this funding was nowhere to be found in Budget 2017, and the Liberals do not seem to realize that this funding is needed to help establish a Canadian Autism Partnership Program that would support families and address key issues such as research, early detection, and of course, diagnosis and treatment. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, in the 2015 budget under our previous Conservative government, the Canadian Autism Partnership CAP was established, and it's worthy to note that many Liberals supported that idea. Like I mentioned, Senator Jim Munson, a Liberal senator. The National ASD Group, led by the Minister of Health and some of Canada's leading autism expert, was established to guide the work of CAP, which received $2 million in funding to explore a partnership concept through broad-based engagement that would address all the issues that I've raised above. Our 2015 election platform also promised, and I quote, continue to support the Autism and Spectrum Disorder Working Group's work to develop a Canadian Autism Partnership. We'll be ready to support the initiative in areas of federal jurisdiction once the development work is complete, end quote. Mr. Speaker, as we've all heard, this should not be a partisan issue. This is a matter that needs to be addressed at the federal level, but has unfortunately been ignored by the Liberal government. It's disappointing to hear and to see Liberal MPs who would rather hand out millions of dollars to Bombardier executives so they can reward themselves with big bonuses over providing necessary funding for issues such as autism spectrum disorder. And my friend from Carleton put it quite into perspective, Mr. Speaker, that one bonus to one Bombardier millionaire executive would pay for the entire autism commitment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to share my family's own experience with autism spectrum disorder, and it's not something I share very often. But I assure you I've received permission, and since this is an important issue and we need to raise as much awareness as possible, I spoke to my son last night and I've got permission, so here we go. My son was diagnosed with Asperger's, which was one of the previously separate subtypes of autism that I mentioned earlier on in my speech. Those who are diagnosed with Asperger's are considered to be high functioning, Mr. Speaker. They're at the high functioning end of the spectrum. However, he, like many others who are eventually diagnosed with Asperger's, had difficulty with social interactions. Without a doubt, we faced many challenges. There was growing frustration, Mr. Speaker, with the school system and the medical system once he was poorly diagnosed. There was frustration with the system then, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately there's still frustration for many families now. My son was very fortunate because, unlike many Canadian families facing the same and sometimes more difficult circumstances, we had the means to put him into a private school so that he could get the attention he needed due to the challenges that he faced. Mr. Speaker, we held him back a year, which was very controversial, but he was able to get some wins. And he raised his self-esteem and his confidence, and achieving all this took many years of hard work, because it was hard work for him. He worked hard on his social interaction skills so that he could start to read social cues. And he actually had to make intention to make eye contact while having conversations with another person. And after years of frustration, misdiagnoses, and hard work, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely proud to say that in spite of all his challenges, my son has just finished his second year at medical school, and he's one of the youngest kids in his class. Mr. Speaker, if you met my son today, you would never know that he faced these challenges when he was younger. Some people would, and I know my colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, probably would, but because of his gift, he had to work harder, Mr. Speaker, and we as a family had to work harder. We had to educate ourselves and the people around us. Today I can honestly say that he is one of the best communicators that I know, and I'm more proud of him and his accomplishments than ever. Mr. Speaker, as I said, my family was fortunate enough to have the means to ensure the best care and education was available to my son, and this is not the case for all Canadians. We still lack public awareness, especially in our school systems. We lack research and treatment, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we still lack proper and early diagnoses. The Liberals can't ignore this issue any longer. The Minister of Health yesterday chose to ignore the questions from my colleagues about autism spectrum disorder funding. She kind of skirted the question, and even today she was re-asked, and again, she refused to answer Because the reality is, Mr. Speaker, she's failing hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are living with autism spectrum disorder. I'm not just talking about the kids. I'm talking about the mums and dads, the sisters, the brothers, and the people in the community. Mr. Speaker, this is the Minister of Health's and the Liberal government's opportunity to do the right thing. This is $3.8 million, and this is a rounding error in comparison to what this government is spending around the world on all other kinds of initiatives.
That's right.
In fact, this is a smart investment and a responsible investment that can make the lives of many Canadians better. And I encourage all members of this House to vote in favour of this motion so that proper funding can be allocated to this very important issue. And I want to speak a little bit more about my son, Mr. Speaker, because he's an example of this. Because he was able to get the help that he needed, he's going to be out there helping other Canadians. And with a perspective, Mr. Speaker, that very few of us have. He's been able to be focused, and again, one of the frustrations, but also one of his gifts. Kids with Asperger's can focus like a laser. If they're interested in something, Mr. Speaker, they can do it, they can achieve it, and they can achieve it better than many other ordinary Canadians. If we look back in history, people with autism, we can name people like Temple Grandin, who many people know. She's out there on the speaking circuit now. Charles Darwin, they think, had autism. Albert Einstein, Jerry Seinfeld, he thinks he's on the spectrum. Isaac Asimov, Susan Boyle, the singer, Dan Aykroyd, Canadian comedian. These are people, Mr. Speaker, that have achieved wonderful things in spite of the challenges that they faced. And one of the things that's so important for us here in this House is, Mr. Speaker, we can make a difference. And when I look at the ask that my colleague has made of this House, this is something that, when you look in the big perspective of things, it's a small investment for such a large return that's really going to affect Canadians. And this group, Mr. Speaker, they've worked hard since I've been here in the House. As I said earlier, you and I were both elected in 2004. There wasn't much out there, but today there is. And the government, by making this very small investment, can make a huge difference, not only to Canadians who are affected with autism spectrum disorder, but for all Canadians. Because when these kids get the help they need, they can achieve anything. I believe that, Mr. Speaker. Hear, hear. So let's vote for this motion today and support my colleague from Edmonton, Wisconsin.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, first off, I want to pass on through you, Mr. Speaker, a special thanks to the member's son for being courageous enough to allow you to, or him, the member, to share his story, because that can be tough, and it's a big decision for a lot of people. And it reminds me of, again, the incredible group of self-advocates who are part of this budget ask, who are part of this ask today, part of the partnership working group process. 7 of them who came to Ottawa a couple months ago, or at the beginning of April, and advocated so strongly and articulately for this Canadian Autism Partnership. I think again about the incredible researchers in this country who are supportive of this ask. I think about all of the stakeholder groups and organizations from coast to coast who are supporting this ask. I think about the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance and the families that I hear from every single day across this country who speak to the absolute necessity of this. Families who are struggling with taking out second mortgages on their homes to pay for evidence-based treatment for their kids. Families who are wondering what's going to happen when they pass away. What's going to happen to their kids? What housing options are available for their kids? And members, we've heard articulately from multiple parties talking about the importance of some of these things. Maybe again, as a parent, maybe you could speak to the importance of the Canadian Autism Partnership in your family's experience.
Again, I want to remind the honourable members that they do go through the speaker, not directly to the other members. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments, because I am very proud of my son. I'm proud of all my 3 kids, but this was the first time that I did tell his story in this House, and I did ask him. So I thank him for that. But the work that... thank you. The work that's been done by the autism community is invaluable, Mr. Speaker. I just look at the amount of awareness and the opportunities and options, actually, that are coming forth. And we've got some momentum. And this is what is really saddening for me. This group has worked across partisan lines, and they do have momentum. For me, like I said, been very fortunate. But there are families out there right now who are struggling. And when we're looking at the future of Canada, autistic Canadians are one of the untapped resources that we can actually reach out to get them more involved. There's so many people with autism right now, they're not as engaged as they could be. And I know, Mr. Speaker, with that little bit more of an edge that could be provided if we keep this momentum going, these people are going to contribute to make Canada great, to continue to make Canada great, and all they need is the continued support. So please ask all members of this House to please support this motion.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm the NDP critic for housing, and I sit on the multi-party caucus against poverty, and what I hear regularly is that the people with functional limitations, many of them also happen to live below the poverty threshold. And I've also heard that 80% of adults who live with autism are unemployed. So it's very difficult to find an apartment, a suitable apartment, when people have limited financial resources. So I would like to ask my colleague if he thinks that we should focus specifically on housing in order to help people who are living with autism or other people who are living with functional limitations. I'd like to hear his thoughts.
I want to thank my colleague from Hochelaga for this very important question, because she has pointed out something that many people with autism are facing, and she talks about the issue of housing. Do I think we should focus specifically on it? No, I don't. But it's a part of the picture. And I got to tell you, people with autism want to be able to afford their own rent. People with autism want to be able to be employed. She mentions how the amount and the percentage of autistic people who are unemployed. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? There's no need for that. And one of the things that I'm really proud with the initiatives that we've seen over the last few years is there are programs out there that are starting to match employers with people who have autism. And they are contributing. They are part of our everyday lives. We see them in our own communities, in the grocery stores we go to, out and about when we're out doing our daily affairs, and we do need to be part of it and continue that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise. Resuming debate.
Recommencer. Conformément à l'article 38.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable on rail transportation, and the Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge on government appointments. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say before I begin my speech how proud I am today to rise in the House to speak to my colleague's motion. My colleague from the riding of Edmonton-Westaskawin on such an important topic as the autism spectrum. Since I've been in the House, it's been about a year and a half, and I've gotten to know this member, and on this file he has shown perseverance and determination, boundless determination, to have this matter brought forward. I know it could have been pushed aside or deferred. He could have focused on dealing with his own situation instead. But I would like to say today, I'd like to stand and express my support for people with autism spectrum disorder. This affects many Canadians all across the country. It is the fastest growing neurological disorder in Canada. 1 in 68 children will be diagnosed with autism, which can take various forms, but usually takes the form of difficulties with communication, social interaction, and behavior. I don't have my colleague's expertise. He's a member with an autistic child, the member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, but I have had the chance in my professional life to meet with people affected by autism and their families and to hear their stories. They're very moving stories. I was a mayor of a municipality before I became an MP, and I met with families with autistic children, and they had demands to make of the municipality. And before that, I was a teacher in the primary and secondary school system and a principal, so I dealt with kids that had this diagnosis, and some parents were in some distress at certain times, despite all their love for their kids, and they gave me their message. And I'd just like to tell a personal story. When I was an elected official, when I was a school board official, as principal, secondary school principal, and I had a young person who had been diagnosed with Asperger's, and I'm not an expert on that, but people's natural reflex, because they didn't know much about the disorder, they referred him to groups for kids with behavioral difficulties. And one of my friends, who was a psychologist, who was a PhD and was working with this kid in the region, and had asked to meet with me because he knew this young fellow. And he said, "Alain, you can't stick this kid in a class with teacher aides and so on. The kid has learning disabilities, but he doesn't have behavioral difficulties. He just has trouble learning." And so this was all about whether or not this kid was considered normal compared to other kids, because at one point the teacher had given a very simple instruction that you have to raise your hand before asking a question. And this young kid, he followed the rules, but he saw that lots of other kids asked questions without raising their hand. And he got upset about this, and the teacher kicked him out of the class because he was making a disturbance. And he was sent to the principal's office, to my office. And what was hard to understand was this kid wasn't reacting well because other kids weren't following the rules. And it was strange that this kid was being punished when it was the other kids who were breaking the rules. So it was this kid who was really the normal one, and the other kids who had behavioral problems, they weren't raising their hands before they asked a question. So since then, I've worked really hard to understand and support these kids. In order for these kids to get involved socially and in activities, we often have to think of concrete examples when dealing with these situations. But this disorder continues, obviously, after school. It's not just a problem during the school hours or even the school years. You have to understand that these young children will grow up, they'll get older, and they'll still have autism, and they'll still need support. And that's where reality really sinks in. There's a real lack of resources beyond the school system. There's a huge gap between the services young people get when they're still in school and what's available to them once they've finished school. The services come to a dead stop once they finish school. And autistic adults face very great challenges. These young adults with this disability, if you can call it that, I find it a bit strange to call it that, but their supports, their resources evaporate. It's very stressful. It creates additional anxiety. And there was a autism partnership, and they've talked about the lack of resources for adults, autistic adults. They say that support services for autistic adults are generally lacking or unavailable across the country. More specifically, job prospects for these individuals and provincial and territorial policies vary from one jurisdiction to another, but wherever you are, families and individuals dealing with autism feel that there's a real lack of support, and the problems get worse when these individuals retire. They may have no pensions because they were unable to work during their working the lives when they could have worked. And so these are problems that are experienced, lifelong problems. And don't forget the parents, the siblings, and relatives and friends of autistic people. Not to mention that very often these individuals live alone. Some live with their families, others alone, but housing is a key issue. There could be problems adapting a house to suit, but everyone should be entitled to safe, adapted, and appropriate housing. There's another significant issue. There may have to be accommodation in the workplace. We have to make sure that there are opportunities for all autistic adults so that they can contribute in their way and fully participate in the economic activity of their community. That goes to the root of physical and mental health. Participation in the community must also include social interactions. They get this at school. They get an opportunity to build relationships with other classmates, but once they're out of school, unfortunately, those opportunities for social development become rarer and rarer. They dry up, and we need to do something about that immediately, Mr. Speaker. People with autism see their needs grow over the years, and those needs have to be understood. We have to ask ourselves, are those needs being met? What can we do concretely to meet those needs? And that's what this motion does. It proposes to adequately fund a Canadian partnership for autism, to assess the needs, to create a working group that will assess needs across the country so that families get the support they need. We could also bring together those affected and their families and health professionals and educators and researchers and decision makers in order to facilitate information sharing and best practices. These conversations, Mr. Speaker, federally, provincially, territorially, and municipally, are essential in order to share innovative solutions and help all these individuals all across the country. By creating this unique partnership, we can make sure that autistic Canadians and their families can live in dignity. Just before I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to salute everyone, the families and the individuals, for their passion and dedication, and I want to tell them that we will continue to fight for them so that they get the funding they need so that all parliamentarians across all party lines support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
It's telling that the Liberals are almost non-existent in this debate today. You know, even when the opportunity arises to ask questions, no one stands up. No one asks questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just on a point of order, I have been around throughout the day. I have stood up. I even stood up in this last go-around to ask a question. And I am a member of the Liberal Party caucus.
That's more of debate. And I would like to remind the Honourable Member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin that we can't refer to who is present and who is not. Yeah, I'll let him continue.
I wasn't actually referring to who was present or not present, just talking about engagement in the debate. And again, it's been a really rough day for the Liberals today who have had to be in the House. I feel actually I almost feel sorry for members who've had to stand up and read from their talking points, because there's quite a distinct difference between the debate you hear on this side of the House from both Conservative and New Democrat members who are able to speak passionately about something that they believe is really, really important today. You can remember that when you take a look at the motion, it's very clear. It's a very nonpartisan motion, very easy to support. And yet, Liberal members have had a really tough time defending the positions today because they're really indefensible. I learned a lot from this member, and that was an incredibly articulate speech today. And one of the things I love about these types of debates is that opportunity to learn. And one of the things that the member spoke about is lifespan from his experience as a principal. And one of the things we get so caught up in talking about kids' issues or one specific part of the autism spectrum that sometimes we lose the fact that the Canadian Autism Partnership is designed to address lifespan issues. People across the spectrum and throughout their lifespan and the issues that they might face. And that maybe the honourable member wants to speak to that a little bit more from his experience.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this opportunity to keep telling the story of this young student that I worked with. I was fortunate to have a friend who was had their PhD in psychology and had specialized in autism. So this student was put in a group of kids with behavioral problems, but we decided not to do that. Instead, we put him in a gifted program because he was having a lot of trouble socially. But the last I heard a few years later was that this young fellow had gone to CEGEP, which was like the first years of university, and was becoming a brilliant information technology student. In the past, this kid probably would have been stuck in a school, like a remedial school for kids with serious trouble, but like a reform school, if you will. But now he was able to get access to gifted programs and has really succeeded. So it's incredible that the government, the party opposite, might not support this motion. I worked on the infrastructure file, and when it was, that was a matter of funding their cronies to the tune of billions of taxpayer dollars, and they were spending millions on minister's office and so on. Here we're talking about $19 million, which is a few million a year, and over 5 years, so it's about $4 million a year. I just find it scandalous. I'm very proud that my colleague stood up and was perseverant and determined to get this motion onto the floor of the House so that we could reveal this glaring lack in support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
To Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about an issue affecting Canadians from coast to coast, the Autism Spectrum Disorder, or ASD. Before I begin, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague, the member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, for his hard work and his passion on this file. It is greatly appreciated, I'm sure, by many all across the country. You're doing a fantastic job, and I encourage the member to keep going on his journey pushing this file forward. For introducing this motion, I'd like to thank all the members who have spoken before me, who will continue to speak after me. It's a very important motion. It's a very important issue. It affects people directly, and the people suffering from ASD, as well as their families that are dealing with this. And it is a terrible thing to have to deal with. I know my mother suffered from a very progressive form of MS. And for the family unit to continue pushing forward, it is extremely difficult for all around. But we do persevere and we continue moving forward. But before I continue, I would like to mention that I'm splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Carleton, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to recognize the organizations from coast to coast for their tireless work. And Mr. Speaker, I am certain that everyone in this chamber knows of someone on the spectrum. They're our family, our friends, our neighbors. They are involved in our communities, and they contribute to society. They're some of the most kind and generous, and not to mention incredibly smart people in our towns and cities. For those at home, The motion we are discussing calls on the government to grant the $19 million over 5 years that was requested by the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group, Self Advocates Advisory Group, and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance in order to establish a Canadian Autism Partnership that would support families and address key issues such as information sharing and research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. With the enormous amounts of money, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is spending on items with far less return on investment, like multi-million-dollar office renovations, free tickets to a Broadway play, a taxpayer-funded vacation to Billionaire Island, or even lush spending to executives at Bombardier. I believe that this $3.8 million for each of the next 5 years is a comparatively small amount that could make an incredible difference to families right across this country. This is a motion I sincerely hope that will receive support on all sides of this chamber. It's an issue that crosses political, economic, social, and cultural divisions. The funding requested, Speaker, will directly and positively affect Canadians. It's an opportunity to really help those who need it. Some quick facts about ASD in Canada, Speaker, if I could. 1 in 68 children are diagnosed with autism, which is a 100% increase in just a decade. Boys are nearly 5 times more likely than girls to be diagnosed with ASD. Over 500,000 Canadians are living with the ASD, and it is the fastest growing and diagnosed neurological disorder in Canada. In fact, Speaker, lifelong caregiving can cost up to $5.5 million. It's more than cost for a neurotypical developing child. It can cost approximately $60,000 a year to care for someone with autism, with most of that cost being special education and loss of parental income. This conversation, Speaker, also reminds me of the battle the Ontario Liberal government lost a few years ago, where families of the 30,000 Ontario children living in this province with autism had to fight when Premier Kathleen Wynne told them that when a child turns 5 or nearly 5, they no longer qualify for intensive behavior intervention, or IBI, the only treatment that is statistically effective at improving the development of autistic children. And after a hard fight by opposition parties and the families of those affected by the short-sighted decision, Premier Wynne finally backed down, and I'm hoping their federal cousins will do the same and rethink their decision. So, Speaker, autism spectrum disorder, as I mentioned, or ASD, is a complex developmental brain disorder that can affect the normal function of the immune and nervous systems. It's a lifelong diagnosis that manifests itself in a wide range of symptoms, including difficulty communicating, social impairments, and restricted and repetitive behavior. Individuals, Speaker, with autism and their families face unique challenges over their lifespan, potentially leading to families in crisis situations. And people living with ASD face daily challenges depending on where they fall on that spectrum. As I mentioned earlier, Speaker, ASD does not discriminate. It is one of the fastest growing neurological disorders in Canada. It is important that we understand some of the daily effects of it on Canadians. And by no means is this an all-inclusive list, but I think it is important for everyone to realize the daily challenges and issues that people suffering from ASD and their families face. Children with ASD are 8 times more likely to suffer from 1 or more chronic GI problems than any other children. 70% have feeding or eating problems, including restricted eating or obesity. More than 50% have 1 or more sleep problems. 1/3 of people with autism are nonverbal. 1/3 of people with autism also have intellectual disabilities. Between 50 to 70% of people with ASD have 1 or more co-occurring mental health conditions, including ADHD, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder. And epilepsy affects around 1/3 of people with ASD compared to an estimated 1 to 2% of the general population. You see, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious disorder that has lasting problems. And I'm proud to be standing here to offer my support for this motion. On behalf of the many people and families affected by ASD, and while not always agreeing with my colleagues opposite, I would find it quite troubling, actually, Speaker, to see any member stand up in this House and oppose this. During my research for this speech, Speaker, I also learned that approximately 25% of individuals with autism are employed. Most of this group is considered high functioning, and only 6% are competitively employed. I believe with increased research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment, we could have an even larger percentage of people living with ASD in the workforce, which will not only benefit them, Speaker, but their families and all Canadians. I would like to discuss the impact of this motion in my riding, Speaker. In Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, I'm proud of the many organizations that directly help people and families with ASD. 3 minutes. I would like to reiterate a story from my riding about a local person with autism in Haliburton who, thanks to the efforts of Point in Time and to the support of the Haliburton community, he completed high school and is currently excelling in college. We have many similar stories across my riding and across this country of the great work and organizations and people supporting those with ASD. And I believe it's important to recognize those organizations for their great efforts. Point in Time, Community Living in Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton counties, 5 counties Children's Center, Horses Help Canada in Millbrook, Kawartha Lakes Autism Support, Kids First Incorporated, Canard Child and Family Services, Camp Kirk, and the Durham chapter of Autism Ontario that looks after Brock Township, and of course, Speaker, many others. I'd like to also mention the Mayor Centre for Autism Services. While this organization is not in my riding, my colleague from Edmonton West has done outstanding work with this group. And unfortunately, due to their 2 most recent budgets, Speaker, the Liberal government has neglected to make any pledges to autism organizations in Canada. And this is in contrast, Speaker, to our previous government, which pledged $2 million in 2015-2016 to support stakeholder relationships on a Canadian autism partnership, of which $1.5 million would be used to support stakeholder participation in that working group, which was tasked with the development of a plan for the Canadian Autism Partnership that would address key issues such as information sharing and research, early detection, diagnosis, and treatment for supporting families. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, autism is a cross-partisan issue. It affects people from coast to coast, and probably, like I said, every member in this chamber knows someone affected by autism. So thank you very much, Speaker, for the time here in this chamber, and I look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you very much, and I've been listening in the back to the debate with great interest and applaud the advocacy work and the lived experiences that we've heard expressed here today. And we know this is a serious issue and that many approaches need to be pursued in order to provide not just better treatment but also better therapies as well as support families. And the question I have for the member opposite is this. As children with autism age better and become older and older, one of the concerns that many parents express to us is the lack of supportive housing for their children as they age, and the parents sometimes are not there in later years to care for them. In light of the fact that for the last 15 years there has been no program of supportive housing that permitted medical supports and medical financing from departments of health, whether they're provincial or federal, to combine with CMHC grants and public housing grants in order to create the supportive housing required to allow these individuals to live independently. In light of the fact that this budget for the first time puts those resources in place in order to create exactly the kind of supportive housing that's required, is the member opposite prepared to support that part of the budget to make sure that we create supportive housing to allow children with autism to age gracefully with the supports they need to be as productive as possible?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the question, and if the Honourable Member wants to separate that from the budget, I'm happy to support that. But obviously, there are many problems with the budget I have, and many people on this side of the House has with the budget. But, Speaker, I'd like to point out and kind of build on what the member opposite was talking about. I think when you look on the return investment that these organizations can provide to helping families dealing with other members of their family with autism, I think you see the benefit that can happen and the good that can come out of this. And for a relatively small amount, $3.8 million over the next 5 years, I think you see incredible investments and incredible steps forward. And I really hope the members opposite do have a change of heart and support this motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all my colleagues today for their speeches, but particularly the members from the NDP and Conservative parties for their very personal stories related to autism. You know, I really do believe in fact-based decision-making, and the facts as I understand them are, first of all, the autism community was asked to come up with a plan and a strategy collectively, which they have done. Secondly, they've asked for $19 million over 5 years, which is less than $2 million per year. And thirdly, we've heard that autism is a growing concern in Canada in terms of the number of people suffering from autism. And so my question to the member is, given those are the facts, can you help me understand why the Liberal government is not supporting this $19 million over 5 years?
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend across the way, although I don't, for the best part, know what goes on in a Liberal member's head. I will speak to what I am thinking, and I do appreciate the opportunity to do so. Again, Speaker, I think to his comment, the member opposite's comment, $3.8 million over the next 5 years is a huge, and to see the results this will have is a huge benefit for those families dealing with members that are living with autism. I think the work that these groups can do coming together, you have some of the top researchers and scientists in their field, some of the top advocates for the moving forward with the autism file, all coming together and all discussing and coming up with ways to move forward is a huge return on investment. And to not even move in this direction, to simply ignore the fact that this relatively small amount of money can come back with huge benefits for all Canadians is simply unfortunate, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton. I'd just like to point out that he has approximately 5 minutes. We'll run out of time before we reach the full 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This debate reminds me of a visit I made to a grocery store in my community. A lady walked up to me with her daughter, and the lady thanked me for having sent her a birthday card as her autistic daughter stood in the aisle tapping her hands on the canned foods beside her. And so we talked for a little while, exchanged pleasantries, and caught up. And as the two of them were about to leave, her mother said to me, "When's your birthday so I can send you a card?" And I said, "It's June 3rd. And without even looking back at me, as she continued to tap away in those cans, the little girl said, "That's a Tuesday." So I opened up my Black Bear. We were in February. And sure enough, June 3rd would fall on a Tuesday. A fact that she had instantaneously calculated without even listening to our conversation. She didn't even look back at us to show pride for what an incredible intellectual accomplishment that was. That led me to understand the treasures of the autistic mind, treasures that we do not yet fully understand how we can unlock. Treasures, though, that have been glimmering in places all around the world. I think of the famous Temple Grandin, who is an animal behavior expert, the author of about a dozen books on autism and animal treatment, who has designed systems for slaughterhouses that are now used to treat about 50% of the cattle that end up going into to slaughterhouses and end up on the plates of American consumers right across the United States. In fact, McDonald's has said her standards are required of their suppliers because they guarantee the humane treatment of animals. How did she do this? How did she design these different systems, for example, dipping vats to disinfect the cows, grip flooring to prevent them from slipping, curved pathways towards the stun gun so that no animal would see the fate of the one before it, all designed to reduce the immense anxiety that would naturally come with that experience for the animal, which ultimately reduces the cost and increases the efficiency of animal treatment. She did this because the visual tract of her mind is 400% larger than the average mind, a fact that the University of Utah was able to establish when it did the imaging of her mind. This incredible intellectual advantage was difficult to harness and easily concealed because when she was a child, it took her until age 3 to even learn how to speak. The amygdala in her brain was unusually large, which is sort of the emotional nerve center of her mind. And so a school bell sounded like a drill going off in her brain. She explains that in her wonderful book. And these incredible sensory overloads almost incapacitated her completely, but for the fact that her mother believed in her and worked with her to teach her how to read and speak and write. We see in Calgary now, Meticulon, a company that is turning autistic people into well-paid IT professionals so that they can earn an independent life for themselves and eventually, hopefully, their families. We see Peter Thiel, who is the co-founder of PayPal, who said he believes that autism is almost necessary to be a successful innovator in the high-tech sector. This is the potential we have the ability to unlock, but we need the knowledge that the Autism Partnership will bring, the best practices to expand those successes across the country, and for the small cost of a few $1 million a year, less than the cost of one Bombardier executive salary this year alone, we could disseminate that knowledge and create a real success for Canadians. I call on all members of the House of Commons to support that opportunity by voting for this motion and enacting it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek the consent of our colleagues, we may find the permission to see the analog clocks at 1/2 so we may begin private members' business.
We have consent? Very good. You see the hour, see the time as 5:30. The House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration of second reading of Bill S-233, Conveyance, Presentation and Reporting Requirements Modernization Act, standing in the name of Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that Bill S-233, an act to amend the Customs Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Presentation and Reporting Requirements, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for seconding this bill. I'm here today to support a proposed amendment to the Customs Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, and to request the support of my fellow members here in the House of Commons. Bill S-233 aims to amend cumbersome and overly restrictive regulations in order to allow small pleasure crafts to enter Canadian waters freely, so long as they do not intend to anchor or come ashore. As the regulations currently stand, American boaters who even unknowingly drift into Canadian waters without reporting to the Canadian Border Service Agency can face hefty penalties which seem grossly disproportionate to the harm that is done. These include the immediate and permanent seizure of their vessel, humiliating physical restraints and fines of $1,000 up to $25,000. Payment of such fines is often demanded on the spot by threat of being towed to the Canadian shore, made to lie face down on the boat's floor for the duration of the trip. And this is not how Canada should be treating our closest allies. The current regulations that are found in the Customs Act were implemented during Prohibition in order to stop the smuggling of alcohol across the Canadian border. An update is clearly long overdue, as our rules should come to reflect the fact that we have made more than 80 years of progress towards the great relationship that we have with the United States today. Amending this legislation would not only strengthen our relationship with America, but it also would promote tourism to Canadian destinations by presenting Canada as a welcoming and fair destination. The U.S. already offers certain small crafts an exemption from formal reporting because such vessels are classified as low risk. Canadians are therefore extended the trust to drift in and out of American waters so long as they announce their intention to do so just once during the entire boating season. In contrast, many boaters from the United States feel unable to fish in certain regions out of fear that they might accidentally drift too close to the border and face severe penalties from Canadian authorities. Even in my own riding of Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, longtime fishers and boaters have expressed frustration that they are unable to navigate the Thousand Islands waterway because Canadian laws are severe, unclear, and inconsistently applied. Checking in currently requires either a trip to a CBSA checkpoint, which is costly in time and fuel, or the use of a cell phone, which is an unreliable service which has already resulted in the wrongful punishment of one family who made multiple attempts to call in but still faced $3,000 in fines for what should have been a pleasant day on the water. And even when cell phone signals function offshore, which is far from guaranteed, boaters are not always spared from reporting to a checkpoint, an unnecessary inconvenience which often leads Americans to choose locations far from Canada's borders. Mr. Speaker, we share border waters with 10 states in which there are over 3,200,000 small pleasure crafts that are registered, giving this bill the ability to have a positive impact on many lives, including those of Canadians. Not only to the boaters impacted, aim to share our beautiful scenery, but also to contribute to our economy by purchasing Canadian fishing licenses and encouraging travel to Canadian destinations. In fact, United States citizens purchased 331,327 Ontario fishing licenses in 2015 alone. In this way, less restrictive regulations are of mutual benefit. Our provinces receive extra funding, and the tourism industry thrives on both sides of the border, all the while strengthening the relationship between Canada and the United States. Unfortunately, our regulations have already done some damage. Americans who have already been subjected to the unfair treatment outlined in the Customs Act say they are no longer willing to buy Canadian fishing licenses, nor will they promote visiting to our country at all, dealing damage to our tourism industry. In one such case, an American citizen, Roy Anderson, who had been fishing in Canada all of his life, was punished for breaking regulations he didn't even know existed. After Anderson was heavily fined and briefly detained, he vowed that he would never again purchase another Canadian license and stated that his friends would not even dare approach the border for fear of losing their boats or being subjected to massive fines. Anderson even made the statement that in his eyes, Canada clearly does not want Americans entering our country. Anderson's story appeared in the press dozens of times as Canadians and Americans alike criticized the actions of Canadian Border Services Agency and repeatedly called on these regulations, which they viewed as antiquated, outrageous, and unfair to the American people who so kindly grant us access to their waters, be changed. This is not the image of Canada that should be portrayed in the media. Canadians are kind, welcoming, and fair. We are not aggressors who feel the need to harass harmless fishermen on a day out with their families. We have a great country with many things of which to be proud. The media should have no shortage of happy and positive stories to write, but these stories are being overshadowed by policies that do not reflect the image of Canada we know today. If we want the media to write kindly about us, we must always strive to give them reasons to do so. With each story that portrays Canada in a negative light, fewer American citizens feel welcome in our country. We cannot stop the press from writing about us, but we can give them reasons to write kindly. The first step is making things right in our own regulations and understanding that if we do not change the way that we treat our visitors, they are unlikely to continue coming back. As it is, businesses and fishing associations in Canada and the United States have already begun to complain about our treatment of U.S. citizens. The St. Lawrence River Walleye Association in New York State has expressed concern that our policies could put a serious damper on relations between our countries, as their members feel unwelcome and threatened by our current regulations. After hearing stories in the media, many fear drifting too close to the Canadian border and incurring fines that they cannot afford to pay. Many simply chose to stay home. Similarly, Scott McCrimmon of HoC Marine in Rockport, Ontario, has called the regulations one more barrier to visiting the Thousand Islands and feels that our unwelcoming attitude toward American citizens is creating a division between the countries and preventing Americans from doing business in Canada at all. McCrimmon stated that the frustration and confusion which stems from these regulations is harming relations between Canada and the United States. From his perspective, as Americans come to feel unwelcome in Canadian waters, they are less likely to visit our country at all, a great source of concern for those working in the tourism industry who rely on seasonal visits from American citizens to stay afloat. A number of Canadian chambers of commerce have also echoed these concerns, even pointing out the devastating impact that these regulations are having on their marketing efforts. The Gananoque Chamber of Commerce even stated that the proposed amendments would aid in the promotion of not only the Thousand Islands, but every Canadian market town bordering with the United States. They further stated that given our 150th anniversary, Canada should be doing everything possible to promote our natural beauty, rich history, and cultural diversity. We should therefore aim to be ever more accommodating and inviting to the southern neighbors who treat us so kindly. The days of prohibition are over, and it's also time that we do away with old regulations intended to solve an issue that is long gone. There is no longer any need to check every boat that so happens to cross into our territory, and it is therefore excessive and unnecessary to make these requirements of American boaters. Small pleasure crafts pose little to no threat to Canadian safety so long as they steer clear of our shoreline. It is therefore imperative that we begin treating our American neighbors as friends and not criminals. This bill has already passed the Senate of Canada. Senator Bob Runciman worked with the government on some of the technical amendments that they wanted to see in that or in this bill. It did pass the Senate unanimously. I'm looking forward to seeing this bill move through the House of Commons onto committee in the hopes that we could see this bill through before our boating season gets in full swing. We know that we're coming up on the long weekend here across Canada, and traditionally it's the start of the boating season, but it really gets into full swing as we move towards Canada Day. This would be a great way to celebrate Canada Day, to see this burdensome issue go away, because it really is an issue. We have State Senator Patty Ritchie who's a New York State Senator who has come to also testify as a witness in front of the committee in the Senate, as I did myself. And I really think it's overdue that this bill pass this House and that we get this fixed. And let's bring our legislation into 2017 and do away with regulations that do us no service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments from the member across the way. I think that we've hit on a really important issue, and if you expand upon it to bring in the idea of tourism and the importance of tourism to our countries. And we do get a lot of Americans that will fly in. There's all sorts of wonderful resources that we have here in Canada in which they enjoy tapping into. And if there's things that we can do to further enhance that, I think that's a positive thing. And we have before us, and the member has accurately portrayed a piece of legislation that will move us, I believe, forward on the issue. And I'm wondering if the member has any statistical numbers that he might be able to provide us in terms of the number number of individuals that it would actually impact, different regions. Like I know Manitoba, we've got many waterways. Some say tens of thousands of rivers and lakes. So does he have any statistics that he would like to share with the House?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau
Thank you very
Lakes.
much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for that question, because it is a good question. First of all, what this bill does is harmonize these regulations that we have with the United States. We've been doing a lot of work over the last number of years as a country to harmonize regulations with the United States. And this bill not only affects people in my area of the country, along the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River and the Thousand Islands, but it also affects the Lake of the Woods area on our western border between British Columbia and Washington State. It also affects the St. Clair River and other boundary waters. But I think that the real key in this, first of all, is to harmonize those regulations with the United States. But secondly, to make sure that Canada is seen in a positive light. And with the current regulations, and as I said before, have been inconsistently brought about. And so if they're not going to be implemented in a consistent fashion, it's really putting us in a bad light. And I know the negative press, I've seen it firsthand from our friends on the upper New York State side. So this is going to put us in a much better light and should, in fact, drive more tourism to Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Leeds, let me get this right, sorry, oops, I did it wrong there, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for sponsoring this important piece of legislation. Down in my riding of Essex, I'm surrounded by water as well as boundaries, borders with the U.S. On Lake Erie, one of the Great Lakes, as well as Lake St. Clair. So boating, recreational fishing, commercial fishing, all of these things are incredibly important to my region, to the vitality of it. So I think I just heard that the government will support this, so I think that's a positive thing to be hearing from the other side of the House, because it really does impact so many people throughout, in particular, our summer months. So my question really, you spoke a little bit about the economic relationship that we have, and in this particular time, in this moment in time with the U.S., this is an ideal opportunity for us to strengthen our relationship with them and have a win, really. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit to the way that can strengthen that economic and tourism relationship that we share with our neighbours to the south, the U.S.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Essex for that great question, because as she knows, representing an area in southwestern Ontario, that we have similar issues as what we do in my area. And by being welcoming and open to our American friends and showing that we want them to visit, it keeps us from getting into those negative stories, which really, I know firsthand in my region with our friends on the U.S. side, that they really saw us in a negative light, and the media was really quite horrible. It was really unnecessary, because it was something that most Americans and Canadians thought that they didn't need to do. They didn't think that they needed to report as long as they didn't land or anchor. And by moving ahead with this change in our regulations, it will put us in that positive light, and I know that it would be great if we could see this finished up in terms of the committee and through the House before the House rises in June, so that we no longer have to endure that negative press. And as I said before, this would be a great way to celebrate Canada's 150th birthday just a short 5-6 weeks from now. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise today on the subject matter important to many constituents in my riding of Tobic-Mactaquac, New Brunswick, and highlight our government's support for Senator Runciman's Bill S-233. I'd also like to congratulate my colleagues, Senator Runciman, Minister Goodale's office, the CBSA, on their close collaboration and hard work to get this bill to this point. Lastly, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes for sponsoring this bill in the House. I believe that the final result following the amendments demonstrates a clear and cohesive bill. A little bit of background, Madam Speaker. In December of 2016, Senator Runciman introduced Bill S-233, the Convenience, Presentation and Reporting Requirements Modernization Act, to relieve persons on board conveyances such as private boats, tour boats, cruise ships, private aircraft from having to report to Canada Border Services Agency when they pass incidentally in or out of Canadian waters or airspace. In several parts of Canada, there are lakes and waterways that cross the Canada-U.S. border, not unlike my own riding of Tobique-Mactaquac. Currently, Canadian law requires that all boaters who exit Canadian waters do not land on the American side and make no contact with other vessels, are currently required to report CBSA upon returning to Canada. These travelers, many of which in New Brunswick are my constituents, I have several hundred kilometers of border, and it's dotted with small lakes and some large lakes. They are very low risk from a CBSA perspective, and reporting requirements will create frustration and confusion amongst boaters who often cannot tell where the international boundary line falls on the water. It also creates increased workload for CBSA officers who could be better use their time to examine higher risk travelers. In the United States, boaters are only required to report their arrival to Customs and Border Protection if they have docked at a foreign port or have had any other contact with another vessel in foreign waters. Simple activities like fishing, water skiing, or touring do not trigger reporting requirements, so American rules do not require recreational boaters to report to the U.S. CPB for similar activities. The differences in American and Canadian reporting requirements have been a source of frustration, as my colleague had mentioned, for individuals and businesses in my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac, who either enjoy parts of their lives or making a living on our shared waterways along the border between New Brunswick and Maine. I've received many calls over the past year from constituents in my riding declaring their concern, especially concerning East Grand Lake and North Lake in the Forest City area, a place where, despite our international divider, individuals have formed friendship, family ties, and share much more than just waterways in which their homes and cottages are built. The bill's objective is to address the situation by exempting private boaters or people on other waterborne craft from having to report CBSA when crossing into or out of Canadian waters for fishing, sightseeing, and other low-risk activities, pastime that owners of pleasure crafts on shared waterways enjoy doing on a daily basis on summer days in New Brunswick. For private boaters, the passage of this bill will reduce confusion across the boating community and bring the benefit of reduced reporting requirements, while also more closely aligning our marine reporting requirements with those of our U.S. counterparts. Eliminating the need to report to the CBSA would reduce the red tape and more closely align Canada's reporting process with those of our U.S. counterparts. This will streamline the movement of low-risk travelers and goods without compromising our commitment to ensuring the safety and integrity of Canada's borders and protecting the health and safety of Canadians. This goes hand in hand with what my constituents have been asking for: continuity and consistency of enforcement along our border, with the focus being shifted away from friendly everyday boaters and those who call the lake their home and onto more high-risk activities along our borders. Madam Speaker, let me walk my fellow parliamentarians through some of the bill's key aspects. What's really key to this bill is that it proposes to both reduce burdens on and thereby benefit water sports enthusiasts, businesses, and communities on both sides of the border. People aboard boats, whether they are private, tour, or cruise ships, will no longer be required to report to the CBSA in the following circumstances: when they do not land on Canadian soil, and when they do not let off existing passengers or take on onboard new passengers within our waters. This legislation's primary purpose is to ensure that private boats or leisure boaters who depart from Canadian water but have not touched foreign soil or made contact with other vessels do not have to report to the CBSA Customs upon their return to the Canadian shore. Similarly, it will exempt American boaters who have no intention of touching Canadian soil or rendezvousing with another vessel in Canadian waters from having to report to CBSA before they return to the United States. The bill also applies to aircraft that may cross unintentionally into Canadian airspace without landing. To sum up, Madam Speaker, these changes make for streamlined reporting requirements to reduce administrative burden on people crossing into and out of Canadian waters or airspace incidentally. And by more closely aligning our reporting processes with those of the United States, we are accommodating low-risk activities in a manner that respects our steadfast commitment to ensuring the safety and integrity of our borders. At this point, let me emphasize the care that has been taken to ensure the bill's changes do not come at the expense of security. While it is a positive step forward, I'd be remiss if I did not mention the concern that some people in my riding have voiced and wondered if in the future specific local examples like the following might be considered. The marina, where individuals go to fill up their boats and gas in the shared waterways in my riding, is on the main side of the water. This is where everyone gets fuel for their boats and lawnmowers, other pleasure craft, and their vehicles. This is nearest fuel outlet, and the alternative is driving 45 minutes to transport large quantities of fuel, which is very unsafe in small vehicles. It used to be that individuals would report via phone upon pulling up to the marina to fuel up and phone in again to report when they were coming back to Canada. The phone is still available for use to report if you're fueling up, but is no longer possible when you're finished fueling to return to Canada, as you have to physically come back to the border to report. This requires navigating a particular area or passage, which may be fine for jet skis and some boats, but at some points of the year the water is fairly high. But it's extremely risky and dangerous to navigate this narrow passageway for larger boats, and there's lots of those around. It didn't used to be necessary when you could just phone in to report your return from the marina. While it's recognized that border security is one of the utmost importances, individuals craving solution to revisit other means of reporting without navigating narrow, dangerous waterways, thank you for this opportunity to share their local concern. During the course of this bill's development, the upper chamber agreed to strengthen reporting exceptions, and to make certain that the CBSA and its law enforcement partners have everything they need to do their jobs effectively. As a result, amendments were made to apply the same set of newly proposed conditions under Bill S-233 to both loop movements, which are cross-border movements in and out of Canadian, foreign, or international waters, and return to the same place of origin, and direct transit, which are cross-border movements from one location outside of Canada to another location outside of Canada, or from location within Canada to another location within Canada. These amendments specify that the vessel or craft does not take on or disembark people or goods, that the vessel or aircraft does not anchor, moor, or land or make contact with another conveyance. In addition, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have also confirmed that the reporting exceptions being brought forward will have no impact on their ability to fulfill their mandate. As a result of these important consultations, along with the collaboration of our honourable senators, I am confident that the measures in this bill will reduce burdens on individuals and businesses without sacrificing the public safety. I'd like to extend my congratulations to Senator Runciman for bringing this legislation forward, achieving two quite different objectives: facilitating legitimate, low-risk activities and trade, while maintaining the safety and security of Canadians is not always an easy task to achieve. This is a great example of how working across party lines, cooperation and collaboration to adapt this bill results in a positive outcome for the boating community and the shared waterways throughout Canada's borders and along the U.S. Bill S-233 does do just that. To quote Senator Runciman, this not only strengthens border security, because direct travel faced no such restrictions before, but it also simplifies reporting requirements. It also agreed that this bill, as it does now, must explicitly clarify that Border Service officers retain similar powers they have under both the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and the Customs Act. This means that CBSA officers can continue to require people to answer customs or immigration questions regardless of whether or not they are exempt from reporting. Whether it is necessary to verify a person's goods, work permits, or other immigration documents, or compel an examination, under the bill, officers will maintain their ability to enforce CBSA's mandate and maintain border integrity. Upon consultation, the CBSA told us that the legislation will have limited operational impacts on their operations, as passengers aboard aircraft are already exempt from reporting when passing through Canadian airspace. Following an amendment in the Senate, the proposed legislation indicates that Canadian authorities would continue to have the authority to board and examine travelers and conveyances if needed to combat illicit activities and to maintain border security. Whether you're taking the shortest route between two destinations, or whether you're fishing or pleasure cruising, you don't need to report unless you anchor, moor, or land, or unless an officer makes a demand of you. I'm confident that Canadians will benefit from the streamlined and simplified system proposed in this.
The member is out of time. I've been trying to show you how much time you had left, but you were so engrossed in your speech. I'm sorry. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and participate in today's debate on Bill S-233, an act to amend the Customs Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the hard work of the member for Beaulieu-Chambly, who serves as our critic for public safety. His great work in this House and his dedication to his riding has made me proud to have him as a colleague. I'm very pleased to see Bill S-233 come up for debate, and I'm also grateful that the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes has sponsored this legislation. I know the member is also the sponsor of his own private member's bill, C-237, which is quite similar to S-233. I've read C-237 and spoke with people in my riding about it a number of months ago. My riding of Essex has many kilometres of shoreline along beautiful Lake Erie and Lake St. Clair, and the issues that Bill S-233 seeks to address are certainly important to the concerns of the people that I was elected to represent. This legislation seeks to modernize Canadian requirements for boaters who cross from the United States into Canadian waters but who do not land, anchor, or moor. Currently, someone out fishing or pleasure cruising who crosses into Canadian waters has an obligation to report to the Canadian Border Services Agency even if they have no intention of stopping or coming ashore. They are allowed to do so by phone or in person at one of the border security checkpoints. Those who do not report to CBSA can face hefty penalties, including the immediate and permanent seizure of their vessel, physical restraints, and fines of $1,000 to $25,000. These penalties seem grossly disproportionate to harm done. There have been media reports of American boaters unintentionally entering into Canadian waters, then being fined and forced to pay the fine on the spot to avoid having their boats seized. Every summer, we see cases like this of people being fined. These stories spread, Madam Speaker, and they deter both Americans and Canadians from enjoying our shared bodies of water and participating in activities that are important economic drivers for our communities, like in the town of Bell River, close to where I live. This is why legislation is so important to me. Essex is home to 3 significant bodies of water. To the north, we have Lake St. Clair, a freshwater lake that we share with Michigan. There are many boating, sailing clubs, and marinas located along these shores, as the lake is very popular with recreational users. In fact, Madam Speaker, I live myself only a couple of blocks away from this beautiful lake. To the west, we have the Detroit River, a heritage river that flows from Lake St. Clair to Lake Erie. It's an important transportation route and a major element of our international border with the U.S. It also played a significant role in the Prohibition era, which has contributed to our rum running history, where liquor was frequently smuggled across the river into Detroit. In fact, Madam Speaker, you can still find many heritage homes with hidden rooms. Various books have been written about this interesting period in time. And to the south, we have Lake Erie, a beautiful Great Lake, where fishing, agriculture, and tourism are all important economic activities for our region. In the summer months, boaters from both sides of the border are active users of our shared bodies of water. In Windsor, Essex, many of my constituents use I-68s, which are permits used under the Canadian Border Boat Landing Program that has operated by U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The program allows boaters that are citizens or residents of Canada or the U.S. to enter or return to the U.S. by pleasure craft with only one inspection conducted by U.S. Customs per year. People in Essex will apply each year at the beginning of the boating season. I-68s allow them to travel by pleasure craft within 25 miles of the shoreline along the U.S. border with Canada for up to 72 hours without being inspected. Without an I-68, boaters must present themselves for inspection. However, Canada does not have a similar program that allows boaters to spend time on our shared bodies of water without worrying that they may have unintentionally crossed the border and are subject to a heavy fine for failure to notify CBSA. Instead, we have overly bureaucratic requirements that can be very frustrating for both people in my riding of Essex as well as for other Canadian and American boaters. Over the past year, many people have contacted my office with questions about the in-transit exemption and confusion over the reporting rules for Canadian boaters who enter U.S. waters but do not anchor or touch shore, then re-enter Canadian waters. Sometimes people receive conflicting information, and from year to year, how authorities interpret and apply the rules seems to differ greatly. This lack of consistency is understandably frustrating for people who want to enjoy the water without fear of facing fines for inadvertently breaking the rules. I'm currently advising my constituents to get their Nexus cards and to report in with CBSA before re-entering Canadian waters and ensure that all adults and children in the traveling party carry their proper ID. If the rules aren't clear, people should contact CBSA or U.S. Customs before they even head out onto the water. Madam Speaker, as I've outlined, boating is an important activity for people in my riding, and the legislation we are debating today will have a direct impact on my region. Bill S-233 may not fix all the confusion or inconsistency surrounding the rules for Canadian boaters. However, it makes important changes to modernize Canadian legislation and ensure that our laws are effective in promoting the goals that they were intended to. I spoke earlier about the Detroit River and the region's rum running history. Canadians may be surprised to learn that many of Canada's existing boating rules were put into place over 80 years ago during the Prohibition era to stop the smuggling of alcohol through Canadian waters. Madam Speaker, clearly it's time to take a fresh look at the rules and modernize them to reflect today's realities and more closely align our requirements with our friends in the United States. In fact, the existing rules have damaged our relationship with the U.S. and have negatively impacted Canada's tourism sector. I know this is true in my region of Windsor-Essex as well as in my colleagues' region of the Thousand Islands. People in my region have been working hard to convince our American boater friends to return to our marinas. After 9/11, there was a significant downturn in U.S. visitors, and our region has been working steadily to turn this trend around. More visitors means more economic benefits for our region. I've discussed boating requirements with the Windsor-Essex Chamber of Commerce, and they strongly support legislative action that strengthens our marine industry and encourages American tourists to visit our region, which has so much to offer for other visitors. We have outdoor activities, including fantastic cycling trails and waterfront trails. Point Pelee National Park and Pelee Island are internationally renowned. Wine tours are a popular activity, Madam Speaker, as we are home to many different wineries that produce quality wines year after year. And we have some great museums that chronicle our region's rich history, from the War of 1812 to the Prohibition era and the Underground Railroad. I speak often in this place about the strong trade relationship between Windsor-Essex and Detroit. People cross our border every day for work and play. Our regions and our economies are deeply integrated. But the relationship is not static, and we must always work to strengthen it in ways that benefit the people in our communities. Madam Speaker, that's why I'm pleased to offer my strong support for Bill S-233. It's time to remove the impractical, unnecessary reporting requirements for U.S. boaters. This is an important courtesy that we can extend to our American neighbours and that will no doubt benefit Canadian boarders and communities like mine in Essex.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Right of reply, the honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the members from Tobique-Mactaquac and the member from Essex for their support for this bill. The member from Essex rightly pointed out that I had introduced a parallel bill to S-33, S-233 here in the House, which was Bill C-237. So I am delighted to see that there is support across party lines for this bill. I think that we don't have to have any more debate on this and move it on to committee so that the members of the Public Safety Committee can have a further look at it and then move it back to the House so that we can get a debate for third reading. So I also want to thank the Minister of Public Safety for his work on this to find the technical amendments that were required to see the government support this bill. So I don't think we need to do much more talking about this today, and I would just want to thank everyone for their support on this bill.
The question is as follows. Mr. Brown, seconded by Ms. Gladue, move that Bill S-233, an act to amend the Customs Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, presentation and reporting requirements, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopted.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, this bill is referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do not now adjourn. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, it's an honour for me to rise to speak about Lac Mégantic. It's particularly nice to be able to talk about it when there's good news that comes out of a tragedy like the one that affected Lac Mégantic in July 2013. On May 5th, I asked a question to the Transport Minister about a project to bring greater security to Lac Mégantic, but unfortunately, Transport Canada didn't pick this up in its railway safety review, to the great surprise of the proponents and the town of Lac Mégantic, and even, I think, to the minister himself. This project was not successful in the call for tenders, and the project, as I remind you, was going to be very beneficial to the people of Lac Mégantic. It was going to help them make sense of the tragedy and learn some lessons. It was a rail safety project for Lac Mégantic. Let me tell you a little bit about the Institut en Culture de Sécurité Industrielle. First of all, there was a project, a simulation project on rail safety. What they want to be is a reference center for the transportation of hazardous goods. And the solution was to propose products and services to optimize the handling of dangerous goods. So, Madam Speaker, this was a vision and a mission that was quite consistent with the Minister of Transport's thinking ever since his election, and in all our conversations about Lac Mégantic, the Minister has said that rail safety is not only his priority, it's his top priority. And now I think it's time to do something concrete about it. I know the Minister is behind this project. I know the Minister supports the creation of this institute, but time is of the essence. The first part of the project the first opportunity has been missed, and it'll be almost a year before they can reapply for funding. But with Economic Development Canada, for the regions of Quebec, their initial reaction was, why wasn't this project approved? It's to improve rail safety. So we really should avoid playing ping pong with a project this important. That's not going to help Lac Mégantic. That's not going to help the department. We need to support them. We need to take steps to avoid a recurrence of the tragedy that occurred in Lac Mégantic in 2013. So I'd like to know whether the government has any intention of working to accelerate or expedite a solution to this problem. I think this could be done quite quickly with a little goodwill on both sides. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. I'd like to thank the member and for raising the question regarding Lac Mégantic community that experienced one of the most tragic moments in Canadian transportation history. Our thoughts continue to be with the friends and families of the victims of this tragedy, Madam Speaker. As mentioned by the member Parliament in his initial question, the Minister of Transport recently launched a statutory review of Canada's Rail Safety Act a year ahead of schedule. One of the most important things we can do is to review our rail safety legislation to ensure it meets the needs of industry and Canadians. We are pleased that we were able to launch this review earlier than planned, and we look forward to the panel's recommendations. Moreover, this year, under the Rail Safety Improvement Program, we are investing more than $20 million to fund railway and grade crossing improvements projects and initiatives to raise awareness about the rail safety issue aiming to prevent injuries and fatalities. In total, our government is investing $55 million over 3 years in the program as an essential component of our commitment to improving the rail safety for Canadians. Furthermore, Transport Canada remains in communication with the Institute of Cultural Secretary Industrial Megantic, my apologies for the mispronunciation, and continues to collaborate with them, notably on files related to first responder training. As for the rail bypass project, our government continues to work in collaboration with the municipality and the province on the feasibility study. The work is ongoing, and I am confident that all parties involved will continue to collaborate to ensure the success of this project. The Minister of Transport is personally committed to this file and will remain in close communication with the Mayor and the Government of Quebec to that effect. In closing, let me reiterate that our government is committed to improve rail safety, and this is a Minister of Transport's top priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Le député de Mégantic-Clérable.
Honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable. Madam Speaker, I know this. I'm aware that the Minister of Transport has as his first priority rail safety. There have been so many projects put forward to improve rail safety. And this project to start this institution in Lac-Mégantic only needs a few $100,000, but unfortunately it seems that we didn't tick the right boxes in our application. We didn't tick in the right place, and that's why the project isn't working. So I admire the Parliamentary Secretary very much for his speeches in the House, even though 95% of the time I don't agree with him. But I'm sure that he agrees that we need to do something for Lac-Mégantic. I'm sure we can agree for once on this. And I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary will help me convince the Minister of Transport to take action quickly on this file. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I will work with the member in the best way I can on the issue. But at the launch of this year's Railway Safety Week, our government announced 131 new rail safety projects and $20 million in funding under the Rail Safety Improvement Program. We remain in communication with the municipality of Lac-Mégantic, the Government of Quebec, and the Institute of Cultural Secretariat Industrial Megantic, and other local stakeholders involved in rail safety matters and the rail bypass file. We are determined to continue to work in order to improve rail safety across the country. This includes the ongoing engagement within Lac-Mégantic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, last week, for the second time in 2 weeks, I had asked the Prime Minister if he would recuse himself from the process of appointing a new ethics commissioner. In fact, I had asked whether or not he was signaling things to come when they appointed a former Liberal provincial cabinet minister to be the official languages commissioner, and what was next. Were they going to simply just appoint another Liberal or appoint a Liberal to be the conflict of interest commissioner? The conflict of interest commissioner is currently investigating the Prime Minister, and the investigation is likely to carry on and not be completed when her term concludes. Madam Speaker, the answer that I got was from the Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism was really to ignore the question, which was about the process of appointing an ethics commissioner. Instead, the Parliamentary Secretary dwelled upon defending the official languages appointment, which was bizarre and really not defensible and not relevant to the question which I had asked, which was whether or not the Prime Minister was going to appoint a Liberal to let him off. Well, the Prime Minister at least did the correct thing insofar as he went when he did recuse himself from the process of appointing a new ethics commissioner. But, Madam Speaker, he went and gave that responsibility and directed the government House leader to appoint the new ethics commissioner. Madam Speaker, the government House leader is the same House leader that has stood in this House for months defending the unethical conduct of the Prime Minister that appoints her. She is the one who in the House has taken on the responsibility of defending every bit of unethical conduct from her government and is now in the position to appoint the new ethics commissioner. Madam Speaker, the conflict of interest at play here is so obvious to everyone, so obvious to all Canadians, and yet the answers that I received when raising this question was, Mr. Speaker, our two official languages are at the heart of who we are as Canadians. But so is redefining the process by which we select highly qualified Canadians. So, strange enough statement where we talk about whether an appointment process is as important as our official languages are, but both are irrelevant. My question is whether or not this government is going to have an actually transparent, actually fair and proper process for appointing officers to Parliament. We have 3 officers to Parliament that are with terms expiring this summer. The Ethics Commissioner, the Lobbying Commissioner, who, by the way, also has an open investigative file into the conduct of cash for access fundraisers and Liberal lobbyists that attend and organize them. We also have the Information Commissioner, whose term expires in July. The Information Commissioner at the Ethics Committee expressed her disappointment over the President of the Treasury Board's failure to keep their election promise and enact any and all of the recommendations or any of the recommendations that have been made to reform access to information. So I ask again tonight, will the government assure Canadians that they will have a proper and actually transparent process to replace the Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge for this question. He indicated that when he posed the question, he asked whether the government or whether the next Ethics Commissioner would be just another Liberal because it was a Liberal that was appointed or it's a Liberal that has been named as the Official Languages Commissioner. So, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, there was a drive-by smear of a distinguished Canadian in the context of attempting to insult the process that's in place for appointments to this place by Parliament. And that drive-by smear could not go unremarked, could not go unresponded. It didn't in question period when he asked it, and it won't today. In
February 2016, the Prime Minister announced the implementation of a new approach for Governor-in-Council appointments. The new approach is more open and transparent, merit-based, and represents the diversity of Canadian society. The government is proud of this accomplishment, which makes this process more rigorous.
Speaks to the process that was in place for the Commissioner of Official Languages and that is in place for all Governor-in-Council appointments, including the Ethics Commissioner. The question also allows me the opportunity to defend an outstanding Canadian in Madame Meilleur, the new Official Languages Commissioner. She was appointed following a rigorous and merit-based process. Madame Meilleur clearly emerged as the strongest candidate for this position after this process, a process that is a marked departure from the appointments process under the previous government. The appointments process that brought us Mike Duffy. The appointments process that put Vic Taves on the bench. You remember, you're with us or you're with the child pornographers? Yes, that Vic Taves. This rigorous process for Madame Meilleur also included consultation with the critics and the leaders of both opposition parties. As the Minister of Canadian Heritage stated in the House today, at no point have her qualifications come into question throughout the process, and for those qualifications to be insulted in the preamble of the question leading up to the eventual question with respect to the appointments of the Ethics Commissioner is unbecoming of this place. During her 13 years as Minister responsible for Francophone Affairs, Madame Meilleur worked to create the position of French Language Services Commissioner and ensure that this position to be independent of the legislature. She was the driving force that ensured that Ontario's French language television station TFO was able to operate independently from TVO, its English language counterpart. In addition, she has fought for increased Francophone immigration in Ontario and for a bilingualism policy for the City of Ontario during her time as a City Councillor there. The government is highly confident of that Ms. Mayer will fulfill the duties of Official Language Commissioner with vigour and resolve. The role of Official Language Commissioner is of the utmost importance as it ensures compliance with the spirit of the Official Languages Act in our society, and we're equally proud of the open, transparent, and merit-based process that is now in place for all of these appointments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite should be pointed out to him that there was in fact no smear or no in no way did I impugn the reputation of Madame Meilleur. I did criticize the process by which she was appointed and was concerned that it will be the process they use to appoint other officers of Parliament, because that process was anything but transparent, anything but open, and his statement this evening that opposition leaders were consulted was denied in question period today, so I hope that he is not misleading the House, because this afternoon we heard that in fact the leaders of the opposition parties were not consulted. They were in fact simply notified.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would encourage my friend from Calgary Rocky Ridge to have a look at the letters that were given to the opposition leaders, if they will share them with them. I would also encourage him to speak to his colleague from Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Ile-d'Orléans, Charlevoix, for the consultation that took place with the critic from his party. Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate that the Government of Canada is proud of the appointment of Madeleine Meilleur as a new Official Languages Commissioner. To suggest that the only reason that she was appointed was because she was a Liberal is absolutely a smear, considering her stellar record of public service in the promotion and protection of official languages communities during the course of her very distinguished career. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. This House stands adopted until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 84-1.